I pinched my eyes shut to channel the euphoria. While I'd been performing in front of small groups since I was barely out of diapers, I had never experienced anything remotely as epic as this was. After all, it was the first time my brothers and my newly formed band, Jacob's Ladder, were performing publicly. Our first official gig came after passing an audition to perform at a Selena tribute in our current hometown of Taxco, Mexico. I couldn't help joking that the utter amazingness of our band had been cemented by the fact that 3 gringos and a gringa had been chosen to sing a song by one of the country's most beloved stars. Now, as I stood backstage waiting to go on, I wanted to savor this moment in case it never came again. But a voice within me argued that this was only the beginning, that one day I would look back on this moment as the day I became a true performer. Holy shit, my twin brother Gabe muttered almost reverently. I know, right? I replied. Popping open one eye, I peered into his face, which was basically a mirror reflection of my own. With our dark hair and blue eyes, we might have been identical on the outside, but the only thing similar about our personalities was our love for music. In spite of our differences, music was the thread that wove together the unbreakable fabric of our family. As minimalist missionaries, our parents hadn't bestowed a ton of toys or possessions on us. Instead, they had given my brothers, sister, and me the gift of music. While others played video games, we strummed the chords of guitars, tickled the ivories on the piano, or harmonized along with my parents' crackle and pop vinyl albums. When we were growing up, music was the one consistent thing in our lives. The scenery around us was a revolving door of different countries, different towns, and different houses. Well, if you wanted to call some of the huts and dwellings we lived in houses. My parents weren't fair-weather missionaries. Oh no, they were hardcore in their devotion. And in turn, they didn't believe in sheltering their kids. They'd packed us up and left the States when Gabe and I were just 5. Our older brother Micah was 7, and our little sister Abby had just celebrated her first birthday. Now, after 8 years abroad, it looked like we would be moving back to the good old USA within the next few months, as my dad had just taken a position at a church in Texas. My attention was drawn back to the festival, as the current act's performance of Biddy Boom Boom came to a close. They exited the other side of the stage to thunderous applause and ear-splitting cheers. Man, I hope we get that same reaction, Micah mused. I snorted. Dude, we will so get that reaction. Probably even more. We are so much better than them. Micah rolled his eyes. Let's hope the stage can contain that big head of yours. A man holding a clipboard motioned for us to come forward. Tu eres el próximo, he shouted over the crowd. Whoa, wait, where's Emerson? I asked my brothers. Twirling one of his drumsticks between his fingers, Gabe replied, Last time I saw her, she was still in the makeup chair. Seriously? We barely got to sit down in the chair before they were finished with us. Gabe rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's because we don't have tits. What are you talking about? Never mind. Just go get her. Fine. Shifting my guitar strap over my shoulder, I pushed my way through the backstage crowd in search of our missing lead singer. Although we'd formed Jacob's Ladder with just us Renard brothers, we were making an exception for today's gig by taking on my best friend, Emerson. Like us, she'd grown up with missionary parents. 3 years ago, my dad had taken a job at Emerson's father's mission in Taxco. Since her 2 older brothers were away at college, she was pretty lonely. From that moment on, our families became inseparable, along with Emerson and me. Before Emerson, I hadn't had friends who were girls. I got my fill of prissiness and whining from my little sister Abby. But Emerson wasn't like other girls. Besides having a powerhouse voice, she could play almost any instrument you put in front of her. She also climbed trees and played baseball just like my other friends. After peering at the girls at the makeup table, I didn't see her. Using my nickname for her, I called, Sonny? Where are you? Over here, came her reply. When I whirled around, my chin dropped down to my chest. Her usually long and flowing blonde hair was swept back from her face. Speaking of her face, she was wearing makeup, which I'd never seen her in before except on Halloween and Dia de Muertos. Her lips had been painted bright red, while her deep blue eyes were ringed with some kind of black stuff, which made them look huge and shiny. My gaze slowly trailed from her face down to her body. She was wearing a skin-tight pair of black pants with a sparkly red halter top. While it might have been something Selena would have worn, it wasn't anything like Emerson would. Holy shit, I muttered as reverently as Gabe had with the crowd. Somewhere beneath the t-shirts and jeans and flowy dresses she usually wore, there had been a chick's body, like with boobs. Wait, when had Emerson gotten boobs? Hold the phone. Was I seriously oogling my best friend's rack? Eli? She questioned. I snapped my gaze back to hers. Yeah. You were staring. Because you have tits. Excuse me? With a groan, I smacked my hand to my forehead. Oh, Jesus. Talk about sticking my foot in my mouth. Nothing. Just something Gabe said. Desperate to change the subject, I grinned at her. You look amazing. Pink tinged her cheeks. You think so? Yeah, I know so. Thanks. I held out my hand to her. Come on, it's almost time for us to perform. After she slid her hand into mine, I jerked her along behind me as I practically sprinted back to the stage. Eli, you're going to pull my arm out of the socket, she cried. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't want us to miss our cue. Yeah, and I'm sorry that with these heeled boots I can barely walk, least of all run, she countered. Thankfully, when we reached Micah and Gabe, the other act was still performing. As soon as they got a good look at Emerson, their faces took on the same shock I had. Micah, the morally superior Renard brother, dragged a hand through his blonde hair. Your dad is going to kill us when he gets a look at you. Emerson giggled as she glanced down at her outfit. Is it really that bad? With a waggle of my brows, I teased. Bad, but in a good way. Gabe snorted. Yeah, I don't think her dad is going to look at it that way. At this moment, I don't give a shit. Eli! Emerson admonished my cursing. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. Anyway, I don't care about what Pete thinks. All I care about is that we play and sing our hearts out to blow the crowd away. Emerson's brows shot up. Are there a lot of people out there? I nudged her forward. Just take a look. After poking her head out of the curtain, Emerson froze. I took a step forward to stand beside her. Isn't it amazing, Sonny? I mean, could you ever believe we'd be about to play for so many people? When Emerson didn't respond, I glanced over at her. If there was an expression that exemplified, I'm about to piss my pants and run away screaming in fear, she was wearing it. Whoa, you look like you're about to hurl, I remarked. Emerson swallowed hard. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm going to. After crisscrossing her arms around my chest, she tried stilling the tremors that suddenly ran through her. With her impossibly long legs, she looked like an unsteady colt trying to take its first steps. Fearing she might fall, I stepped forward and put my hands on her shoulders to steady her. Are you okay? I asked lamely. Gabe rolled his eyes. Duh, Eli. She's most definitely not okay. But she was fine 2 seconds ago. That's before I saw the crowd, Emerson whispered. What's wrong with it? It's so big. What exactly were you expecting? Not that. Fear burned in her blue eyes. Eli, I don't think I can do this. You're just having a little stage fright. You'll be fine. I can't go out there in front of all those people. Sure you can. She shook her head wildly back and forth. I'm not being dramatic. Like, I don't think I can move. Then I'll carry you. Don't you get it? They're going to hate me. Some gringa trying to sing Selena. If that's the case, then they're going to hate all of us, not just you. I gripped her shoulders tighter. The moment you open your mouth, you're going to blow their minds. Estás en? The man with the clipboard shouted as he motioned us forward. While Micah and Gabe started out onto the stage, Emerson remained frozen to her spot. I knew I had to do something insane to get her out of her panic. When the idea entered my mind, I didn't stop to think it through or what the potential ramifications could be. Like with most decisions in my life, I just charged right on through. My hands, which had been on Emerson's shoulders, came up to cup her cheeks. After licking my lips and taking a deep breath, I dipped my head and planted a smacking kiss on Emerson's mouth. When I pulled away, her eyes widened with horror, narrowed at me. Eli, you kissed me. Yes, I did. Since she no longer looked like she was going to puke, I didn't stop to worry if I had any of that red gunk on my lips. But why? She demanded. To shock your stage fright away? Cocking my head, I asked. It worked, didn't it? Emerson blinked. Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, I thought kissing would be better than me slapping you. Gee, thanks. I laughed. Hey, I was desperate and had to do something. At the sound of Micah playing the opening chords of Comme les Fleurs on the keyboard, Emerson and I glanced out at the stage before staring back at each other. There was no time left to stall. It was now or never. Are we doing this? When Emerson bit down on her lip, I said, You've got this, Sonny. After staring intently at me, Emerson finally nodded. Drawing her shoulders back, she said, Yes, we are so doing this. Good. Taking her by the hand, I hurried us out onto the stage. Thankfully, no one booed us on sight alone. When we got to the center of the stage, one last shudder went through Emerson's body before she grabbed the microphone. That was my cue that it was clear to start playing my guitar, and I joined in with Micah and Gabe. Emerson transformed the moment she began singing. I'd never seen anything like it in my life. She'd certainly never done it during our rehearsals, and I'd only seen a small spark of it when we auditioned. It was like she had been waiting for this moment her whole life. As I harmonized with Emerson on the chorus, she danced close to me. The crowd and my brothers melted away, and it was just the two of us. Whatever had been ignited within her spilled over into me. I couldn't remember a time when the chords of a guitar had flowed so effortlessly through my fingers. At the beginning of our performance, I'd been immersed in trying to keep Emerson afloat. Now I was totally enjoying myself. I might have thought standing backstage was amazing, but being on stage blew that out of the water. I couldn't begin to put into words what it felt like having the crowd sing along with us, the look of enjoyment and adoration in their eyes. It was the greatest rush my 13-year-old self had ever experienced. I knew I had just tapped into an addiction that I wouldn't be able to quit. When the song came to an end, I grabbed Emerson's hand in mine, and then we took a bow. Once we finished, I looked over to see tears shimmering in her eyes. After we got off stage, I started over to where Micah and Gabe were celebrating with high fives and fist bumps, but Emerson stopped me. Thank you, Eli, she called over the roar of the crowd. What are you thanking me for? You did all of that on your own. She shook her head. But I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. I'm just sorry I had to kiss you. With a giggle, she said, I guess my first kiss could have been worse. That was your first kiss? Sweeping her hand to her hip, she said, Seriously, Eli? You're my best friend. Don't you think if I'd kissed someone, I would have told you? I shrugged. You could have kept it from me. Her eyes widened. Wait a minute. You kissed someone and didn't tell me? No self-respecting 13-year-old boy wants to admit he's never really been kissed. Although I wasn't proud of myself, I did what most guys do when it comes to talking about being with girls. I lied. It was this really quick one with some girl at the fair. I can't believe you didn't tell me. Holding her pinky out, she narrowed her eyes at me. Swear that even though you're moving away, you'll always be my friend, and you'll always tell me your secrets. With a roll of my eyes, I countered. Come on, Sonny. We haven't pinky swore in years. I'm serious. Yeah, so am I. At her death glare, I said, Look, it's not going to take a pinky swear for me to not forget about you, especially not after today. Emerson's expression softened slightly. You promise? I promise. I smiled at her. You're my best friend, Sonny. Nothing is ever going to change that. And you're my best friend, Eli.
Chapter 1. Emerson. The Present. I don't think I can do this, I murmured to my best friend, Eli Renard. I'd echoed the same sentiment to him many years ago when we were just teenagers. But this time, my apprehension didn't revolve around singing in front of a crowd filled with strangers. This time I faced a sanctuary, overflowing with family and friends. Although they were people who loved and cared for me, I still couldn't bear the thought of facing them, feeling their eyes boring into my skin through my newly purchased black dress, my widow's weeds, as it were. While most of their gazes would echo their sympathy and pity, there would be others who inwardly wouldn't be so kind. How was she able to bear it? Why, if I'd just lost my husband, I would be locked away in the insane asylum. If only it were that easy. If only I could have bottled all the sadness, rage, and devastation that had been coursing through me into a nervous breakdown. God knows I wanted to curl up and die. I didn't know how to put one foot in front of the other without the man I'd loved beside me. Jack Wallace was the sun of my world. Everything revolved around him, both personally and professionally. He'd been the knight who'd swooped in to give me a life I'd only dared to dream of. Before Jack, I'd been just Emerson, a girl with a voice and stage presence, but no purpose or direction. With him, I'd become part of a duet, a girl with a partner both on and off stage. In the music world, I'd been a nobody before Jack, just another Belmont music graduate waiting tables on Music Row. While he'd established himself as a prolific and successful songwriter in Nashville, he'd never recorded any of the songs he penned. During interviews, he was always asked why he never formed a band. With a knowing smile, he would glance over at me. I was waiting for my songbird. For 5 years, 232 days, and 12 hours, I was Jack's songbird. But my voice had been silenced when a pounding at the door woke me up from a dead sleep. Flying high among the clouds, his wings had been clipped, and his star had fallen to the earth. And I was alone. Panic once again twisted its way through my chest, and I fought to breathe. When my wild eyes darted around the room for an escape, Eli pulled me to him, enveloping me into his caring, compassionate embrace. Easy now, Sonny. Take a deep breath. At his words, I once again had a flashback of that day so many years ago, when we had stood together on the somewhat rickety, thrown-together stage at the Selena tribute. His strength, as well as his belief in me, had gotten me through that day. To many, Eli came across as being lighthearted and lacking seriousness, But he had a depth to him that most people never imagined. He had parlayed part of that depth into a very successful music career. His country rock band, Jacob's Ladder, played to sold-out arenas and racked up numerous awards. But greater than all the professional accolades was the person within. He doles heaps of love and compassion to his friends, family, and anyone who might need it. Eli is a man who wouldn't stop at just giving you the shirt or coat off his back. After meeting the immediate physical need, he would ensure that he was there emotionally as well. Although he always rolled his eyes when I said it, he would have made a really great minister. Even when life tried to sever our bond by taking our lives in completely different directions, Eli remained a constant in my life. We maintained our friendship through late-night phone calls, funny birthday cards, and the occasional meet-up. While I had countless girlfriends who I gossiped with while drinking wine, none of them came close to the level of intimacy I felt with Eli. At the first word of Jack's death, he had commandeered a private plane belonging to his brother-in-law's band to arrive at my side within a few hours. While at the hospital, I refused to talk to anyone but Jack's and my parents. But I saw Eli. When I exasperated everyone else with my refusal to eat or drink, he had climbed in bed with me and spoon-fed me soup. Through my almost catatonic state of grief, he had talked and joked with me about the past. His was the first face I remembered when I finally broke through my grief. That had been a week ago. In some ways, it felt just like yesterday, and in others, it felt like an eternity. Thankfully, Jacob's Ladder had been off the road, so Eli was able to stay with me. Eli's breath fanned against my cheek.
While you might not feel like you can do this, I know you can.
I shook my head furiously against his chest. No, I can't. Not this.
You're stronger than anyone I know. You always have been.
Even steel has its breaking point, I countered. Eli paused his hand in running comforting circles over my back. Taking me by the shoulders, he pushed me back to where he could look me in the eye.
If there was any way I could take this pain from you, I would. Part of me wants to give in to your wild thoughts and take you away from all of this. For us to just bypass the funeral and run away. To climb into my car and drive somewhere that no one knows us.
I pinched my eyes shut. I'd give anything to do that, I whispered.
But we can't.
My eyes popped open to see Eli staring forlornly at me. Although I knew the answer, I still pleaded, but why not?
Because today isn't about how you or I feel. It's about Jack.
Eli was right. Regardless of the crippling fear and torment I found myself in, today wasn't about me. It was about honoring Jack's memory. I would have walked across a field of fiery coals to ensure that Jack received the funeral he deserved. While I might have entertained moments of grief-fueled selfishness, I would never let it define today. Yes, you're right, I acknowledged. I leaned up to kiss his cheek. Thank you for making me see the light.
You really didn't need me to do that. The farthest you would have gotten would have been to your car. You would have never really left.
I appreciate you believing in me so much. A compassionate smile curved on his lips.
I always have, and I always will.
His hand came to brush against my cheek.
Through the good times and the bad.
My ride or die, Eli, I mused.
Damn straight.
As I stared into Eli's eyes, I had a brief respite from my grief. For a moment, I focused only on some of the happiest times of my childhood, if not my life. But it was only fleeting, and once again, the choking pain gripped my chest. It'd be one thing if I just had to get through the service, but speaking in front of everyone, I shuddered.
Just imagine that you're on stage at a show.
That's going to be kinda hard to do without my fiddle or guitar.
Well, it's the only suitable advice I can give you for the moment. Normally, I would tell someone who was nervous about public speaking to loosen up by imagining the audience naked. But I'm pretty sure that would be completely inappropriate at the moment.
I laughed at the absurdity of his statement. Yeah, I don't think that is going to work this time. Glancing down at the index cards in my hands, I shook my head. Nothing I'm going to say will be enough. Jack was the one with the words, not me.
Fancy words and phrases really don't mean shit. I'm sure you spoke from the heart.
Thrusting out the cards to him, I said, "See for yourself." While Eli glanced at the eulogy, we were interrupted by the funeral director.
Mrs. Wallace, we're almost ready to start. But first, I'd like to check the details, just to make sure everything flows smoothly and correctly.
Okay. I tried as best I could to give him my full attention as he read from a bulleted list on his iPad. Once I confirmed everything was correct, he nodded.
Good. Now, if you'll come with me, I'll get you in place at the front of the line, and we'll start the procession into the sanctuary.
When I turned to Eli, he handed my cards back.
It's beautiful.
You'd say that even if it were a steaming pile of crap, I countered. He grinned.
Nah, if I thought it was crap, I would have ripped up the cards, forcing you to truly speak from the heart. But you don't need that.
He leaned in to give me a hug.
You've got this, Sonny.
Squeezing him tight, I replied, "You don't know how much I want to believe that."
Well, you better believe it. I mean, when was the last time I was wrong about something?
I gave a bark of a laugh as I pulled away from Eli. In your ego-inflated world, I would wager never.
Hey, you can't fault me for telling the truth.
When the funeral director impatiently cleared his throat, I said, "You're coming back to the house after the burial, right?"
I'm here for you today and tomorrow, and as long as you need me.
Overwhelmed by his compassion, I could merely nod. I then followed the funeral director through the crowd to where Jack's parents and brother stood. Although Jack's loss united us in grief, we had each loved him in a different way. Our separate mourning somewhat isolated us from being of comfort to each other. I had lost a husband of 5 years, but Jack's parents and brother had lost their son of 35 years and a brother of 33 years. The wall between us was why I was grateful my mother came to my side and slipped a comforting arm around my waist. It was with her physical strength and Eli's words of comfort that I found myself able to put one foot in front of the other. As I made my way down the carpeted hallway toward the sanctuary, images flickered in my mind of Jack's and my time together. The first night we'd met, when I waited on him at the restaurant where I was working. Our first date when he'd taken me on a backstage tour of the Grand Ole Opry. The night he'd proposed at the Bluebird Cafe. When the funeral director opened the sanctuary doors, the sickeningly sweet smell of the floral arrangements filled my nose. A thunderous pounding filled the room as everyone rose from their seats. Refusing to look at anyone, I kept my chin tucked to my chest as I made my way down the aisle. Once I took my seat, my gaze fell on the mahogany casket at the front of the altar. For the last few days, I couldn't process that Jack could possibly be inside the casket. Although I'd been assured the only injury Jack had sustained was a broken neck, I still couldn't bring myself to view his body. I wanted to remember him the way he had looked when he'd kissed me goodbye, before leaving for the airport to be the co-pilot of his friend's single-engine plane. But not viewing Jack's body led me to cling to a ridiculous idea that he would somehow show up with a smile and tell me the police had been wrong. That sweet, escapist thought was dashed to pieces when I finally asked for the lid to be opened this morning. It seemed as if the remaining pieces of my broken heart disintegrated into dust at the sight of his cold, lifeless form. A blanket of beautiful red roses covered the top. It reminded me of our last Valentine's Day. When I'd come up the stairs of the tour bus, I'd found dozens upon dozens of red roses decorating every available space. We'd ended up making love on the petals that littered the bed. My father's voice cut through my pain-filled haze.
On behalf of both Jack's family and ours, we want to thank you all for coming to celebrate the life of Jack Wallace. For my wife and me, Jack was more than just a famous face or our daughter's employer. He was our son-in-law. He was the man we hoped would be the father of our grandchildren, and the one our daughter would grow old with.
The sentiments of what never would be caused me to lose it. Doubling over at the waist, I sobbed unabashedly. My mother's arm came around me, but it did little to comfort me. Nothing could comfort me, except waking up to find all of this had just been a horrible nightmare. As I slowly came back to myself, I used the embroidered handkerchief my mother had given me to wipe my eyes. At the strumming of a guitar, I raised my head. Eli, along with Gabe and Abby, had taken the stage. Although there were numerous acts I could have asked to perform, Jacob's Ladder was the only one that felt right. One of Jack's favorite artists from his childhood was Vince Gill. It seemed only right to have Go Rest High on That Mountain performed.
I know your life on Earth was troubled,
Eli began. I'd been a 10-year-old girl the first time I heard Eli Renard sing. Even then, I'd been touched by the beautiful timbre of his voice. Puberty had lowered his range, enhancing what was already so good. I once thought I could listen to him sing for days on end. But in this moment, I wanted to plug my fingers in my ears and drown him out. The lyrics coupled with his voice fanned the fires of my suffering. I heaved a sigh of relief when the song was over. My father stood up once again.
And now Emerson would like to say a few words about her husband.
Walking to the end of the pulpit, he held out his hand for me. Taking a deep breath, I rose off the bench. While my knees knocked together from fear, I gritted my teeth and pushed myself forward. It seemed like I walked a mile, rather than a few feet, to get to my father. After slipping my hand into his, he helped me climb up into the pulpit. When I placed the eulogy cards on the lectern, I gasped. On the very first card, a smiling sun had been doodled into the right-hand corner. Jerking my head up, I locked eyes with Eli. After nodding his head, he winked. Once again, I was whisked away from the present and spirited into the past. It was the day I first met Eli and his siblings. Since their family was being introduced to the ministry, as well as all the kids in the youth group, our parents had stuck annoying name tags on us. After leaning in to peer at my nickname, Eli promptly pronounced my name as Emerson. It's actually pronounced Emerson. It's just spelled weird.
Okay, Sonny,
he had replied. Excuse me? He then motioned to my neon t-shirt with the giant sun wearing a pair of black sunglasses.
You look like the sun to me, but since you spell your name funny, it'll be S-O-N-N-Y, not S-U-N-N-Y.
Not only had it been the beginning of my nickname, but it was also the start of our friendship. With a renewed strength, I drew my shoulders back and stared out into the crowd. Although Eli had agreed that I'd spoken from the heart in what I'd written, I decided to abandon the cards. Instead, I pictured Jack sitting in the audience, and then I said to him everything that he deserved to hear.
Chapter 2. Eli. 6 months later. Tilting my head, I pinched my eyes shut and concentrated on the sound of my voice delivering an emotional ballad. In high-back leather office chairs, Gabe and Abby sat on either side of me at the soundboard. After receiving the final edit of our newest album, Ray of Light, from our record label, we'd come to Abby and her rocker husband Jake's home studio to hear it. When the last strains of the song ended, my eyes flew open. Although I thought it had sounded fucking amazing, I swiveled in my chair to gauge my siblings' responses. I immediately broke out in a grin at Abby's reaction. As she bounced up and down in her chair, it reminded me of when she was a kid, and she could barely contain her excitement over something. That was seriously epic. I thought as much, I mused. Abby's smile faded slightly. While the vocals were beautiful, I really meant the lyrics themselves. I held up my hands. No offense taken. I mean, without Gabe's mad songwriting skills, I wouldn't be able to showcase my superb vocals. Gabe snorted. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, jerkwad. At my wink, Abby giggled before turning to Gabe. I seriously think these are the best songs you've ever written. I nodded. Totally. I also think the hell you went through to write them truly shows in their depth. Gabe grinned. I can't say the process was all bad. I mean, besides the kick-ass songs, I did get a gorgeous woman out of it. After a painful couple of months with writer's block, Gabe had searched for inspiration by going off-roading in the North Georgia mountains. Of course, he hadn't planned on his Jeep getting stuck in the process, but thankfully, his rescuer came in the form of Regan Hart, or Ray, as she is affectionately known. I'd never really been able to picture who Gabe might end up with, but I certainly never imagined he would fall in love with a small-town girl who owned a collision business. Of course, I had to tease Gabe about what kind of body work Ray did. It usually earned me a fuck off. It was a win-win for you, and for all of us, I mused. A dreamy expression came over Abby's face. And for Ray. Leaning forward in her chair, she angled her head to the side at Gabe. Should I be preparing Jax and Jules to play Ring Bearer and Flower Girl again? Gabe's eyes bulged. Yeah, I don't think so. We're not even engaged yet. Abby grinned. If you say so. Even though Gabe had become flustered at the idea of marriage, I knew it wouldn't be too long before he popped the question. Sensing we needed a subject change, Abby said, I think it's safe to say we can tell the label that Ray of Light is ready to go. I agree, Gabe replied. Ditto for me. As Abby and Gabe started to rise out of their chairs, I shook my head. Wait, we're not done quite yet. Abby's blonde brows creased. What is there left to do with the album? Nothing. I was just thinking ahead to when we go out on tour next month. And? Gabe prompted as he crossed his arms over his chest. We've talked about how with the acoustic flair on the tracks of this album, we're going to need to replicate that when we're out on the road. Gabe groaned as he scrubbed his hands over his face. Fuck. I forgot about that. We've got to start auditioning musicians again, don't we? I couldn't blame him for his disdain. It wasn't just about finding someone who could play a particular instrument very well. It was also about finding someone who could fit into the overall picture of the band. Like a piece to complete a puzzle. You might have the most talented fiddle player in the country, but with the worst personal skills imaginable. What about asking one of the guys who worked in the studio with us? Abby suggested. Before Gabe could answer, I replied, yes and no. I leaned forward on my stool. Actually, there's someone in particular I have in mind that I wanted to run by you guys. Gabe and Abby exchanged questioning looks before Gabe said, "Who?" "Sonny." Gabe's eyes widened. "You want to ask Emerson to join Jacob's ladder?" "It's not like she hasn't performed with us before." "True, but can you think of anyone more perfect than she is?" I countered. He held up his hands. "Easy now. I wasn't dissing her abilities at all. It's just I didn't think she was ready to do anything else with music, without Jack. I'm not sure she'll ever really be ready, but I know she needs a gig." "When did you talk to her?" Abby asked, her forehead creased with concern. 2 days ago." I shook my head. "She doesn't sound good." Since the day of Jack's funeral, I hadn't gone 48 hours without hearing from Emerson. Usually I would call or text her because I knew she would worry that she was bothering me or being a burden. With every month that passed, I hoped she would begin to sound better. But so far there hadn't been any change. I feared if I didn't do something, she was going to completely drown in grief. "Maybe you should see if she wants to come out here for a visit," Abby suggested. I shot her a sheepish look. "Funny you should say that, because I'm flying her out here tomorrow on the pretense of cheering her up. The old change of scenery thing." At Abby's surprised expression, I added, "I don't have to bring her here. We can always stay at my place in the city." Abby laughed. "Of course you can bring her here, silly. She can have the guest house, and you can take the basement. Or, if she doesn't want to be alone, she's welcome to take the guest room." I leaned over to bestow a kiss on Abby's cheek. Not only did she have a kick-ass singing voice and major musical talent, but she had an even bigger heart. "Thanks, Abs." "You're welcome." Abby rubbed my arm. "After all, Emerson isn't just your friend. We all love and care about her." Gabe nodded. "Abby's right. I was also hoping that when she got here, I could go offer her a job." With a chuckle, Gabe said, "I see you had this all planned out." I swear, I wasn't going to offer a job without running it by you guys first. I promised. Abby nodded. "We know." Glancing between my siblings, I asked, "So, what do you say?" I can't imagine anyone who would be a better fit than Emerson. Not only does she know us, but she knows the ins and outs of touring, Abby said. With one vote down, I turned to Gabe. "What about you?" Like Abby, I can't imagine a better singer or musician. But what? I worry that 6 months off of Jack's death, she's not emotionally up for a major tour. I just worry about investing so much time and money on someone when she's not a guarantee. That could be said about anyone, I countered. Sighing, Gabe ran his hand over his face. Maybe it just seems safer to take someone on who is still a mystery, rather than one we know has potential red flags. Although I hated to admit it, I knew there was truth in what Gabe was saying. Part of me harbored the same concerns that he did. In spite of my reservations, I knew in my heart I was doing the right thing. What if I volunteer to cover any lost fees if Emerson decides to bail? Gabe's brows shot up into his forehead. You believe in her so much that you'd do that? Damn straight. When Gabe eyed Abby, she nodded. Okay then. You have my vote, or I guess I should say, Emerson has my vote, Gabe said. I couldn't keep an enormous grin from spreading across my cheeks. Thanks, guys. I'm sure you won't regret it. Giving me a knowing look, Gabe said, I wouldn't celebrate just yet. After all, you still have to convince Emerson. She'll do it. I know she will. Truthfully, I sounded a lot more confident than I actually felt. 24 hours later, I found myself back in the studio, but this time, Emerson was at my side instead of Gabe and Abby. Not only was the company different, but so was the mood. It was the first time Emerson had been in a studio since Jack died. Unsure of what to say or do, I hung back as she eased onto the stool in the sound booth before bending over to hoist her guitar onto her lap. With her sunken cheeks and baggy sundress, she was a shadow of her former self. 6 months after Jack's funeral, the same haunted look remained in her blue eyes. As she ran her fingers over the guitar's strings, an agonized sigh escaped her lips. "Remind me again why I'm doing this?" "Because your label has asked you to do some promotion for Jack's and Your Greatest Hits album, which also includes adding a new song." Nodding, Emerson replied, "Right, because of responsibilities." Her expression darkened. "I've been given an adequate mourning period, but now I have to buck up, be an adult, and take care of my responsibilities." "Is that what the bastard said?" "Not in those exact words, but something to that effect. Same thing with my parents." She gave me a rueful smile. "I can't stop living just because Jack died." "I'm sorry, Sonny." She shrugged. "It is what it is. For what it's worth, there's some truth in what they're saying. Jack wouldn't want you to stop living or stop loving music just because he died." "I'm well aware of that," Emerson snapped. My surprise at her whiplash mood swings must have been apparent, because her angry expression was quickly replaced with an apologetic look. "Sorry, you didn't deserve that." "It's okay." "No, it's not. Here you are going out of your way to help me, and I bit your head off." With a wink, I replied, "I'll let it slide just this once." She smiled. "I'll appreciate that." I walked over to the lyrics stand in front of her. "Are you going to record one of Jack's songs?" "No, I couldn't bring myself to do that." Bending my head, I peeked at the lyric sheet. "Miss being Mrs." I glanced up at Sunny. "Loretta Lynn, huh?" Her brows raised in surprise. "Do you know it?" "It's off the Van Leer Rose album with Jack White, right?" "Yeah, it is." "Good choice." With a weak smile, she replied, "Thanks. It fit my mood." "Why don't we do a quick run-through, and then I'll go out of the sound booth." "Okay, that's fine." After warming up with a few chords, Emerson began the slow, somewhat mournful opening of the song. "I lie here all alone in my bed of memories. I'm dreaming of your sweet kiss." Emerson sang, her voice vibrating with anguish. I stood frozen to my spot across from her. Her delivery of the song was flawless, not to mention the way her fingers so effortlessly picked the guitar's chords. While at first glance it appeared to be a good choice as a tribute to Jack, I realized it was a double-edged sword. Emerson might as well have taken a knife and sliced her wrists. An odd combination of both gratefulness and regret filled me. While I'd been in love before, I couldn't imagine it was anywhere near the level that Emerson had with Jack. After watching my siblings with their significant others, along with my parents, I'd longed to experience something so all-consuming. To find my soulmate, my other half. At the same time, I couldn't help feeling almost relieved that I hadn't ever felt something so life-altering, because I never, ever wanted to experience the level of agony Emerson was in. How will she ever recover from this? "I took off my wedding band and put it on my right hand. I miss being Mrs. tonight." When she finished plucking the final strings of the melody, tears sparkled in her eyes. After doing a quick sweep of her cheeks, she looked up at me. In my mind, I'd rehearsed several different ways to broach the subject of her joining Jacob's ladder. But in that emotionally charged moment, I drew a blank. Instead, I blurted, "I want you to join the band." Emerson knitted her brows together. "Excuse me?" Fuck me. I'd totally blown it. Huffing out an exasperated breath, I replied, "We're going to need a fiddle and mandolin player on tour for the more acoustic side of our upcoming album. Not to mention, we could use an amazing set of pipes like yours for background vocals." Shifting her guitar to one hand, Emerson hopped down off the stool. "You're seriously offering me a job?" "Yes." The disbelief in her eyes melted away and was replaced by fury. "Did my parents put you up to this?" she demanded. "Hell no. This is all me. Well, it's all me and Gabe and Abby." Emerson's anger faded. "I'm sorry. I know my parents' hearts are in the right place, but they've been relentless the last month about me moving on and finding a job. As they say, I can't keep volunteering at the church because the royalties aren't going to support me forever. Not to mention the bills that are piling up. Don't hate me, but they're right." At her widened eyes, I added, "Not about the moving on part, but about the job part." "Traitor," she teased. "Just calling it as I see it." "I know." She heaved a ragged sigh. "And as much as I hate to admit it, you're right." Now it was my turn for the wide eyes. "I am?" Emerson nodded. "Deep down, I know it's time. It's just harder than I ever thought it would be." "But it doesn't have to be. You have a fabulous opportunity right in front of you." "I'm really flattered, Eli, but..." I wagged my finger at her. "Nope, no buts. Just yes." "It's not that easy. You've already done so much for me. If I took the job, I'd feel like I was taking advantage of your kindness." "Fuck my kindness. That's not what this is about. It's about me and the others needing to fill a place in the band, and knowing that you're the perfect person to do that." I placed my hands on her shoulders. "We need you, and you need us." Emerson chewed on her bottom lip while swaying on her feet. The wheels churning in her head were about to send smoke spewing out her ears. After a small eternity passed, she finally opened her mouth. I expected her to turn me down again, or ask to sleep on it. Anything but the words that she said. "Okay. I'm in."
Chapter 3. Emerson. Resting my head against the bus window, I gazed out at the Iowa cornfields that stretched as far as I could see. 48 hours ago, I'd climbed the stairs onto Jacob's Ladder's tour bus. Gripping my fiddle case in one hand and a suitcase in the other, nostalgia struck me that I was leaving behind the world I'd once known to embark on a new journey. Although my new surroundings were foreign, I couldn't fight the feeling that I'd somehow stepped back into my past. There had been many years spent jostling around on buses with the Renard boys during our parents' missionary days. Of course, they traveled in style now, compared to the rusted-out old school buses we'd ridden in to some of the poorest areas of Mexico. Now they played to sold-out arenas and won CMA awards. Compared to some of the buses that Jack and I had toured on, I felt like I was riding on a roving five-star hotel. After being given a larger roost than I'd previously been accustomed to, I went about settling in to make it feel like more of my own. Maybe even more like home. That included pictures of Jack, along with my family and friends. My frilly lace pillows and antique quilt certainly seemed out of place when it came to roommates. Of course, Gabe and Eli were amazing as always. They'd gone out of their way to make me feel welcome and comfortable. It had felt like old times when we sat around the kitchen table. We'd keep the conversations light. I tried not to mention Jack or what I'd been through the last 6 months. Instead, I focused on my future with the band. At the sight of a crop duster soaring across the horizon, the familiar panic pricked its way up my spine. I pinched my eyes shut. Drawing my knees to my chest, I wrapped my arms tighter around myself, desperately trying to fend off the impending panic attack. My chest tightened like I was spread out on a medieval rack. The words of my therapist echoed through my mind. Cleansing breaths in, desperate thoughts out. More than anything in the world, I wished it was that easy. That the simple expulsion of a breath could rid me of all the fear and anger and sadness that threatened to plunge me into a dark abyss. But it wasn't. Regulating my breathing only helped remind me that I was still breathing. That I was still alive, but he wasn't. Even if I plugged my fingers into my ears, I would never be able to drown out the words that haunted me. The ones that played on a constant loop. Not even the loudest music or the deepest water could mute them. I heard them in quiet moments. I heard them in my sleep. I heard them over and over again.
Mrs. Wallace, your husband's plane went down. There were no survivors.
No survivors. No Jack. The world had spun around me in such a dizzying frenzy that I couldn't catch my breath. The ground on which I stood had become liquefied, and I plunged into the darkness beneath me. I hadn't heard anything else the officer said. In fact, I didn't hear anything for a long time. At least not until I regained consciousness in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. One never imagines being widowed at 30. Not that there is ever a right or good age to have the love of your life ripped from your world. Maybe age brings wisdom, and with that wisdom, a preparedness to face life without your other half. Part of me knew that even if Jack and I had lived until silver overtook our hair and wrinkles lined our faces, I still wouldn't have been ready to give him up. And then, as soon as the panic had come, it was gone. As my heart regulated its once erratic rhythm, I wiped my sweaty palms on the hem of my dress. If I had something to be grateful for, it was the fact that I was alone in the living area. The guys were both back in their roosts, so they hadn't seen the episode. The last thing I needed was for them to feel I was an even bigger liability than they had first assumed. My gaze had just landed on a sign advertising Dyersville, the home of the Field of Dreams baseball site, when a voice whispered in my ear,
"If you build it, he will come."
A laugh bubbled from my lips at Eli's well-timed antics of voicing the movie's famous line. At the sound of my chuckle, I startled slightly in my seat. It felt so foreign. Until I had joined the boys, I couldn't remember the last time I'd laughed. I glanced up to see Eli grinning down at me. Cocking my head at him, I whispered mysteriously, "Go the distance."
"Ease his pain,"
Eli repeated, before plopping down in the seat across from me.
"Damn, now I really want a baseball park hot dog and a beer."
I smiled at him as a distant memory swirled in my mind. Field of Dreams was one of the first movies we all watched together. My family and yours. It was on an old VHS tape that my dad had brought when we left the States. Eli snapped his fingers.
"That's right. Both our dads had a serious jonesing for Kevin Costner."
Yes, they did.
"If I remember correctly, it's one of the only early Kevin Costner movies where we don't see his ass."
With a laugh, I replied, "Of course you would have to comment on that one."
"I remember how you drooled over him in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves."
I widened my eyes at him. "I did not."
"Oh, yes, you did. You wanted to be Maid Marian and get rescued by him."
After clasping his hands at his chest, he said in a high-pitched, falsetto voice.
Oh, what a big sword you have, Robin.
Whatever. Jerking my chin to the scenery outside, I said, "Who would have ever thought all those years ago in Mexico when we first saw Field of Dreams, we'd be on a tour bus in the middle of Iowa?"
It's amazing how a movie can resonate with us.
Even after all these years, I cry at the end.
Of course you do, you softy,
he teased. I seem to remember your eyes appearing slightly misty during some of the times we watched it. Eli swept his hand to his chest.
What can I say? I have a tender heart.
A loud fart erupted from one of the roosts behind us. The curtain flung back and Gabe rolled out. At the sight of us staring at him, he held up his hands.
My bad.
There's no need to apologize, I said. Gabe grinned as he scratched his dark head of hair.
Ray would call me a caveman for doing that in front of you.
Reagan, or Ray, Hart was Gabe's girlfriend. I'd only met her briefly at Jack's funeral. I was looking forward to getting to know her better the following weekend when she flew out to join Gabe on tour. While Eli rolled his eyes, I couldn't help but giggle. Some things never change, I murmured.
I still don't know why in the hell you wanted to come on our bus with a bunch of farting, burping, ball-scratching guys instead of Abby and Jake's.
My smile faded. I hadn't needed my therapist to tell me what an emotionally volatile situation it would be to ride on Abby and Jake's bus. Being in close quarters with a happily married couple, with their adorable twins, would shred the last strands of my sanity. While I could have joined the bus with the other female band members, they were strangers to me. What I needed most of all was to be with those I knew and loved. Those who knew and loved me. At the sound of a smack, I glanced up to Eli rubbing his head, and Gabe glowering down at him.
Would you ever stop and think before you speak?
Gabe hissed. Eli grimaced at his mistake.
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay, I reassured him. A painfully awkward silence hung around us. After clearing his throat, Gabe jerked his thumb at the bathroom.
Unless you guys need it, I'm going to go grab a shower.
Thanks, but I'm fine, I said.
It's all yours, bro,
Eli replied. After Gabe disappeared into the bathroom, Eli shifted anxiously in his seat.
So...
I smiled. It really is okay, Eli.
No, it isn't. If I keep messing up and saying insensitive shit, I'm not doing my Field of Dreams job.
Are you seriously trying to make a baseball metaphor right now? Eli leaned forward.
Think about it. Ease his pain? That's easing your pain. Go the distance. We're going the distance on tour.
With a snort, I asked, "What exactly are you going to build for me?"
Ah, see? That part is symbolic. Instead of building something, I made an offer, and you came.
I blinked at Eli. Wow, that kinda makes sense.
Damn straight.
I had no idea you were so deep, I teased.
I have my moments.
When his expression grew serious, I braced myself for what he was going to say.
I am serious about easing your pain, Sonny.
I know you are. After taking his hand in mine, I squeezed it. Trust me, you already have. More than you could ever know. Eli's face lit up at my admission.
Would it ease your pain even more to stop for some bacon cheeseburgers and onion rings?
Once again, something seemingly insignificant touched my heart. After all these years, Eli still remembered my favorite meal. Every time we managed to meet up over the years, he never took me to fancy restaurants. Instead, he saw to it that I had the best and greasiest bacon cheeseburger. I'd like that a lot, I said, with a smile.
Chapter 4. Emerson. After a Google search, Eli somehow managed to find a 5-star diner right off the interstate in what appeared to be the middle of nowhere. Thankfully, the parking lot was equipped to handle the fleet of tour buses. As our large group ambled inside, a few customers gave our entourage a curious side-eye. While Gabe waited with the other band members and crew for a few tables to be pushed together, Eli motioned for me to have a seat in one of the booths. After sliding across one of the vinyl seats, I picked up one of the menus.
Don't tell me you're not ordering your usual,
Eli questioned, plopping down across from me. Of course not. I'm just seeing what kind of milkshakes they have. Although he tried to hide it, Eli appeared stoked that I was going to be consuming even more calories than he had initially anticipated. I knew he was concerned about how much weight I'd lost in the last 6 months. He'd never said anything. Not even when the seamstress for Jacob's Ladder voiced her concerns with how long it was going to take her to take in the former girl's clothes. The fear and worry had been plain in his eyes, but he never said a thing. Instead of resenting his feelings or writing them off as being overprotective, I appreciated his concern. No one had to tell me that I was unhealthy. I could see it every time I looked in the mirror, or feel it in the way my clothes hung on me. Once I agreed to come on the tour, I realized I had to start putting myself back together physically, as well as emotionally. As the waitress took our order, her face flushed, and she licked her lips several times. It didn't take a rocket scientist to decipher that interacting with Eli had brought on this reaction. Even though she looked like she had a good decade on us, she appeared to want to devour him. And it had nothing to do with his fame. I don't think she recognized him. It was merely the fact that he was so incredibly good-looking. After all the years we had been friends, it sometimes took another woman's reaction to remind me just how desirable Eli really was. When the waitress returned with our milkshakes, she gave Eli a sexy smile. Her continued reaction to him got me thinking about Eli's relationship status. Tell me something?
Shoot.
As wonderful as you are, how is it possible you are still single?
I've been looking for love in all the wrong places,
Eli deadpanned. I laughed. I'm serious.
Who says I wasn't?
Pursing my lips, I swirled my straw around my milkshake. My therapist would say you're using humor to deflect from the pain you're experiencing from lacking a soulmate. Instead of scoffing like I expected, Eli shrugged.
Maybe they're right.
Seriously?
Come on, Sonny. You know me well enough to know I'm not one of those douchebags who wants to play the field his entire life. Even at the assisted living center.
I snorted at the mental imagery of Eli being an elderly playboy flirting with blue-haired women. You're right. That's not you.
I just haven't met the one yet.
It's probably because you're dating the wrong kind of woman, I mused.
Just what kind of woman should I be dating?
I tapped my finger on my chin and thought. Maybe one with her own career, who has a maternal vibe about her, and a strong sense of family.
I'll have you know that many of the women I've dated in the past have careers,
Eli countered. Outside of the Playboy empire? I teased. He grinned.
Jesus, I date one playmate, and you're never going to let me live it down.
It wasn't just one. With a smirk, Eli said,
I dated Mika. I only slept with Kira and Rana.
I rolled my eyes. Spare me.
Hey, at least it wasn't at the same time.
Yes, how noble you are.
I try.
The waitress interrupted us by bringing our food. After using my knife to saw into my gigantic burger, I took an enormous bite. Closing my eyes in bliss, I rudely murmured through a mouthful of food, Damn, that's good. Eli chuckled.
You and Abby are the only women I've ever met who take such pleasure from eating greasy, artery-clogging food.
That right there should tell you something.
What exactly is that?
Swiping my face with a napkin, I replied, that you're not dating the right women. Eli rolled his eyes before popping a fry in his mouth.
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm dead serious.
How can you possibly judge someone's character by what they eat?
I held up my cheeseburger. To eat something like this in front of someone shows that you are completely comfortable within your own skin. Even more, you do not fear your partner's judgment or mockery for eating something unhealthy or fattening. You know that you have reached a place of contentment where you don't have to worry about impressing them all the time. You can just be yourself. And being real is one of the most important parts of a relationship.
You know, that's actually kinda profound.
Trust me on this one.
What exactly do you suggest I do? Sneak up on unsuspecting women I find attractive and see if they look orgasmic as they devour carbs or chocolate?
I laughed. If you did that, I'm pretty sure you'd be called a stalker or a freak.
Sounds like it's a lose-lose situation.
Eli grumbled as he took another bite of his cheeseburger. Maybe I can think of a few single friends to fix you up with. With a smirk, Eli countered,
Trust me, Sonny. I don't need help finding a woman.
the right woman.
Whatever.
Rich and handsome men use matchmakers and high-end dating services all the time, I argued.
Can we please change the subject from my love life? It's not enough that I have my mother and Abby on my case constantly, but now I'm getting shit from you too.
I just want you to find your soulmate. You deserve to be happy in love. I swallowed hard. You deserve to have what Jack and I had. Eli's expression softened.
And maybe one day I will. But for now, I'm perfectly fine with not being set up, and just letting the cards fall where they do.
I held up my hands. Okay. I'll stop trying to fix you up.
Thank you.
After a few seconds passed, I casually said, So, what kind of attributes are you looking for in a girlfriend? Snorting, Eli shook his head.
You're not letting this go, are you?
My question was out of pure curiosity, not any ulterior motives.
Sure it was.
I swear I'm just trying to help.
Okay, I'll make a deal with you.
Really? He nodded.
You can fix me up if I can fix you up.
Not happening, I replied firmly.
Then I guess I'm off the hook.
After wadding up my napkin, I tossed it at him. You know, that's some dirty dealing you just did.
I never said I play fair. You should know that from back when we were kids.
That's true. Eli grinned at me.
Hey, don't give up. One day you'll be ready to date again, and then you can finally fix me up.
I laughed. I'll be sure to hold you to the promise then, even if it's years and years from now.
It won't be.
His amused expression had faded into a serious one. How can you say that? I questioned softly.
Because one day, someone is going to come along who makes you forget all your grief and sadness. They'll make you feel alive again, in ways you couldn't imagine. And when you think of Jack, you'll think about how he would want you to be happy, and to find love again.
I swiped away the tears that had spilled onto my cheeks. Does it make me a horrible widow if I desperately want that to be true? Eli shook his head.
It just means you're very human. No one who knows you would ever doubt your love and commitment to Jack.
I just feel like there's a rule book out there that says how long you have to grieve. And if you fall short, you're a terrible person.
You could never be a terrible person, Sonny.
Sniffling, I replied, One might argue you're a little biased.
Nope, just honest.
He smiled at me.
That's what caring for someone does to you.
I stared at him for a moment. Once again, how is it you're still single? All that exterior gorgeousness, yet you're even more beautiful on the inside.
It's simple. I just haven't found the one.
Tilting my head, I smiled. I can only hope she will deserve you. But most of all, I hope she will be understanding when it comes to our friendship. With a wink, Eli said,
She'll have to understand that you and I are a package deal.
That might be a hard sell, I joked.
True. It would be a lot easier if you were ugly.
I gasped. What a horrible thing to say.
Come on, Sonny. You know it's the truth. Women always feel threatened by other women. Throw in the fact you're beautiful and talented, and I'm pretty sure I'm already setting myself up for failure.
Aw, you said I was beautiful and talented.
You know you are.
We both were raised on the virtue of modesty, remember? He laughed.
That's true.
But I do thank you. It's always nice to get a compliment.
I'll make sure I say them more.
And I'll appreciate hearing it. As I swirled my straw around the leftover milkshake, I stared intently at Eli. You know, Jack sometimes struggled with our friendship. Eli's brows shot up.
He did?
I nodded. Just because he was a man, he wasn't blind to your good looks and charm. He used to tell me he couldn't believe I picked him over you. Jack often cited the fact he was quiet and reserved, and in his mind, average-looking, compared to Eli.
I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but he was an idiot for thinking that. He was perfect for you, and you know how picky I was about who you ended up with.
With a smile, I said, Oh yes, I'm aware of it. The waitress brought our check, and I quickly snatched it up before Eli could get it. Gotta work on your reflexes.
What are you doing? The meals are paid for by the band,
he protested. Yeah, well, this one is on your friend, who wants to show some gratitude for all you've done for her. Winking at him, I added, You know, the beautiful and talented one.
While that's nice of you, it certainly wasn't necessary. You don't owe me any thanks of any kind, least of all monetarily.
Just shut up and let me pay the check, Renard.
Fine.
An impish glint burned in his eyes.
But the next time you want to pick up the check, it'll mean more if we had steaks and wine.
I laughed. You're terrible.
But you love me anyway.
Yep, I sure do. Eli rose out of his seat. Always the gentleman, he offered me his hand. After I took it, I held it until we started back onto the bus. At the feel of Eli's skin against my own, an ache burned through my chest. Touch. I didn't realize how much I'd missed Jack's touch. In the months after his funeral, the abundant hugs of comfort and care faded away as people went back to their lives and the world kept turning. At the same time, my body continued to crave the worshipping touch that Jack had once bestowed on me. Eli and I had always been tactile. Him reaching out to hold my hand was nothing new. He had no idea how healing his touch was. I know I'd be lost without it now. Chapter 5. Emerson. Considering how much I'd talked about Jack at lunch, it shouldn't have been a big surprise when a horrific nightmare woke me from my sleep that night. After a scream tore from my lips, I shot straight up in my bed. With my body trembling, I brought my hand up to cover my racing heart. Dreams about Jack were never easy. The ones where he was alive, and we were going about our daily lives, so happy and carefree, caused particular pain. But the nightmares, they crippled me. Jack came to me angry and bitter that his life had been cut short. My husband, who was sweet and gentle in real life, became vicious and violent in my nightmares. A voice outside my roost caused me to jump.
Sonny, are you all right?
Not exactly. I pulled back the curtain to see Eli right in front of me, while Gabe hovered a few feet behind him. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry I woke you guys up."
It's not a problem. We just wanted to make sure you're okay.
"I had a nightmare." I shuddered as a few lingering flashbacks flickered through my mind.
Do you need anything? A glass of water? A bottle of 100-proof alcohol?
Gabe asked. I gave him an appreciative smile. "That's very sweet, but I'm fine."
If you're sure you don't need anything, I'm going to head back to bed,
he replied. "I'm good, thank you."
Try to get some rest,
Gabe instructed. He then nodded at Eli before ducking back into his roost. After crossing his arms over his chest, Eli asked,
Are you sure you're okay?
"No, but I will be. It usually takes a little while to calm back down." Eli frowned.
Do these nightmares happen a lot?
At first, they happened every night. Lately, they've been more sporadic. After shaking my head, I added, "Thank God."
Do you want me to lie down with you to help you get back to sleep?
Eli offered. Tears stung my eyes. "You'd really do that?"
Of course I would.
I could hear his eye roll. Of course he would. He would do anything in the world for me. I probably should have pulled on my big girl panties and refused Eli, but his offer was just too tempting. After I scooted over in the bed to make room, he dipped down onto the mattress beside me. We both lay on our backs, staring up at the ceiling of the roost, which I had decorated with pictures. Eli brought his hand up to touch the picture of the two of us at the Selena tribute. As his finger traced along the faces, he asked,
Do you remember the first day we met?
How could I ever forget it? If I close my eyes, I can still see you standing there in your khaki shorts, polo-type shirt, and Converse, while Gabe stood with his head down and his hands in his pockets. You were craning your neck to check everyone out. I smiled up at him. It was also the day you gave me my nickname.
I knew that first day I wanted to be your friend.
Why was that?
Because you were pretty.
I laughed. I didn't know that was an attribute you looked for in picking friends. He winked.
It was more about how I saw you were pretty on the inside that day.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
But how?
You let me have the last popsicle.
That's it? Our entire foundation of friendship is based on me giving you the last popsicle.
They were your favorite popsicles, and it was hot as hell outside.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing how a simple popsicle would elevate me to sainthood status, I teased.
It doesn't mean much now, but it did to me then. None of the adults were around, so you could have told me to screw off about the popsicle. But you didn't. You looked at the popsicle and then at me. Without a moment's hesitation, you handed it over.
I stared into Eli's eyes. I had no idea. I don't remember any of that.
It also didn't hurt as I ate the popsicle. I heard you sing for the very first time.
Ah, so my vocal stylings helped sweeten the pot, huh?
Yep.
Sometimes I've wondered why you've wanted to be my friend all these years. Now I know I owe it all to a popsicle. Eli propped up on his elbow to stare intently at me.
You don't seriously wonder why I want to be your friend, do you?
I shrugged. Maybe. I mean, you're a rich, handsome guy who could hang out with some of the most famous people in the world, who can take you to the coolest places. I can't compete.
That's ridiculous. You know I don't care about any of that materialist bullshit.
I know.
Besides, anyone who took 5 seconds to get to know you would want you as a friend.
I smiled up at him. You really are too good to me. You're going to spoil me for all other men. What man could ever live up to a husband like Jack and a friend like you? Eli laughed.
Maybe that's why I'm still single. You've ruined me for every other woman.
We're just a couple of sad saps, huh?
Yep. Pretty pathetic.
I leaned over to kiss his cheek. Thank you for staying with me.
You're welcome.
Night, Eli.
Night, Sonny.
The next morning, I woke up to find I'd slept the rest of the night in absolute peace. No more nightmares. No more being haunted by Jack. Of course, I also found I wasn't alone in my roost. I guess Eli had fallen asleep before he could go back to his own bed. It wasn't the first time we'd shared a bed. We'd slept like sardines crammed in sleeping bags back when we were kids. He'd also slept with me after Jack died. After all of those times together, I wasn't sure why this morning felt different. As I stared into his sleeping face, I could see the boy within it, who I had first known. He'd been adorable then, but man, was he handsome. He was probably the best-looking man I'd ever been around. Jack was good-looking, but I'd been more attracted to his personality and his talent than I had his appearance. My eyes trailed down his face and onto his muscular chest. There was the familiar tattoo over his heart that said family in Hebrew. I'd been along on that trip to Israel when he and his brothers had gotten the tattoo. They talked me into getting one myself, the Hebrew symbol for hope on the base of my neck. In my still dreamy state, I allowed my mind to wander to what it might be like to date Eli. It was obvious he was a total package: looks, personality, talent, and heart. I could easily recognize that even if I didn't have a lot of experience when it came to men, when I thought about dating again, I wanted to find someone just like him, which was also just like Jack. With their love of family and friends, as well as their passion for music, Jack and Eli shared a lot of similar traits. It was one of the reasons why they got along so well when we would hang out. Of course, they had a lot of differences. Besides Jack being quieter and more reserved, he never played the field like Eli had. He didn't care for the party scene either. He much preferred staying at home, cooking a nice meal, and watching television. I might have been biased, but they were both exceptional men in their own ways. It amazed me how I could love two very different men. Of course, my love for Eli was completely different than my love for Jack. The next thing I knew, Eli had rolled over, draping his thigh over my own. I gasped in horror at the feel of his morning wood pressing into my thigh. Oh my God. There were some things friends just didn't need to know about their friends. And I certainly didn't need to know Eli had some impressive length. I smacked my hand to my forehead. Had I seriously just noticed his penis size? Eli nestled his head into my collarbone. After inhaling deeply, he sighed. Just as I was about to try to pry myself away, his hand snaked up to cup my breast. That was the moment I couldn't stay silent anymore. At my shriek, Eli's eyes flew open.
What's wrong?
He demanded. He followed my gaze down to my breast.
Oh, fuck!
He snatched his hand away before scrambling away from me. He was so freaked out, he ended up falling out of the roost.
Ouch!
I crawled across the length of the bed and peeked out. Are you all right? He lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling, while one hand cupped his still tented shorts.
I'm not really sure how to answer that question.
He stared at me.
While it's painful to fall out of bed on your ass, it's far more excruciating to realize you were feeling up your best friend.
Well, you were asleep. I guess it was kind of like a reflex.
Totally a reflex. I'm not used to having women in my bed unless it's for sex,
he said matter-of-factly. Ouch. Even though it shouldn't have, his words stung a little. Good to know.
And for the record, it's kind of been a while for me, so I guess all my sensors went off. It's probably not a good idea for me to sleep with you until I get laid.
Yeah, you can stop now. Totally TMI. He propped up on his elbows before peering apologetically up at me.
I'm really sorry, Sonny.
I smiled down at him. With his red-tinged cheeks and sheepish expression, he was really endearing. I know you are. Regardless of what happened this morning, I appreciate you comforting me last night.
I'm always here for you,
He grinned.
even when things get weird.
Yes, that was probably the weirdest thing that has ever happened between us. After cocking his head in thought, Eli replied,
I think you're right.
He pulled himself into a sitting position.
It's probably a good idea if we just forget this ever happened.
I totally agree.
Good.
He jerked his chin back at Gabe's roost.
And he never needs to know either.
Yep, totally between us, and totally forgotten. Call me crazy, but I hoped rather than believed it.
Chapter 6. Eli. Time spent on the road always seemed to fly by. The days and nights blurred together as we traveled from city to city. Once we arrived at a tour stop, we kept a frantic pace from morning press junkets at local TV and radio stations, and then playing our hearts out at night. The only time it seemed to slightly slow down was during our breaks. When Emerson took the stage for the first time, it was hard to remember a time when she hadn't been part of Jacob's ladder. She transitioned that seamlessly. Sure, there were some bumps in the road, especially at her very first show, but after that, it was smooth sailing. Thankfully, our audiences had embraced her from the very start. Part of them knew her from her band with Jack, and the others appeared to have been won over by her musical talent and voice. During our time off stage, we fell into a somewhat domesticated routine. With Emerson on board, Gabe and I ate our meals together around the table, rather than sitting on the couch or back in our roosts. On the weekends when Ray joined us, we really became one big family, especially if she brought her 10-year-old son, Lincoln, aka Link, with her. We watched movies together and talked and drank to the wee hours of the morning. If Link was along for the ride, we worked hard to keep the conversations and movies PG. He was a really cool kid, and I enjoyed spending time with him. More than anything, I got a trip out of watching him interact with Gabe. My not-so-kid-friendly brother was really working hard to be a father figure to Link. He was doing a damn good job, in my opinion. As for Emerson and me, we had managed to put my infamous morning grope of her in the past. Even though I was asleep, I still couldn't wrap my mind around how I could have touched her like that. I didn't want to imagine what her therapist might have said about the situation. Like I was harboring some deep-seated emotions for her or something. Tonight, as I trudged back to the bus after our show, I wanted nothing more than a scalding hot shower and to fall into bed. After our meet and greet, I'd stayed back to have a beer with some of the roadies while Gabe and Emerson headed for the bus. After Harry unlocked the door, I pounded up the stairs. I swept my shirt over my head as I started down the hallway. The curtain to Emerson's roost was closed, so I figured she had gone on to sleep. All right, bro, you've been in there long enough. Give someone else a shot at the shower. I grabbed the handle and jerked open the bathroom door. A high-pitched feminine squeal pierced my eardrums and my hands flew up to cover them. As a whole lot of naked female flesh entered my vision, I should have covered my eyes instead. Oh, fuck. It hadn't been Gabe in the shower. Instead of seeing my brother's junk, I'd just managed to see more than I ever should have of my best friend. Like tits and ass kind of more. While most women didn't care if their girlfriends saw them naked, it was a completely different ballgame when it came to male and female friends. Yes, I might have accidentally grabbed Emerson's boob once, but that was nothing like seeing her practically naked. Eli! Emerson shrieked as she fumbled to cover herself with a towel. Averting my eyes, I ducked my head, but then on second thought, I spun around so she could get decent. I'm so sorry. I thought you were Gabe. As I got a delicious flashback of perky tits in my mind, I mumbled, so not Gabe. Oh, Jesus. Had I actually just thought of Emerson's tits as perky? And the flashback is delicious? What kind of pervert was I? There was no way I should have been having those thoughts about my best friend. When I grabbed her boob in my sleep, I'd felt so disgusting I wanted to cut my hand off. Well, except for the fact that I kind of needed it to play guitar. Next thing I would be doing is filing the images of Emerson away in my spank bank to relive at a later time. Oh, fuck no.
Did you ever hear of knocking?
She squeaked. I wasn't sure I'd ever heard her voice so shrill. Who knew the way to get her to reach a new vocal range was to scare the shit out of her by seeing her naked? Although I was pretty sure she would object to going on stage in the buff. I threw a tentative glance over my shoulder, and relief filled me when I saw Sunny was now sufficiently wrapped in a towel. Turning around to face her, I asked, "Yeah, okay, so I didn't knock. But didn't you hear me when I said I was coming in?" Emerson wildly shook her head.
It was all muffled because I had the towel over my ears to dry my hair.
I'm really sorry, Sunny, but ever since Abby got with Jake, it's been just us guys on the bus. When you've seen one dick, you've seen them all.
Tell that to all the men enamored with sending dick pics.
After throwing my head back with a laugh, my eyes met hers. Good point. Nibbling on her lip, Emerson said, "I guess this was bound to happen, with us being in such close quarters." True, but from now on, I'll make sure to knock. I'll make sure Gabe gets the memo as well. In fact, we might even instate a shower schedule where you're ensured to have the whole bus to yourself. Emerson rolled her eyes.
I'm not that much of a special snowflake that I can't take showering on a bus with you two.
Yeah, well, I would argue your horrified scream at the sight of me could have broken glass. She laughed.
It wasn't that bad.
I'm seriously surprised the mirror didn't shatter.
Whatever,
she replied. When my gaze zeroed in on the area directly above her cleavage, Emerson shoved me.
Jeez, didn't you get a good enough look a few minutes ago?
What are you talking about?
You're staring at my boobs?
I laughed. Trust me, I'm not staring at your tits.
You could have fooled me.
She huffed, pulling the towel tighter against her. You still have the scar.
Excuse me?
With my index finger, I motioned to the slightly discolored area below her collarbone. The scar you got that time we were climbing trees. Emerson's eyes widened. You remember that? You scared the hell out of me. No lie. I can still hear the thump sound when you fell to the ground. Pinching her eyes shut, Emerson began reliving the memory.
You were reaching your hand out to me when my foot slipped on the limb. A branch jabbed me in the chest as I fell. When I landed, it knocked the breath out of me.
Her eyes popped open as a small smile curved on her lips.
I'll never forget the look on your face. You were pale as a sheet. The worst part was I couldn't tell you I was all right.
I grinned. I'm not going to lie, I probably pissed my pants a little that day.
Because you were worried our parents would kill you if you'd maimed me?
She teasingly asked. That was part of it. I shook my head. More than anything, I was worried I'd killed my best friend. I couldn't imagine my life without you in it.
You really thought that?
I sure did. I froze when fresh tears pooled in her eyes. I couldn't believe, as hard as I was trying not to upset her, I'd somehow managed to set her off. The next thing I knew, she was throwing her arms around my neck and pressing herself against me.
Oh, Eli, everyone should have a best friend as wonderful as you,
she murmured, her breath fanning against my ear. After I brought my arms up to embrace her, something from the darkest recesses of my brain switched on. For the first time in my life, I noticed the soft curves of Emerson's body, the perfect way she fit against me, the way her breasts pillowed against my chest, the flow of her hair down her back, the sweet smell of her perfume, the silkiness of her skin. It was everything a man would notice about a prospective lover. It was everything I shouldn't have noticed about Emerson. Clearing my throat, I quickly pulled away. Anyway, I'm sorry about that day, and I'm sorry about bursting in on you. Emerson gave me a sweet smile, a chaste one she would give to her older brother or friend. You're forgiven. I jerked my thumb at my roost. I'll give you some privacy and let you finish getting ready. You don't have to do that. No, I don't mind. Before she could protest any more, I turned on my heels and hurried down the hallway. After jerking aside the cover on my roost, I dove onto the mattress. As I lay back, I pinched my eyes shut. While it was probably crazy as hell, I began repeating in my mind, there is no way in hell I'm hot for Emerson. There is no way in hell I'm hot for Emerson. There is no way in hell I'm hot for Emerson. Nope. Nada. Not happening. Okay, sure. There was some glaring evidence to disprove that statement. Yeah, I had once grabbed her boob when I was asleep. I had also described said boob as perky and delicious. And I had just enjoyed feeling her up against me. Oh God. After spiraling through my self-deprecating tirade, a light bulb finally went off in my head. It wasn't about Emerson at all. It was just about sex. Well, more precisely, it was about the fact I hadn't gotten any in 6 weeks. Or had it been longer? Hookups were harder when we weren't on the road. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Now all I needed was to get laid. And then I sure as hell wouldn't be thinking about Emerson in any other way than as my best friend. And I'm sure there was absolutely no way in hell Emerson would want me thinking that about her either. She just buried her husband, for fuck's sake. The last thing she needed was her comforter turning into a creeper. Operation Get Eli Laid was about to commence, and the sooner the better.
Chapter 7. Emerson. 3 weeks later. There, you're good to go, our makeup artist pronounced. After a quick check of my reflection in the lighted mirror, I hopped out of the chair. Thanks, Anna, I called over my shoulder before I scurried off to meet the rest of the band. Considering our opening act was playing their last song, time was ticking for me to go on stage. Once I joined the others in the wings, one of the roadies directed me to my fiddle case. Oomph, I muttered as I righted myself after bending over to get it.
What's the matter?
Eli questioned. My dress is trying to cut off my circulation. Not to mention other issues. Holding the neck of my fiddle in one hand, I smoothed my other hand over the shimmering fabric that stretched epically tight across my waist. The worst part was how the material was acting almost as a corset, which meant my boobs were being thrust out. And not just a little bit. I resembled some 18th century paintings. Eli adjusted his baseball cap.
Other issues?
Motioning to my chest, I said, Would you look at this? My dress is giving me chit tits. His gaze bounced from my chest to my face, but I noticed it lingered on my boobs.
It's giving you what?
Chin tits, aka chit tits. See how far they're pushed up? Throwing his head back, Eli laughed heartily.
Oh my God, I've never heard of chit tits before.
Well, you're getting to hear and see them because that's what is going on.
It's because you're gaining weight, right?
Yep. Angling my chin at him, I asked, Guess that makes you happy, huh?
That you put on some pounds? Or you have chit tits?
He teasingly asked. I laughed. I'm gaining weight. He grinned.
Yeah, it does make me happy.
After drinking in my appearance, he nodded.
I have to say, it looks good on you.
A mischievous gleam burned in his blue eyes.
Especially the chit tits.
Ha, you would say that, considering how boob-obsessed most men are.
Sorry, but it's true.
I guess it just boils down to being with you is good for my body and soul. Eli threw his arm around my shoulder.
I'm happy to be of service.
His sweet sentiment became tarnished when his gaze dropped to my chest. My eyes are up here, Mr. Renard, I teasingly admonished.
I'm sorry. It's just there, boom, right there in my face.
Removing his arm, I replied, At the end of the day, you're always a man first, huh?
Sadly, yes. It's sort of been that way since the Selena tribute, when I discovered you actually had boobs.
I laughed. You're impossible.
I would be lacking in your best friend department if I didn't tell you for the good of you, your chit-tits, and myself, including a male-dominated road crew. Stella should fix your wardrobe.
Trust me, I'll bring it up during our first costume change.
2 minutes,
Frank, our head roadie, called. After kissing Jax and Jules goodnight and passing them off to the nanny, Abby hurried over to us. Gabe was close on her heels, or I guess I should say her sparkly boots. It was time to take our places for the show. Regardless of how many times I walked out on stage, I never completely shook my pre-show jitters. They usually stayed with me, at least until after the first song. After I found my floor mark in the muted light, I brought my fiddle up underneath my chin. While I tried to still my erratic breathing, I listened to the anticipatory roar from the waiting crowd. Once Gabe was settled behind the drum set, and Abby and Eli at the front of the stage, we got the cue to start playing. The first song of the set had Eli on main vocals, with Abby doing harmony. The moment Eli opened his mouth to start singing, the women in the audience lost their shit. As always, he took it in stride and made sure to shake his ass for them, which caused me to snicker. I regained my composure when it came time for my solo, which came 2 minutes into the song. Besides hanging out with Eli, nothing had made me happy since Jack's death like music. At first, I feared I would never be able to enjoy it again, because it had been so tied to our relationship. The first few shows had been hard, and I'd cried during costume changes. Thankfully, the guys hadn't seen me, and Abby had been very understanding. But then I made it an entire show without thinking about Jack or my grief. It felt like I'd been riding a train through an impossibly long and dark tunnel, and had finally broken through to the light. Part of me felt guilty, but the other half realized I needed to heal. And this was healing me. Performing and rediscovering my love of music had saved my life. Of course, I had to admit who I was performing with had made all the difference. Eli and Abby's energy on stage was infectious. They swept you up in the beauty of their vocals and the heart and soul of the performances. Probably my favorite part of the show came 7 songs in, when Eli and I did a duet of one of Gabe's latest songs. With its upbeat tempo and comical lines, it also captured the sassiness of Ray's personality and how she interacted with Gabe. I also enjoyed getting to put Eli in his place by playfully smacking his backside with my bow. One guess for who came up with the choreography on that one. Although the show was 2 hours long, it always seemed to fly by. 1 minute we were playing the opening song, and the next we were doing the finale. After taking a final bow, Abby, Gabe, and Eli exited the stage, while the band kept on playing for a few more minutes. As soon as we finished, security escorted us back to our dressing rooms. I knew the drill by now. Abby and I would undergo a quick dress change, as well as a touch-up of our hair and makeup. Once we were fresh-faced and sweat-free, we were hustled to the largest backstage room, where the boys and the rest of the band assembled for the meet and greet to be held. As we waited for the fans to be shuffled inside, Abby groaned as she shifted on her feet. Man, I just want to pry these boots off and soak my feet in the bus's jacuzzi tub. Eli snorted.
Too bad we're no longer touring with Runaway Train. Or you could make Jake massage your feet.
When Jake and Abby had gotten married, Jacob's Ladder toured as the opening act for Runaway Train. That way, the newlyweds didn't have to be apart. Over the years, as Jacob's Ladder's star grew, it became necessary to separate the two bands into two concerts. Thankfully for Jake and Abby, the tour companies ensured the tours were back-to-back. As we pulled into a city, Runaway Train had an off day in the same city before they moved on. That way, Jake was barely separated 24 hours at a time from his wife and kids. With a grin, Abby replied, "That's highly doubtful, considering the only time I've ever been able to get Jake to massage my feet was when I was pregnant." The door opened, interrupting our conversation and signaling it was time to greet the fans. Pandemonium ensued as a predominantly female group rushed into the room. Most were sweet and asked for my autograph, while others could have cared less about me. Standing next to Eli, I was just an obstacle in their way to meet him. Since I had known Eli most of my life, it was truly intriguing to watch the women's reactions to him. They batted their eyelashes, their cheeks flushed, and they giggled nervously, while others licked their lips suggestively and jerked their tops down to ask Eli to autograph their boobs. Of course, Eli was happy to oblige. However, many were disappointed when Gabe refused. I had to admire him for being true to Ray by not signing/feeling up random boobs. As usual, they didn't disappoint me with some of their insane remarks. "Do you know how lucky you are?" one girl asked me as Eli stooped over to talk to a little girl in a wheelchair. "I do. I thank God for blessing me with the opportunity to be in the band." She blinked at me before shaking her head. "No, I mean, you're lucky because you get to be around Eli all the time." Waggling her brows, she asked, "Have you seen him naked?" "Oh, please." "You mean besides the time I saw his ass when he was skinny dipping at 10? She frowned. "You mean you haven't seen his junk?" No. Actually, I haven't." "You're on a bus with him for days at a time, and you've never even seen his dick?" "Wow. Filter much?" "Nope. Can't say I have." The woman responded by giving me a "you're a fucking idiot" look, before deeming me too lame to talk to anymore. After several months on the road, I'd like to say I'd gotten used to the outrageous questions and behavior, but some never ceased to amaze me. Once the last fan had made it through the line, I escaped for a much-needed pee break. I also used the quiet time shut into the bathroom to check my email and texts. When I finally came out, I found Abby and Eli were already gone. I expected Abby to head out to check on the twins, but Eli always waited to walk me to the bus. I checked out in the hallway, but I didn't see him. His dressing room was empty as well. As I started to peek in another room, I ran into our bassist, Mike, and keyboardist, Norm. "Hey guys, have you seen Eli?" While Mike cut his eyes away from me, Norm snickered.
"The last time I saw him, he appeared to be busy."
With a laugh, I replied, "Doing what exactly?"
"Entertaining one of the fans,"
Mike replied while glaring at Norm. I couldn't imagine why they were acting so weird, especially since we'd just finished the meet and greet. Okay.
"Do you need something?"
Mike asked. "No, it's nothing really. Eli just always walks me back to the bus."
"Yeah, I would just go on if I were you. Norm and I can walk you, if you'd like."
"That's okay. I can wait around for him." An impish gleam burned in Norm's brown eyes.
Considering his usual stamina, it's going to be a while.
His comment earned an elbow to the ribs from Mike. "Oh my God," I muttered, my hands coming up to cover my mortified face. It had finally dawned on me what they were alluding to. Eli had no intentions of walking me to the bus because he was getting it on with some random chick. Even the most honorable men have their breaking point, and in Eli's case, it was the allure of getting laid. Peeking through my fingers, I said, "Damn, how big of an idiot am I that it took that long for me to catch on?" Thankfully, they both chuckled.
I thought I was going to have to draw you a picture,
Norm mused. I held up a hand. "Yeah, that so won't be necessary." Tilting my chin, I said, "I do have one question, though. Why didn't you guys just come out and tell me what Eli was doing? I mean, do I impress you as the sort of woman who would clutch her pearls and threaten to faint at the mention of sex?" After Mike and Norm glanced between themselves, Norm said,
"No, it wasn't anything like that."
"Then why didn't you tell me?" Mike stuffed his hands in his jean pockets.
"I guess because we didn't want to risk upsetting you."
I furrowed my brows at them. Why would I be upset with Eli having sex? The guys once again side-eyed each other. Norm scratched the back of his neck.
You know, because of the way you two feel about each other.
"The way we feel about each other?" I repeated lamely.
Yeah,
He replied. Apparently, the synapses in my brain were working epically slow tonight, because once again, it took me a minute to realize what he was alluding to. Whoa, wait a minute. Eli and I are best friends. We don't care about each other in any other way. While Norm pursed his lips at me, Mike held up his hands.
whatever, if you say so.
A range of emotions swirled inside me at their comments and behavior. How could they possibly think there was anything between Eli and me? All we ever did was hang out together, and we certainly didn't flirt or make lovey faces at each other. Along with the mortification, guilt filled me. What kind of widow did they think I was, if I could have moved on to a man so quickly? I shook my head at them. Seriously, guys, Eli and I are just friends, the same as we've been since we were 10 years old. I know it might not seem like anything to assume we're more, but it's deeply hurtful to me, considering I just lost my husband 9 months ago.
I didn't mean anything by it. My mom was dating again 6 months after my dad died,
Norm said, a hint of remorse in his voice. And good for her. As for me, I'm just not ready to date again, especially not my best friend.
Then I'm sorry,
Norm replied. Mike nodded.
Yeah, me too.
Although their words sounded sincere, a part of me felt like they still harbored doubts. Maybe I was just being ultra-paranoid. Hearing about Eli's hookup had rattled me more than I wanted to admit. I clapped my hands together. Okay then, now that this has been sufficiently awkward, I'm going to head to the bus, I said.
We'll walk you.
That's totally unnecessary.
Like we'd let you walk to the bus by yourself,
Norm said. Mike nodded.
Eli would have our asses if we didn't take good care of you.
I sighed. Fine, let's go. As we walked to the bus, I steered the conversation away from Eli and me. Instead, I asked Mike about his wife and Norm about his girlfriend. While I tried appearing genuinely interested, I couldn't seem to focus on anything they were saying. Instead, my mind kept going back to what they had said about Eli and me. And there was also the glaring reminder of what he was doing at the moment. I was never so grateful as when we arrived at the bus. With a quick wave, I slipped inside and up the stairs. At the sound of the shower, I knew Gabe was already on board. And why would he not be on board? It's not like he's screwing some random chick, like his idiot brother. Ugh. I seriously hated my state of mind at the moment. There was absolutely no reason why I should have remotely cared, or even been the least bit concerned with the fact Eli was hooking up. He certainly didn't answer to me when it came to his conquests. He was a single man who was free to sow his wild oats. As his friend, I should have probably been congratulating him, especially after he'd told me it had been a while for him. Yeah, that was so not going to happen. While Eli might have been my best friend, I didn't have a dick, so I didn't answer to the bro code of celebrating random sex. As a married woman, well, a widow at 30, I had to reason he was far too old to be doing what he was doing, not to mention how his behavior could hurt him finding someone to settle down with. My revulsion for his actions had nothing to do with any kind of feelings I might have for him. There was no way I was feeling slighted or in any way jealous of the woman he was screwing. While I could easily see what a catch Eli was, it certainly wasn't like I was waiting around with a net. And yet, there was a tiny, flickering feeling in the pit of my stomach. While I knew I should just go on to bed, there was no way in hell I was going to do that. I didn't know what I would say to Eli when he came in, but I knew I wanted to be awake. Of course, I didn't want to give the impression I was waiting up on him like his mom, so I had to find something to do that warranted me being up. Although I'd folded my laundry before the show, I tossed it out of the basket and began slowly refolding it. A knock at the bus door caused me to jump out of my skin. The pair of panties I was folding went flying up in the air. I quickly snatched them up off the floor as Eli started up the stairs. As I bent over the laundry basket, my hair shrouded my face, letting me stare at Eli without him noticing. His hair, which had been restyled before the meet and greet, was considerably messed up. It was easy to see someone had done a number on it with her fingers. His cheeks were flushed, and a reddish-pink lipstick was smeared over his lips. From his disheveled appearance, I'm surprised he'd taken the time to pull up his pants before he headed back to the bus. "Just making it back?" I asked, while giving extra attention to my laundry.
Yeah.
"I've been here a little while." Norm and Mike walked me. Eli grimaced as he shoved a hand through his unruly hair.
"I'm sorry about that. I got held up."
I shot him an exasperated look. "I'm well aware of what held you up." A sheepish grin curved on his lips.
"You are?"
"Yes, the guys filled me in." After misreading my reaction, Eli said,
"She was that smoking hot redhead in the tight-ass jeans."
Tilting my head, I tapped my chin. I don't think I remember a smokin' hot redhead, as you say. Why do you think that is?" I narrowed my eyes at him. "Oh, I know. It's because I don't have a dick that controls my thought process." He had the nerve to chuckle.
"Oh, fuck, Sonny. I'm sorry. That would be a momentary lapse of judgment on my part for talking to you like I would have Gabe or one of the other guys. It won't happen again. I promise."
He then sidestepped me to go over to the fridge. When he bent over to grab a bottle of water, I gasped. "What is that?"
"What?"
"That thing on your neck." Eli's fingers rubbed along the skin below his ear. When he reached the red part I was staring at, he winced.
"I'm thinking that's a love bite."
He waggled his brows.
"She was a wild one."
"That's disgusting."
"Oh, come on, Sonny. Don't tell me you've never given or received a love bite in the heat of the moment."
"Yes, I have."
"Then what's with all the outrage?"
"The fact it was a complete and total stranger. What if she had a disease or something?" Eli's eyes widened in mock horror.
"Like she was rabid? Promise me if I get rabies, you won't shoot me like old Yeller."
I rolled my eyes as he broke into laughter. Would you stop being an ass? I'm serious.
It's just a love bite. It hardly broke the skin. Would you like to talk to AJ's wife, Mia, who is a former nurse, about how you cannot contract anything through saliva?
No, I don't need to talk to Mia, I snapped. I don't know what it was about this conversation that was making me so testy. Not to mention the fact I had a strong desire to throttle Eli, especially since he seemed to find so much amusement in all of this. At least tell me you used a condom, Eli snorted.
Do you honestly think I'd fuck some random stranger without a condom?
With a shrug, I replied, I don't know. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you don't think clearly.
Trust me, I always remember to suit up.
Good to know. With my laundry folded, I flopped down in one of the captain's chairs. Cocking his brows at me, Eli asked,
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
You don't seem fine.
Just exactly how do I seem?
Extremely pissed.
I shifted in my chair. Oh, please. Are you implying I'm pissed you hooked up with some random groupie?
Don't be coy, Sonny. You've made it abundantly clear how you feel about my dating habits.
I wouldn't exactly call a quickie in a backstage dressing room dating. With a smirk, Eli replied,
I'd hardly call it a quickie. I always take my time to give a woman pleasure. And from the way she was screaming my name, I'd say she left very satisfied.
At his description of the sex, heat radiated over my body, and I fought the urge to fan myself. Desperately wanting to get my mind off Eli's mad sex skills, I countered, like she couldn't have just been faking to give you an ego trip.
Oh no, don't act like I'm clueless. And it was all theatrical, like Meg Ryan's orgasm scene in When Harry Met Sally.
How can you say it wasn't? Eli opened his mouth, but then snapped it closed. With a shake of his head, he replied,
Nope, I'm not going there with you.
When Eli turned to head back to the kitchen, I hopped out of my chair to follow him. What do you mean you're not going there with me?
I just don't feel comfortable saying it.
Like that's ever stopped you before. With a shrug, Eli said,
I don't know.
Come on.
Fine.
Eli closed the space between us where we were standing toe to toe.
Because I felt her walls clenching around my dick.
At my gasp, he threw up his hands in frustration.
I told you I didn't want to say it in front of you.
I swallowed hard at the image his words had conjured in my mind. Well, I'm glad you had concrete proof. I finally managed.
Sonny, I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. It's my fault for pressing you for details. The bathroom door opened, and Gabe appeared wet-haired and in a pair of boxer shorts. He eyed the two of us. I guess he couldn't help picking up on the tension in the air. With a tight smile, I said, I stand corrected when second-guessing your skills as a lover.
Okay. Thanks,
Eli replied. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll grab a quick shower before I go to bed. Before Eli could argue with me, I hurried past a now bewildered-looking Gabe into the bathroom. Once I got the door closed, I exhaled a ragged sigh. Staring into the steamed-up mirror, I shook my head. What the hell was happening to me? I just picked a ridiculous fight with my best friend and ended up looking and sounding like a shrew. Make that a jealous shrew. Maybe I was spending too much time with Eli, which in turn made me too invested in his personal life. For the first time since joining the tour, I had to wonder if I'd made a mistake. I wasn't sure I could sit back and watch Eli have sex with groupie after groupie, and I had no clue why. Maybe it was the shock of seeing Eli behave like every other famous musician who treated women like they were only good for a quick fuck. Even though I'd loved each and every moment of the last few months, I wasn't so sure this was the right place for me. I feared if I stayed, it would eventually damage our friendship. After everything I'd been through, I couldn't survive that.
Chapter 8. Eli. As I munched on a piece of extra crispy bacon, I threw a wary glance at Gabe. He'd been pacing around the kitchen for the last half hour. Occasionally he would peer hopefully over at the television screen. Each time it didn't show a live feed from Nashville, he would grunt and go back to pacing. I don't think I've ever seen anyone appear so disgusted by an episode of Walker, Texas Ranger. Emerson slid into the seat next to me. "What's up with Gabe?" she whispered, as she stirred blueberries into her yogurt. It had been 2 weeks since we'd experienced a few awkward days after my hookup with the redhead. After our initial fight, or I guess I should say disagreement, she had spent the next few days being distant and moody, which was so out of character for her. But then I'd told her how I was seriously considering one of the dating services for famous men, and just like that, everything was fine. I didn't stop to question it. I hated things being weird between the two of us. He's got his panties in a twist because today is when the CMA nominations go out. Gabe shot me a bird and kept right on pacing while Emerson's spoon clattered against her bowl. After clasping her hand to her chest, she cried, "Oh my God, that's today?" Yep, it is. The one day out of the year that's guaranteed to give Gabe premature gray hair. Emerson hopped out of her seat and went over to Gabe, placing a hand on his shoulder. She said, "Listen, there's no way in hell you could possibly not get nominated for Songwriter of the Year. Least of all, Song of the Year." Gabe frowned. "I don't know, Sonny. The competition is pretty stiff this year." She shook her head. "After years of working with Jack, I know superior songwriting when I hear it. You've got this." Although he still appeared doubtful, Gabe managed to give Emerson an appreciative smile. "Thanks, Emerson." "You're welcome." She gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "For luck." "I'm going to need it." "That's bullshit and you know it," I argued. "Excuse me?" I rose out of my seat to join him and Emerson. "Come on, Gabe. You've been nominated the last 3 years. It isn't possible for you not to get a nomination this year." "You don't know that," Gabe grimaced. "Can you imagine how fucking mortifying it will be if I don't get nominated for the album that's because of Ray?" I'd just opened my mouth to argue with him again when Emerson shrieked, "It's on!" The three of us scrambled from the kitchen and hurried over to the living room. We didn't even bother sitting down on the couch. Instead, we stood stock still in front of the television. Boulder-sized butterflies pounded around in my stomach, causing me to regret that last piece of bacon. Usually I wasn't one to get all wrapped up in awards season. Since our success 5 years ago, we'd been a staple at the CMAs. We had presented awards and performed as well as racking up the statues. But I'd never been one to get swept up in an emotional frenzy like Gabe. When it came time to announce the nominations for Songwriter of the Year, I held my breath. Okay, I not only held my breath, but I said a little prayer. When I heard Gabe's name called, all the air I'd been holding came whooshing out of my lungs. It took me a minute to breathe again, but the moment I did, I let out a joyous whoop. "I told you so!" Emerson shrieked as she jumped up and down in front of Gabe. I slapped Gabe's back. "Congratulations, motherfucker." An elated grin stretched across his face. "Thanks, man." His phone started ringing, and I knew it had to be Ray. "Hey, baby." "Yeah, I know. I was watching too. Can you believe it?" "Yeah, let me call you back as soon as the rest of the nominations are read. Love you." Just like Emerson had predicted, Gabe was also nominated for Song of the Year. As a group, Jacob's Ladder hadn't come out too shabby with a nomination for Vocal Group of the Year. As Gabe hurried to the bedroom to call Ray, I turned to Sunny. "I say this calls for a celebration." She giggled. "We're in the backwoods of West Virginia. I don't think we're going to find a lot of happening nightlife around here." I shook my head. "Doesn't matter. I still say we go out and raise a toast at the all-you-can-eat buffet. I'm in, Gabe called from the back. Sonny? I questioned. Yep, I'm in. All right then, it's a date. Later that afternoon, while we waited for the bus to pull over for our celebration, my phone rang. I imagined it was my parents wanting to congratulate Gabe and me on our nominations, but instead, I saw it was our manager, Daniel. Danny boy, are you calling to tell us what a privilege it is to work with such a talented group of individuals? Daniel laughed. While I'm always immensely proud to see you guys get recognized, I was actually calling to talk to Emerson. Oh, okay, one sec. I held out the phone to Emerson. Danny needs to talk to you. Sunny's forehead creased with worry as she reached to take the phone. Hi, Daniel. After a few seconds of listening to Daniel rattle away, she eased down onto the couch. My heart leapt into my throat when sadness overtook her face. Of course. I think that would be lovely. Just let me know if there's anything I can do. She nodded before saying, Okay. Goodbye. After hanging up, she sat motionless, staring at the phone. I sat down beside her and then placed my hand over hers. Sunny, what's wrong? The Academy is planning on doing a tribute to Jack at the ceremony. Just a video montage of all the songs he'd been involved with, along with some clips of us. Oh, fuck. I didn't even want to imagine what was going through Sunny's head after getting that news. My mind flashed back to Jack's funeral, when she'd hated the thoughts of having everyone's eyes on her as she grieved. I could only guess how heart-wrenching it would be to sit through a montage of Jack's accomplishments in an audience of thousands, not to mention the ones watching at home. I searched for the right words to say. That's really nice. They're going to honor his contributions. Yeah, it is, she murmured. Speaking softly to where only she could hear, I said, I'm sure it'll be really emotional for you to have to get through. Emerson's chin trembled. Instead of responding, she merely nodded. I rubbed her arm. You know I'll be right there beside you in that auditorium. You can lean on me. I know, and I appreciate it. More than you could ever know. Leaning over, I bestowed a kiss on the top of her head. After pulling her against me, we rode along in silence. We're pulling over in a mile, our bus driver Harry called a few minutes later. I clapped my hands together. Okay, let's go rage on the Golden Corral. Gabe groaned. Could you not have found us somewhere halfway decent to eat? Don't diss the buffet. Fine. Couldn't you have found a restaurant without sneeze guards? With a grin, I replied, Only for you, brother dearest, did I seek out somewhere that served both alcohol, a delicious steak, and was sneeze guard free. You did? Yep. Harry has all the info. Smiling, Gabe said, Thanks, bro. We rose out of our seats. When Gabe and I reached the stairs, I realized Sunny wasn't with us. I whirled around to see her sitting on the couch, staring at her phone. If I were a gambling man, I would have bet she was looking through pictures of Jack. Hey, Sunny, aren't you coming? I called. Actually, on second thought, I think I'm going to stay on the bus. She gave me a rueful smile. Maybe watch a chick flick that you two aren't fond of, and then get in bed early. I promise, I'll be celebrating with you guys in spirit. Gabe and I exchanged a glance as the bus lurched to a stop. There was no way in hell I was going to let Emerson stay on the bus alone. When the door opened, I jerked my chin at Gabe. You go on ahead with the guys. You sure? Positive. We'll meet up later on. Smirking, Gabe asked, Where exactly would that be? One of the many nightclubs in town? I grinned. From my research, it's looking more like beer at the bowling alley. He laughed. Sounds good to me. And much more Ray approved than a club. The last thing I need is pictures surfacing of some unwarranted chick grabbing my ass. See you later, then. Gabe nodded, and then I started back to Emerson. When I plopped down on the couch beside her, she frowned. What are you doing? The question isn't what am I doing? It is, what are we doing? You aren't going with Gabe and the guys? Nope. I held out my hand to her. You and I are going to paint the town. The corners of Sunny's lips quirked up. Paint the town? You sound like one of the blue-haired ladies at my dad's church. With a shake of my head, I replied, Don't think you're going to be able to stall by mocking my vernacular. After staring wide-eyed at me for a moment, Sunny threw her head back with an infectious laugh. Damn, was it good to hear. I probably could have counted on one hand the times I'd heard her laugh like that since she'd come on tour. The prideful side of me did a fist bump of victory. But as soon as the laughter came, it was gone. The amusement twinkling in her eyes was replaced with apprehension. Look, Eli, all joking aside, I really got broadsided by Daniel's call. While it is really sweet of you to offer, I really don't feel like seeing anybody right now. My shoulders drooped a little in defeat at once again dancing the grief two-step. One step ahead and 2 steps back. I couldn't begin to wrap my head around the agony Emerson was in. Hope had been growing within me because I saw her becoming more like the Sunny she used to be. But then moments like these occurred, and I lost her again. Feeling desperate, I went with what I knew best: humor. Here's the thing. I could give in and let you stay on the bus and drown your sorrows in really bad Lifetime movies. Or I could make sure that for just a little while, you're having some really silly and carefree fun. A curious expression came over Emerson's face. What exactly does this silly and carefree fun entail? You'll just have to wait and see. Eli, she protested, crossing her arms over her chest. Sorry, but I'm not budging. The wheels appeared to be spinning in Emerson's head about ways to get me to spill the beans. She then appeared to have a light bulb moment. If you don't tell me what we're doing, how will I know if I'm dressed correctly? I grinned. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're covered. You really are impossible. You know that, right? I chuckled. Come on. Live a little and let go. Okay, fine. I'm in. Awesome. Give me 10 minutes to get all the details worked out, and then we'll go. When I rose off the couch to go talk to Harry, Emerson grabbed my arm. Wait, you mean you don't have this all planned out? The big picture? Yes. But it's the smaller details that need a little fine-tuning. While she shook her head at me, I winked before heading off to get Harry on board with my plan. Regardless of whether Emerson doubted my abilities, I knew I could pull it off. The rest would come together somehow, and in the end, I would give her a night she wouldn't forget.
Chapter 9. Emerson. Sometimes I wondered if Eli had magical powers. How else could you explain how he was able to get an Uber in less than 10 minutes in the middle of nowhere? Sure, it didn't hurt that as a famous musician, he had a lot of help at his disposal. At the same time, he appeared to be completely in charge, rather than passing it off to some of his minions. After we got into the car, Eli continued being cagey about what we were doing. I figured the truth was he wasn't completely sure, and that's why he had his head buried in his phone on our drive into town. Since he'd already scored us somewhere to eat, I assumed we were on the way to the restaurant. I should have realized that this was Eli, and I should never make assumptions. When the car pulled into a shopping center, I peered out the window, taking in the surroundings. Instead of stopping outside the Mexican restaurant or Subway, the car eased up under the awning of a Goodwill store. You're taking me to Goodwill?
Yes.
That's awesome. It's one of my favorite places to shop. Eli's eyes widened in surprise.
Seriously?
I tilted my head at him. Growing up, didn't our parents buy most of our wardrobe from some sort of second-hand store?
Yeah, for the most part.
Well, that frugality has transcended into my adulthood. I enjoy nothing more than spending $5 on something that originally cost $100. He grinned.
You're going to make a man very happy with that statement.
Surprise flooded me when Eli's words didn't send a knife twisting in my heart. Instead, I could appreciate the humor in his statement. I'd thought earlier I was retreating back into my grief cave when I lost it over talking to Daniel about Jack's recognition at the CMAs. I knew my emotional whiplash was something I wanted to address with my therapist. I understood the constant storm of grief, but this yo-yoing back and forth between happiness and sadness was troubling to me. Let's just say that Jack certainly appreciated it, I mused as I opened my door. After I got out, Eli came around to meet me.
I'm pretty sure you would closet shame me if you saw my condo,
he said. And why is that?
Call me a slave to labels.
I tisked at him. Maybe I can save your extravagant side before it's too late.
I don't know. I think I've completely crossed over to the dark side.
But I can feel the conflict within you, I protested. He grinned.
So you picked up on my subtle Star Wars reference, huh? Realized it, I did,
I replied, mimicking Yoda.
I think you're the only woman to ever appreciate my nerdy side.
You can always talk nerdy to me. Eli chuckled.
All right, let's get inside.
When we started toward the store, I threw a glance over my shoulder at the car. Wait, what about the driver?
He knows to stay until we're finished.
Oh, so he's on some nightly plan with us?
Yep, I've already prepaid for him to stick around.
Look at you all wheeling and dealing in the backwoods. Eli rubbed his palms together.
I'm just getting started.
After he held open the door, I stepped inside the store. I hope you didn't make dinner reservations. I tend to spend a lot of time in these places.
You won't be today.
What do you mean?
We're going to be taking part in the Goodwill Date Challenge.
I'm sorry, but what did you say?
It's called the Goodwill Date Challenge. I caught a segment about it on the Today Show the other day. This couple was tired of doing the same old things for date night, so they decided to add a little spice. Well, I guess I should say they added humor to the night.
My breath hitched at Eli mentioning the D word. I knew there was no rational reason to be bothered by the reference, but I couldn't help feeling uneasy. But we're not dating. He rolled his eyes.
You don't have to be an actual couple to do this. When I was researching it, there's a whole movement now with college kids doing it too. Think of it like playing dress-up.
Okay, you've piqued my interest. How does it work? Nodding, he dug his wallet out of his pocket. He produced 2 crisp $10 bills.
First, you're only allowed to spend $10 on the entire outfit.
I snatched one of the Alexander Hamiltons from his fingers. Easy peasy. I could do this in my sleep.
Ah, but there's a catch.
An impish gleam burned in his eyes.
You have to pick out an outfit for me to wear.
You're joking, right?
Nope, those are the rules.
And in turn, you have to pick out something for me?
Bingo.
Oh, yeah, this wasn't good at all. Giving Eli free rein to pick out an outfit for me? That was a nightmare waiting to happen.
Don't tell me you're chickening out,
he asked. Shaking my head, I replied, not a chance.
Good. Ready for the rest of the rules?
Ready as I'll ever be, I muttered. Eli chuckled.
You only have 10 minutes to find the outfit, which includes shoes.
I smirked at him. That won't be a problem. I'm the seasoned bargain shopper, remember, Mr. Label Whore?
Yeah. It's not my body the clothes will be on, so it won't be a problem for me either.
Damn, I guess he had a point. Okay, once we find an outfit, then what happens?
We each have to wear that outfit for the rest of the night.
What? I totally hadn't seen that one coming. Picking a hideous outfit for Eli and having him model it in the store was one thing. Having him wear it outside the store was another. I was also aware that while he was styling said hideous outfit, I would be doing the same thing. There was no way he would let me off the hook with something tasteful.
Still in?
Eli questioned. I jerked my chin defiantly at him. Yes, I am.
Good. I was a little worried because you looked like you might throw up with the last stipulation.
It's you who ought to be nauseous, considering what I'm going to put you in.
Bring it on, girlfriend,
he teasingly replied. I rubbed my palms together. Just tell me your sizes, and I'm ready to roll. Once Eli had given me his shirt, pant, and shoe sizes, I gave him mine along with my dress size. He motioned for me to follow him to the checkout counter. I trailed along behind him, curious what this had to do with the challenge. The moment he approached the woman, she shrieked and dropped the plate she was pricing. It shattered on the floor. Is it really you? She questioned.
Considering my brother and I are identical, which one of us would you like it to be?
Eli asked. I'd take either one of the Renard brothers, but I love Eli's voice, she whispered reverently. I laughed as Eli bowed.
It's Eli at your service.
The woman, whose name tag read Tracy, shook her head slowly back and forth. I must be dreaming. There's no way someone famous like you is in my store.
You're not dreaming. I'm really here. And Tracy, I need your help.
Anything.
Emerson and I are doing a little challenge tonight, and I need someone to keep time for us. Would you do the honors?
She giggled as she flushed crimson all the way down to her neck. I'd be honored.
Great.
He took his Apple Watch off his arm. After setting the timer for 10 minutes, he handed it to her.
Just tell us when to go.
Tracy appeared reluctant to take her gaze off of Eli and to look at the watch. When he nodded at her, she finally dropped her eyes. Okay, get ready, go! Eli and I shot off like a gun had gone off at a race. When I hit the men's section, my mind spun with the possibilities. Obviously, I was going to have to really search for that hidden gem of an embarrassing outfit. The one where the person finally did a clean out of a closet holding decades worth of styles. Although I desperately wanted to look over at the women's section to see how Eli was doing, I kept my head bent as I flipped maniacally through the racks. And then somehow I found it. The fashion gods were shining down on me when I unearthed a complete leisure suit circa the late 70s. Not only did it have the suit and pants, it had a mint green shirt with it. It was truly a treasure. After I snatched it off the rack, I ran over to the shoe department. I knew I wouldn't get so lucky as to find a pair of 70s platform shoes. I'd have a better chance winning the lottery. But I did find a pair of shoes that looked like someone had stolen them from the bowling alley. Done! I cried as I raced to the front counter. I didn't get to celebrate my victory for long because Eli arrived just after I put the suit down. You both finished with 2 minutes to spare, Tracy announced. I barely heard her because I was sneaking a peek at what Eli had gotten me. Oh, geez, I murmured. Apparently, whoever had donated the leisure suit had also had one of those poofy prom dresses from the 70s in their closet. It was pale blue, with peach, yellow, and white flowers all over it. Eli had also found a pair of strappy, sequined heels.
We're going to be styling tonight, aren't we?
Eli laughed. Maybe if we were taking a trip in a time machine, I quipped. Eli gathered up the leisure suit in his arms.
I'm still in it to win it. Are you? Remember, it's about wearing the outfit in public.
My reply came in the form of gathering up the dress. After you, Mr. Renard. After I locked myself into the dressing room, my determination faded slightly. Once I had the dress and shoes on, it was pretty much obliterated.
Are you ready?
Eli called from outside. Just need help zipping up.
Okay, open the door.
As soon as I unlocked the door, Eli stepped inside the dressing room. At the sight of him in the faded white leisure suit, I lost it. Doubling over, I laughed so hard I snorted. My laughter got Eli going, and before long we were rolling in the floor, practically howling with laughter. Our antics drew a small audience outside of the dressing room door. Of course, their expressions got us going once again. I was so far gone I was wiping the tears from my eyes.
I seriously can't look that bad,
Eli argued as he tried catching his breath. You're a toss between a pimp and John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever.
Whatever.
When our audience started trickling away, we finally got a hold of ourselves. Eli helped me off the floor, and we started smoothing down our outfits. Turning my back to him, I said, Now will you please do what you came in here for?
Yes, ma'am.
Closing the gap between us, Eli gripped the zipper of the dress. Goosebumps raised along my arms when his knuckle glided across my exposed skin. I'd felt Eli's touch a million times before, but there was something different about this time. After placing one hand on my waist, he slowly slid the zipper up. Once it was in place, his fingertips feathered over my upper back, causing me to shiver. When I looked into the mirror, Eli was staring back at me.
I look like a schmuck, but you look so damn beautiful,
he murmured. His compliment sent a flush to my cheeks. You're just being sweet.
I'm dead serious. You could make a burlap bag look attractive.
My heart felt like it had hummingbird wings. I couldn't remember a time that a few simple words had given me such a physical reaction. It was both endearing and confusing. I'm sure the last time I'd experienced it was with Jack. While he didn't bathe me in compliments quite like Eli did, he always said just the right thing to make me feel beautiful and desirable. I cleared my throat. Trying to lighten the mood, I said, Thank you for the kind words, Mr. Travolta. When Eli snorted, the moment was broken.
I'm not sure if I wouldn't prefer being called your pimp.
Hey, John Travolta was a sex symbol for many years. I guarantee when you go back out there, you'll have all the women in here fanning themselves. Tracy just might faint. He grinned.
Now it's my turn to thank you for the kind words.
You're very welcome. After clapping his hands together, Eli said,
Okay, I think it's time we got out of here and start painting the town.
I laughed. Now you and your outfit sound like you're from the same decade.
Good. I'm glad we're on the same page.
I handed the clothes I came in with to Eli, and he put them under his arm with his clothes.
Ready?
He asked, as he held out his hand to me. Yep, as I'll ever be. Taking Eli's hand, I then let him pull me out of the dressing room. As we made our way to the front counter to pay, we got a lot of crazy looks. Tracy grinned at us as she took our money. I didn't think you guys would really do it. We're gluttons for punishment, I replied. Eli shook his head.
Nope, we're small-time thrill seekers.
Tracy handed Eli his change. You two sure have a funny and sweet relationship. We do. We've been best friends since we were 10, I said while grinning at Eli. Giving us a dreamy look, Tracy said, Imagine that. Best friends and then you end up together. How long have you been a couple? My eyes bulged as Eli succumbed to a coughing fit. When he finally recovered, he shook his head at Tracy.
We're not a couple.
I nodded. Just friends. After looking left and right, she said in a hushed voice, I get it. The record people don't want Eli having a girlfriend because it makes him less desirable to female fans. So you have to say you're just friends. In that moment, I wished for the floor to open up and swallow me whole. No, we're really just friends, I protested. Tracy nodded. Of course you are. Then she had the nerve to wink at us.
Well, we really need to get going. It was nice meeting you,
Eli said. He then proceeded to sign several shirts and notepads for both Tracy and some of the other women in the store. After what seemed like a small eternity, we finally waved goodbye and headed out to the car. After we slipped inside, Eli turned to me.
People are so weird, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Like two people can't love each other just as friends.
I know, right? Just because we get along so well, it doesn't mean we're a couple.
Exactly. Jeez, people here must not have heard of women and men just being friends.
Yep, it must be a totally foreign concept to them. We sat in silence for a few moments.
Yeah, so how about we get something to eat?
Eli asked. I nodded emphatically. Yes, I'm starving. Glancing down, Eli said,
I just hope we're not overdressed for the Western Sizzler.
And with the thought of being seen in public, I suddenly lost my appetite. After an extreme mental pep talk, I forced myself to open the door and get out of the car. When we walked up to the hostess stand, her mouth dropped open at the sight of us. Can I help you?
A booth for 2, please.
She didn't take her eyes off us as she collected 2 menus. Yeah, so follow me. As we made our way through the restaurant, the hot stares of the other customers singed my skin underneath my newly acquired clothes. I'm seriously going to kill you for this, I hissed at Eli. He chuckled.
Come on, Sonny. Do you really give a shit about what those people think?
As a matter of fact, I do.
No one knows you here, and you're never going to see these people again.
Not unless they make it to the show tomorrow night, or plaster a picture of us on social media, I countered.
You might have a point there. I sure hope Stella doesn't start getting hate mail for the way she dresses us.
I laughed at the thought of placing the blame on our outfits on our poor stylist. When we arrived at our booth, the hostess quickly deposited our menus before hurrying away. After Eli slid across the seat, he said,
Since you're so worried about people knowing us, why don't we go even more incognito?
How exactly would we do that?
Fake names,
Eli whispered mysteriously. A giggle poured out of my lips. You're not serious, right?
Dead serious. Charlene?
Excuse me?
That's your name for tonight.
Charlene, like from Designing Women that our moms used to watch?
Exactly.
Ah, okay. Well, if I'm Charlene, you can be Rufus.
You came up with that one pretty quick.
I'm talented like that, I teased.
Charlene and Rufus it is.
In spite of the earlier awkwardness, dinner was just like old times between us. Maybe it helped that we kept the conversation on our families and the band. After stuffing myself on the all-you-can-eat salad bar and a giant steak, my prom dress was considerably tighter. I leaned back against the back of the booth and rubbed my stomach. I'm pretty sure this place's steak puts many 5-star restaurants to shame.
I agree.
After Eli tossed a crisp $100 bill into the envelope, I cocked my brows at him. "What's next on the agenda, Fun Master?" He grinned.
Are you in the mood for a little gambling?
"Sure, I'm game." I waggled my brows. Pun intended.
Har har.
"What did you have in mind? Playing some gas station slot machines? Last time I checked, this wasn't casino country."
Something a little classier.
"Such as?"
Once again, you're just going to have to wait and see.
With a laugh, I replied, "I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to see what you come up with next."
All right, then let's go.
After Eli rose out of the booth, he held out his hand for me. I gladly slipped mine into his. Once again, I felt the stares of the other customers, along with some of their laughter. Our driver was waiting just where we had left him.
Okay, Carl, take us across the street, please,
Eli commanded. After buckling my seatbelt, I craned my neck to see where Eli was talking about. "You can't be serious. The Moose Lodge?"
Do you know a better place to play bingo on a Wednesday night?
"Oh my God, I love bingo."
I know. I remembered.
"You did?" Eli nodded.
You used to always play La Loteria when we were in Mexico.
Wow, I'd almost forgotten about La Loteria. The game I'd played back then was slightly different. Instead of the numbers like in bingo, they used images like on a deck of cards. For some reason, I'd loved it as a kid. Once we came back to the States, I transferred my love to bingo. Yes, I was officially 30 going on 80, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
I really know how to show a girl a good time, don't I?
Eli asked with a grin. I laughed. As a matter of fact, you do. Growing serious, I added, and I really appreciate you taking my mind off Daniel's call.
You're welcome.
I'm seriously impressed with the level you've gone to. I mean, you could have just taken me to the movies or something. Eli grinned.
Nope, not my style.
I'm not sure you want me to comment on your style right now. When I dropped my gaze to his outfit, he snorted.
I'd like to see any other guy rock this hideousness as well as I have. In fact, I'm seriously concerned about some of the older women in the Moose Lodge who might have weak hearts. My sexiness might overwhelm them.
I snickered at the mental image his comment conjured. Maybe I should go in first and warn them? He winked at me.
Nah, it's probably better to let them go out with a smile.
Chapter 10. Eli. For a Wednesday night, the Moose Lodge was pretty lit. Apparently, bingo was a huge draw because Emerson and I barely found a seat. Of course, we would be sitting in the middle of all the local church ladies. Since I wasn't a huge fan of bingo, I could have totally used a beer to get me through, but I abstained. The last thing I needed was to send the church ladies keeling over from horror at my sinfulness. Sure, I could have argued they were partaking in a vice like gambling, but I don't think it would have gone over really well. Once again, our outfits stole all the attention in the room. An older man sitting across from us said, "You know, I used to have a suit just like that." If you gave it away recently, there's a distinct possibility this is the same one, I mused. "No, it actually caught on fire one night when I was helping the missus fry some chicken." The woman next to him, who apparently was his wife, nodded. "The material is highly flammable," she remarked. I cut my eyes over at Emerson. "Since you picked it out, it's your responsibility to put me out should I catch fire." Emerson rolled her eyes. "Considering you don't smoke, and we're not around an open flame, I think we're good." With a grin, she added, "And don't even try arguing that you might spontaneously combust from all your hotness." Chuckling, I replied, "Damn, you know me too well." We've been together too long. The man who was lamenting his lost leisure suit smiled at us. How long have you two been married? Oh, Jesus. Here we go again. What was it about people that made them think we were a couple? Couldn't a man and woman hang out together without it being about more than just friendship? We're not married, I answered. Emerson nodded. Just best friends. The man smiled at his wife. Edna and I grew up together. She taught me how to ride a bicycle, and then I taught her to hit a baseball. Edna smiled adoringly at her husband. Vern and I went all through school together. Since he couldn't ever seem to get the courage up to ask me out, I asked him to the Sadie Hawkins dance in 8th grade. Vern chuckled. And the rest is history. 50 years of marriage, 3 children, 8 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren, Edna added. Bending over, she reached into her purse. Would you like to see them? Of course, I replied as I held out my hand. When I cut my eyes over to Emerson, tears sparkled in her eyes. After furrowing my brows at her, she gave a quick shake of her head. The small gesture told me she was all right. After we looked through the pictures, I nodded my head at Vern and Edna. You two truly are blessed. You have a beautiful family, Emerson added. Thank you, Edna said. Tucking the album away, she eyed Emerson and me. Sometimes the best marriages are made from 2 best friends. Inwardly, I groaned. While she was only being nice, I fought the urge to tell Edna to mind her own damn business. Instead of insulting her and Vern, and potentially Emerson, I plastered a smile on my face. I'm sure they do, but we're just friends. Vern shook his head. You better get your head out of your butt, son, or this beautiful lady will get away. Trust me, I know. If there was ever a time I harbored hope of a random sinkhole opening up, it was now. Apparently, the conversation was getting to Emerson as well, because she suddenly blurted, I just lost my husband. Vern and Edna's expression saddened. Oh, honey, how terrible, Edna gasped. Thank you. It was. I mean, it is. She chewed on her bottom lip. It still is terrible, so I'm not looking to date anyone. Thoughts and prayers with you, sweetheart, Vern said. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thankfully, a new game started up, and Emerson and I buried our heads in our cards in an effort to avoid any more uncomfortable conversation. We played through several more games, and after Emerson had won a toaster and a pair of compression socks, I finally pried her away so we could have a drink. Vern and Edna's interrogation had left me even more desperate for some alcohol. Shortly after we sat down, Gabe and the others came strolling in. We moved to a bigger table to accommodate the group, and then proceeded to let the pitchers of beer flow freely. After her phone buzzed, Emerson glanced down to read the screen. She clapped her hand over her mouth before dissolving into a fit of giggles. What is it? I asked. It looks like they're on to us, Rufus. Excuse me? Gabe glanced between us. The better question is, why in the hell are you calling him Rufus? His remark caused Emerson to start giggling again. Apparently, the glass and a half of Moose Lodge beer had quite an effect on her. Winking at Gabe, Emerson said, It's his code name. He snorted. Code names? I thought role-playing was reserved for couples. I scowled at him. We're not role-playing, pervert. It was just something I suggested when Emerson was so mortified being seen in her outfit. You know, like a disguise. Right. Because no one is going to recognize your faces, Gabe argued. They might have, but then I hoped if they did, they'd think twice about it actually being us since we were in these get-ups in the backwoods. How many remotely famous musicians would stoop to that level? Emerson shook her head. It didn't work. She held out her phone. Apparently, someone in Goodwill leaked these pictures of us. As I peered at the screen, the image before me was of Emerson and me in a hysterical heap on the floor of the dressing room. While the picture didn't bother me, I cringed at the headline. Eli Renard and Emerson Wallace of Jacob's Ladder out on the town together. Clearly, the chemistry on stage continues off stage as shown during their Goodwill Challenge date in West Virginia. Jesus, was it ever going to stop? Why did everyone automatically assume there was something between Emerson and me? I got along great with all the wives of Jake's band, Runaway Train, but that didn't mean there was anything between us. We were just men and women who enjoyed spending time with each other. It was the exact same thing between me and Emerson. How quickly you forget about ogling her perky tits when she was naked, not to mention feeling her up in your sleep. Maybe people are assuming you're into Emerson because on some physical level you are. Maybe they're picking up on some vibe you're giving out. Oh, for fuck's sake. I muttered about my internal monologue. Huh? Emerson asked. Nothing. I quickly handed her phone back to her. At least it isn't a bad picture. Considering what we're wearing, I might rethink that statement, Emerson teased. Our conversation was interrupted by the blare of a somewhat outdated sound system. After a quick adjustment, an upbeat tune filled the room. Immediately, I recognized it as the Everly Brothers. More specifically, it was When Will I Be Loved? Ah, it's my theme song, I remarked. Gabe snickered. I'm pretty sure you've done some of the mistreating and heartbreaking that song mentions. Before I could defend myself, Emerson beat me to it. While he's obviously a heartbreaker, I can't imagine Eli ever mistreating a woman. Thank you, Sonny, I replied. She grinned. You're welcome. Leaning forward in his chair, Gabe said, I would argue your view of Eli is through rose-colored glasses, because the two of you are so close. Emerson shook her head. I'm not saying he's without fault, just that I know the depth of his heart, and he would never treat a woman without kindness and respect. Oh yeah, I was seriously digging Emerson's compliments of me. Not that she wasn't one to tell me how much she appreciated me, but there was something to be said for clapping back against Gabe's put-downs. If I wanted to, I could have tried to make more of it than I should have. Just be glad you're his friend, and you haven't tried dating him. Gabe let out a low whistle. It isn't always pretty, especially when he's ready to move on. Angling her chin, Emerson peered curiously at me before turning her attention to Gabe. If you're going to run him down in front of me, I'm going to need some examples for evidence. Yeah, I think this conversation has gone on long enough. I'm sure there's some skeletons in your closet you wouldn't want Ray knowing about, I warned. Gabe crossed his arms over his chest. You might be surprised considering she thought I was a giant asshole when she met me. Oh, I'm pretty sure I could dredge up some that transcend asshole territory and go into full-on bastard. Apparently a few instances came to mind because Gabe held up his hands in surrender. Fine, your secrets are safe with me. When Emerson snorted, Gabe and I both glanced at her. What? He demanded. You two really are clueless if you think your secrets are safe. You're famous. I'm pretty sure the women you wronged didn't go quietly. You better believe there's some sort of social media post out there with all the gory details, she answered. Gabe and I both grimaced. Damn, she's probably right, Gabe muttered. I nodded. Remind me not to do a Google search of my name anytime soon. Exactly. With a shake of her head, Emerson said, and just like that, the emotional blackmail is over. I grinned. We're brothers. It's what we do, along with beating the crap out of each other. Gabe added, on that note, I think I'll make a trip to the little girl's room where I'll be safe from all this testosterone. Gabe and I laughed as she rose out of her chair. You know you love us, and our overwhelming testosterone, I countered. Oh yeah, it's the thrill of my life, she shot back before heading away from the table. Once she was out of earshot, I punched Gabe's arm. Ow, what was that for? I can't believe you were going to smear me to Emerson. Gabe's brows furrowed. Why should you care? She's your best friend, not a chick you're trying to impress. I diverted my eyes to the floor. I didn't want Gabe seeing the struggle within them. It doesn't matter that I'm not trying to date her. I don't want you giving her any more ammunition to think bad about me, least of all hate me, for sometimes being a dick to women. What do you mean, more ammunition? She got pissed after my hookup a few weeks ago. She and Mom are on the same team of me finding a nice girl to settle down with and not sex with random groupies. With a chuckle, Gabe replied, "Regardless of all that, I don't think you have anything to worry about, bro. In Emerson's eyes, you're practically a saint." I don't know if I'd go that far. I would. She's crazy about you. Jerking my head up, I eyed Gabe suspiciously. Was he onto the way I was feeling about Emerson and trying to pump me up? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. But like, what kind of crazy? The kind of crazy where someone adores you? Not like romantically, though. Gabe grimaced. Hell no. Why would you think that was what I meant? Shit. Now it was time to epically backpedal. Because earlier tonight, some of the oldsters at bingo thought we were married. Oh, well, that's because they don't know you two. It's natural to make that assumption. Right, exactly. At the sight of Emerson striding across the room, I said, "Yeah, that's enough of that." Whatever, bro. Just as Emerson reached the table, a voice spoke up behind me. "Excuse me, sugar, but would you like to dance?" I glanced over my shoulder to see a woman in her early 50s grinning at me. Bolstered by Emerson's previous compliments of me, and not wanting her to wonder about what Gabe had on me, I rose out of my chair. I'd love to. While the guys broke into laughter, Emerson just stared wide-eyed at me. After everything we knew about each other, my actions had actually surprised her. Hopefully, her shock would turn into appreciation and another vote of confidence in my favor for the way I treated women. "What's your name?" I asked the woman as I took her hand in mine. "Mary." "It's nice to meet you, Mary. I'm Rufus." She cocked her brows at me. "You're joking." "Okay, you're right. I'm Eli." "Oh, I know who you are." "Even in this crazy getup?" "Yep. I'd know you anywhere. I've got tickets to your concert tomorrow night." I grinned. "That's awesome. I'm taking my 20-year-old daughter who is in love with you." After spinning Mary out, I whirled her back to me. "We'll have to take a picture in a minute so you can make her jealous." Her dark eyes lit up. "I'd love that." When the song came to an end, I dipped Mary, which sent a round of hearty applause around the table. We took a bow before heading off the dance floor. After taking a selfie with her, I thanked Mary for the dance and then sat back down with the others. "Those were some impressive moves," Emerson remarked. "Thank you. I'm a man of many talents." As we watched the couples slow dancing out on the dance floor, a feeling of longing twitched in my chest. It was the same kind of feeling I got whenever I saw Jake and Abby together, or Gabe and Ray. "What's got you looking so thoughtful?" Emerson asked with a smile. I pointed the neck of my beer at the couples out on the dance floor. "You see that right there? That's what I want." "You want to be a geriatric shaking your broken hip at the Moose Lodge?" With a scowl, I countered, "No, smartass. That's not it at all. What I meant was, when I get to their age, I still want to be that much in love. I want to look into my wife's eyes with the same adoration as that dude is, and to have it reflected back." When I looked at Emerson, tears clouded her eyes. Oh, fuck. Could I be more of an insensitive asshole? She'd had all that with Jack. The love of her life and the man she was going to grow old with. Now she didn't. And here I was lamenting about my life. Fuck, Renard. Could you be more of an insensitive prick? Wincing, I said, "Sonny, that's really beautiful." When she cupped my cheek, I felt like an even bigger ass because it should have been me comforting her. Before I could address my epic douchery toward her, she said,
"You deserve that, Eli. More than anyone I know. You deserve to have a love like that."
"No, not really. It was her who deserved that. How could she be so gracious and loving toward me? I wanted to wrap her in my arms and hold her tight. Tell her she'd find her forever man. But I couldn't do that, and I had no idea why. I opened my mouth to again apologize, but before I could, a throat cleared behind us. When we looked back, a middle-aged man in a flannel shirt and trucker hat held out his hand to Emerson. "I was wondering if you might give me the honor of the next dance." When a panic-stricken look came over her face, I quickly rose out of my chair. "I'm sorry, sir, but this lady is spoken for." Bobbing her head, Emerson hopped up.
"Yes, but thank you for asking,"
she replied softly. "You're welcome," the man replied. As we started onto the dance floor, Emerson exhaled in relief.
"You're my hero.
"I owe you one." "No problem. I'm just glad he didn't try to fight me for you." I winked at her. "He might have taken me." She laughed.
"I seriously doubt that."
"He probably had 40 pounds on me."
"But you have more muscle."
"I am pretty ripped, aren't I?" Emerson rolled her eyes but smiled in spite of herself.
"Stop fishing for compliments. As much as you get lusted after, you know you have a hot bod."
Batting my eyelashes, I replied, "Why, thank you. I owe it all to spending time in the hotel gyms." Mirroring the other couples, I slipped an arm around Emerson's waist and held her hand with the other. As we swayed to the music, a smile formed on my lips as I thought of the last time we danced together.
"What are you smiling about?"
Emerson asked. "Remember the last time we did this?" Her brows scrunched together in thought.
"Was it Jake and Abby's wedding?"
"Yeah, it was."
"Oh my gosh. Has it been that long?"
"Yep. Over 5 years ago. Crazy how time flies, isn't it?" With a smile, she said,
"Who would have thought then that the next time we would be dancing together would be at a moose lodge in West Virginia?"
I sure as hell wouldn't have. When Emerson stifled a yawn, I cocked my head at her. "Am I boring you with my trip down memory lane?"
"I'm sorry. I'm just tired."
"You want to sit down?"
"No, I'm good."
She gripped my shoulder tighter.
"I don't want tonight to end. It's been so much fun."
"It has, hasn't it?" She nodded.
"It made me feel like a kid again. You know, before all the responsibilities of adulthood weighed you down."
"Yeah, I know that feeling."
People really should try to be more carefree every once in a while. I can see now why the whole Goodwill Challenge has caught on."
"So I made a believer out of you, huh?"
Sonny smiled. "Yes, you did."
"Then we'll have to do it again." Jerking my chin at the table, I said, "Maybe I could get Gabe and Ray to play along one night."
"I can see Ray being on board, but I'm pretty sure Gabe is far too serious."
"You're probably right." Just as she knew me so well, the same could be said for Gabe. They might not have been as close as she and I were, but she still knew all the quirks of Gabe's personality by heart. If anyone could get him to do it, it would be Ray. A faint smile played at her lips.
"The things we do for love."
Exactly. After yawning again, Emerson laid her head on my shoulder. The song changed over to another slow one, so we remained swaying to the music. As my fingers traced wide circles over the material of her dress, Emerson sighed contentedly. Damn if I didn't like the sound of it. More specifically, I liked that it came from the feel of my touch. I didn't think I would ever tire of the feel of her in my arms, her body flush against mine. Of course, it was detrimental because it brought the physical desire I had for her front and center. I'd hoped after my hookup I could erase those feelings. The next time was with a brunette who was part of the catering company. That I managed to do without Emerson knowing. I'd quickly learned I couldn't fuck Emerson out of my system. No matter how hard I tried, the new effect she had on me was still there. After all of the time we'd spent together, And all the years of being a part of each other's lives, she was part of me. She'd gotten under my skin, and there was no way I could get her out. Having those feelings for her made me feel like an unimaginable bastard. She was my best friend, for fuck's sake. Not to mention she was a widow. Her heart, mind, and body were still inexplicably tied to Jack. Yes, time had passed, but I knew how she felt about him. For the last 3 months, I'd had a front row seat to witness the agony she'd experienced with his loss. For that reason alone, I didn't even bother entertaining the idea that she might be attracted to me. She couldn't possibly be thinking romantically about anyone but Jack, least of all me, her best friend, the man who was supposed to have her back and protect her. In the end, I was just a bastard.
Chapter 11. Emerson. 1 month later. Sitting in the hair and makeup chair, I tapped my foot relentlessly on the floor of the trailer. It wasn't because I was impatient with the stylist. It was more about the fact my anxiety was running rampant. Another glance at the clock had my stomach tightening even further into knots. It was T-minus 10 minutes until call time for me to be on the set of Jacob's Ladder's newest music video. 2 weeks ago, I'd been enjoying catching up on Game of Thrones with the guys when our manager called. As we'd sat around the bus's table, we'd peered into the iPad screen with Daniel's smiling face.
"We want to capitalize on the success of the song Wrapped in You by doing a music video."
Gabe had groaned.
"You're not calling to insist Ray and I parade in front of the cameras again, are you? Actually, we're looking to go in a different direction this time." "Thank God,"
he murmured.
"What kind of direction are you thinking?"
Eli asked.
"Well, we want to use you this time."
Eli grinned.
"Couldn't resist my good looks and charm, could you?"
Daniel chuckled.
"Of course we couldn't."
Easing back in his chair, Eli had brought his hands behind his head.
"Do I get a say in who my leading lady will be?" "I think you'll be in agreement on who we're considering." "And just who is it?" "Emerson."
Eli had jerked his hands away from his head and shot straight up in his chair while a strangled noise had erupted from the back of my throat. Me? Daniel had chuckled.
"Yes, you. You're a part of Jacob's Ladder now, so it would make sense to use someone from the band. Before you, we obviously haven't had that option, with everyone related."
It felt like I'd had the proverbial rug jerked out from under me, and it just landed flat on my ass. My emotions weren't in confusion over just being in a music video. I'd done one before with Jack. Of course, it had been produced on a shoestring budget, and we were married at the time. I'd hardly had to act in our scenes together. No, my haywire emotions were over the fact they wanted me and Eli to play romantic leads. When I'd first come on tour, I wouldn't have had an issue with the prospect. I could have looked adoringly at Eli in one moment and then giggled in the next. But that was before our relationship had experienced a slight shift, one that I couldn't actually explain, besides saying it felt different. If you asked me to pinpoint the moment things had changed, I couldn't. It seemed to come on so gradually. It had been small looks and tiny gestures, the context of phrases that now took on a different meaning. But something had definitely changed the night of our Goodwill date. It had been the electricity of his touch on me in the dressing room, and then the way I melted into him on the dance floor. It was in the thousands of tiny ways he not only sheltered and protected me, but how he tried to make every moment worthwhile. When I glanced at Eli, he didn't appear any more convinced than I did.
"Just because we're not blood related, it doesn't mean we would be a good fit for a video,"
he protested. With a nod, I replied, "Exactly."
"We all can't imagine a better fit. Anyone who watches the two of you interact on stage can see the chemistry. Besides, The love you have as friends can easily transcend the screen. The rest just requires a little acting on your parts.
I swallowed hard. It sounded like their minds were made up. As the newest member of the band, I knew I couldn't go against management's wishes. "Where will we be shooting the video?" I asked. Desperately, I hoped it wasn't somewhere overly romantic. Daniel grinned.
That's one of the best parts. You guys remember where Abby and Jake got married?
Oh, God. Did he seriously just ask that? No one who had been in attendance could have forgotten the beautiful and romantic private island off the coast of Mexico, where Abby and Jake had been married. It hadn't been but a few weeks ago since Eli had stirred my memory of it during our dance at the Moose Lodge. Newly married ourselves, Jack had accompanied me to the wedding. He laughed good-naturedly and eagerly stepped aside when Eli had cut in on us to dance with me. The rest of the night I'd spent dancing with Jack, while Eli had made the rounds through all the beautiful single women. Every time I looked over, he'd been charming another woman. At the time, I found it hilarious, but I couldn't say the same now.
Yes, we remember,
Eli answered for us.
We've managed to secure it. We thought the sun with the ocean would be the best representation for the song. Wouldn't you agree, Gabe?
Gabe nodded.
Yeah, I think the lyrics would work really well with the ocean scenery.
I fought the urge to reach over and throttle Gabe. Of course, he had no idea about my internal struggle. He just wanted to see the best representation for the song he wrote.
The director is still ironing out the details, but we plan to shoot some scenes with the whole band, and then it'll just be a small crew that flies out with Eli and Emerson.
No small planes, I whispered.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Daniel asked. I won't take any single-engine planes. After he had momentarily appeared confused, the realization hit Daniel that I was referencing my fear of small planes because of Jack's death.
Right. We wouldn't do that to you, sweetheart. We can take the label jet to Mexico, and then the boat ride out to the island.
I exhaled in relief. Thank you. Although I still had extreme reservations about doing the video, I didn't vocalize them. Since Eli had graciously gotten me the job, I didn't feel I had any right to complain to him. Not to mention the fact I felt like I owed him and the others. I was willing to shelve my feelings and take one for the team. At the same time, I worried that if I complained about the direction of the video, it might seem suspect. Like if I really only cared for Eli as a friend, what did it matter if we were pretending to be a couple? Once we agreed to shoot the video, neither Eli or I mentioned it unless we were with Gabe or the others. When we were alone, we never once voiced our apprehension about us pretending to be in love on screen. Not even to joke about how weird it was going to be to look all dreamy. It seemed incredibly strange for two people who talked and joked about everything to suddenly become mute on a subject. Last week, we'd shot scenes with the entire band on stage before one of our shows. With 2 days between our next concert, Eli and I, along with a video crew, had landed in Mexico late last night. Now, in the pre-dawn hours of the morning, I was preparing to pretend to be in love with my best friend. The costume designer had outfitted me in a white sundress with spaghetti straps. Beach waves had been straight ironed into my hair, while my makeup had been kept fairly minimal, even for the harsh light of the cameras. A knock came at the door of the trailer.
Emerson?
Yes?
We're ready for you.
An anxious breath wheezed out of me as I rose out of the chair. The one thing I could be grateful for is that I was barefoot. I didn't have to worry about breaking my neck in some overly high heels. Thank God for small mercies, I muttered under my breath as I opened the trailer door. When I stepped out onto the stairs, I saw Eli was already down on the beach. He had on a pair of khaki pants and a loose white shirt. For someone who was usually so put together and so suave around women, Eli appeared slightly unhinged. He paced around one spot on the beach. From time to time, he would fidget with the buttons on his shirt. Part of me felt relieved he was so apprehensive. It somehow validated my own anxiety. As I started out to meet him, I shivered as my feet strode across the cold, wet sand. In my flimsy dress, I would be glad when the sun came out. "Hey," I said as I strolled up.
Hey yourself,
He replied. I rubbed the tops of my exposed arms to keep warm. "So, this is it, huh?"
Unfortunately, yes.
He grimaced.
That didn't come out exactly right.
"It's okay, I get it. Neither one of us is happy about this."
Don't get me wrong. I love getting to do a video with you. I'm just not a fan of what they're asking of us. I'd much rather film scenes of us just hanging out together.
I laughed. Even though I'd prefer that as well, I'm not sure that would make for a very interesting video. He grinned.
I can see it now. The two of us lounging around on an overstuffed couch, a long neck in our hands, and pizza boxes littering the table.
He closed his eyes in exaggerated bliss.
The steamy romance of Netflix and chill.
"Ooh, so dreamy," I joked. Eli's eyes popped back open.
At this moment, it would sure as hell beat us having to stare lovingly at each other on the beach.
"That's true."
At the end of the day, it's just acting, right? I mean, people in Hollywood do this kind of shit all the time.
"Exactly."
It doesn't mean I feel anything for you.
Even though they shouldn't have, his words stung. My emotions must have transcended to my face, because Eli quickly added,
Well, I don't feel anything for you like that. You know how much I love you.
"Of course, and I feel the same way about you. Nothing but friendship, trust me." The director, who we hadn't yet had a chance to meet because of the time constraints, came striding up to us with an assistant trailing behind him.
Hey there, Mark Sunderland.
He thrust out his hand to me first, and then to Eli. "Nice to meet you," I said, while Eli nodded his acknowledgement.
To maximize our time, I'm not going to bore you with the storyboards. Instead, we're just going to get the two of you out there and start rolling.
Since I was still a novice at video making, I didn't question him.
Whatever you say, buddy. You're the director.
Eli said. Mark grinned.
I promise I won't be too demanding or make you work in really shitty conditions. Due to the relaxed, almost ethereal feeling of the song, I want to keep the video as light, airy, and natural as possible.
He jerked his thumb down to the shoreline.
They should be finished setting up, and we can get started doing some of the scenes of you two walking along the beach.
Okay, sounds good, I said. We followed Mark down to where the cameras and lighting were set up. The sky was turning over from night to morning, and the first streaks of sunlight sent pink clashing with the blue. With my hair and dress rippling in the breeze, I couldn't help appreciating the beauty of the scenery. After a quick check of our hair and makeup, Mark called action, and the shoot officially began. For several takes, we strolled hand in hand along the beach.
Okay, some subtle smiles, a little light conversation,
Mark instructed. Turning to look at me, Eli asked,
Come here often?
A laugh bubbled from my lips. How is a cheesy pickup line supposed to be light conversation?
It isn't. It was my little way of protesting.
Such a rebel, I mused.
You can call me Jimmy Dean if you want.
For the actor or the sausage? Now it was Eli laughing.
The level of innuendo I could unload on you from your sausage remark is seriously epic.
He turned to waggle his brows at me.
But I'll refrain.
You're too kind. After we'd clocked enough time on the shoreline, Mark had us move into the ocean. Oh my God, it's freezing! I shrieked when the water lapped against my thighs.
I thought you said you weren't going to put us in shitty conditions.
Eli called up to Mark. Mark laughed.
Sorry, we probably should have shot this later in the day. But don't worry, a little chilly water never killed anyone.
Tell that to the people on the Titanic, I bit back.
Better yet, tell it to Jack.
The moment the words left his lips, Eli cringed. And just like that, the simple mention of a name caused the specter of my husband's memory to pop up in the Pacific Ocean. It was accompanied by the familiar range of grief-fueled emotions. When he dared to meet my gaze, Eli said,
You know, Leonardo.
Right, of course.
Okay, I need you guys to go a little deeper to where you're almost at waist level.
I sucked in a breath as I stepped further into the water. The more the water engulfed me, the more my teeth chattered. I thought the Pacific was supposed to be warm.
It is, just not this time of day, or really this time of year,
Eli replied. When Eli and I got settled and used to the temperature, Mark had Eli wrap his arms around my waist, while I put my arms around his neck. We were to sway back and forth as the sun started rising in the sky. Sometimes I was to have my head on his chest, while other times we were to stare into each other's eyes. It wasn't anything more intimate than we'd already experienced together, and thankfully, Mark didn't ask us to kiss.
Okay, cut,
Mark called. Thank God. I'm so ready to get out of here, I said. Mark held his hands up.
Sorry, guys, I need you to stay put. We're going to have to reshoot that. For the love of God and all things holy, why?
Eli protested.
On the playback, we caught Emerson's ring.
He motioned to a female member of the crew. She nodded and then hurried into the water. It must have been cold because it took me a moment to register what was going on. You want me to take off my rings?
Unfortunately, the sunlight is hitting it.
I glanced from Mark down to my left hand. In the 11 months since Jack had died, I had yet to take off my wedding and engagement rings. They'd never been off my hand when he was alive, and I had yet to have the strength to take them off. They had merely become an extension of myself, a symbol that I had once been someone's wife, that I had been Jack's wife. The crew member held out her hand, expecting me to put my rings in them, but I just stood frozen. Although my mind screamed at me to move, I couldn't for the life of me raise my arms.
If it's the glare that's an issue, why can't I just switch places with Emerson in the water?
Eli suggested.
It's not the glare. The two of you are supposed to be single in the video. Not to mention you're not wearing a ring.
Eli shook his head.
I doubt anyone will notice. Trust me, they notice everything.
While I remained motionless and staring at my rings, Eli gave a ragged sigh.
Okay, fine. Mark, let me borrow your wedding ring. What?
Both Mark and I demanded at the same time.
Give me a ring and then we can be a married couple. Problem solved. Tell that to my wife,
Mark called. I stared open-mouthed at Eli. It was one thing to pretend to be in love with him, but to be his wife? Oh God, that was entirely too sacred. I couldn't possibly go along with that. Could I? Wow, could you stoop any lower, Emerson? I mean, you'd be wearing the rings that bonded you and Jack in matrimony, while you faked being married to Eli. Why don't you just go spit on Jack's grave? Grudgingly, Mark started to take off his ring. No, I blurted, causing both him and Eli to jump. After one last hesitation, I then jerked my rings off my finger and shoved them at the crew member.
Great. Thanks, Emerson,
Mark called. I didn't reply. Instead, I stared down at my naked finger. Where it had previously felt weighted down, now it felt so light, naked, lost, free.
Can we have a minute?
Eli requested.
Sure, let's take 5. Why don't you two come out and get some coffee or tea? We can do some makeup and hair touch-ups,
Mark replied. While Eli started to wade to the shore, I remained standing in the water. When he realized I wasn't with him, he turned back for me.
I didn't want you to have to do that,
Eli murmured softly. Shaking my head, I replied, It's okay. It needed to be done. I sounded a lot surer than I felt. When I glanced at Eli, I realized he knew my fake bravado. I don't know why I thought I could fool him. It really is okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna call bullshit on that.
Fine, you're right. At the moment, I feel like I'm coming undone. Like the foundation of progress I've made since Jack's death has taken another hit. I scrubbed at the goosebumps on my arms as a realization washed over me, like the waves lapping at my thighs. But unlike before, I can see the light despite the dark, and I know it'll be all right. Eli slowly bobbed his head.
Yes, you will be all right. Most of all, I'll be right here by your side.
My chin trembled slightly. Thank you.
Now come on, let's get something warm in us.
Got anything to spike some coffee or tea with? I asked with a grin. He chuckled.
No, but your wish is my command.
A quick coffee and whiskey break later, Eli and I returned to the water, which thankfully had warmed up. After we reshot the scenes, we exited the water for a wardrobe change. Once I hit the shoreline, the crew member appeared with my rings. There's a safe in the dressing room for you to use, she said. My palm closed over the rings. Thank you. As we started up the beach, I turned to Eli. His brow had suddenly creased with worry after the reappearance of my rings. I knew he was waiting for me to have another meltdown. I meant it when I said I was going to be okay.
Oh, I know.
So you can stop looking like you're preparing for me to go off again. He gave me a sheepish grin as he raked a hand through his dark hair.
Was it that obvious?
I laughed. Just a little.
I'm sorry. It's just I was hoping you wouldn't have to see the rings again until the end of the day. You know, like they were out of sight, out of mind.
It's okay. It's understandable they would seem like a trigger for me. Opening my palm, I eyed the diamond and gold band. I knew there would come a day when I would need to take them off. I just never expected it to be asked of me, or witnessed by so many people.
You can always put them back on. Today doesn't have to be the day you don't put them back on,
Eli said. You know, my grandmother wore her wedding rings for 16 years after my grandfather died. They didn't leave her finger until she died. She always said there would never be another man for her. Eli's jaw tightened.
Is that how you're starting to feel?
Of course not. While it's terribly romantic, it isn't feasible for me. Granny was 70 when she became widowed, not 30. She had her children and grandchildren to keep her company. I don't have any of that. Relief flooded Eli's face.
Right, exactly. You have a lot of life to live.
He stared pointedly at me.
And you don't want to live it alone.
No, I don't. I'm not sure how long we would have stood there simply staring at each other if the stylist hadn't come to whisk me away to get changed. After I saw my rings put away in the safe, I received yet another hair and makeup touch-up before being put into a white bikini. When I got back outside, I saw Eli had donned white swim trunks. We eyed each other's costumes.
Why weren't we wearing these when they had us get in the water?
Eli asked. I laughed. I don't know. It certainly would have made more sense. On second thought, as cold as it was, I'm thinking we probably would have welcomed more fabric. He grinned.
That's true.
Mark motioned us over to where a hammock had been constructed.
Okay, now, Emerson, I want you to lie across Eli's chest. First couple of shots, we want you to stare into each other's eyes, and then we want a few of the two of you sleeping.
Got it, I muttered before I rolled over. As soon as I was adequately draped over Eli's chest, the director stepped back, and it was once again time to do the stare down.
Okay, Eli, why don't you run your fingers over Emerson's back?
The feel of Eli's touch once again sent shivers through me. Immediately, my mind went back to that night in Goodwill. But when he hit one spot close to my rib cage, I squealed and jerked away.
What is it?
Sorry, that's where I'm ticklish. Eli's eyes lit up.
After all these years, how is it I didn't know you were ticklish there?
I never volunteered the information because I knew it would be used against me.
Like this?
He then proceeded to unleash both his hands on my ticklish spot, causing me to dissolve in giggles.
Stop it, I cried. My pleas went unanswered as he continued to tickle me. I tried squirming and kicking away from him, but my exertions were too much because they caused the hammock to tip over, sending me and Eli onto the sand.
Oomph!
Eli muttered as I fell on top of him. Yeah, I'm so not sorry. That's all your fault. When Eli pushed the hair away from my face, I leaned my head into one of his hands. With a lazy smile, he said,
You better watch it, or I'll start up again.
I grinned back at him. You better not. I believe my knee is perilously close to your balls. With a wicked grin, Eli said,
After that frigid dip, my balls are still in retreat mode, so I think I'm safe.
You're disgusting, I replied, but I still laughed in spite of myself.
And cut!
Eli and I tore our eyes away from each other to stare over at Mark. Somehow, during our antics, I'd completely forgotten about the camera and the crew. Mark grinned at the two of us.
Now that was gold! How was that remotely romantic or sexy?
Eli countered.
Trust me, it was real.
It was us being really silly, I protested. He crooked a finger at us. After I rolled off of Eli, we rose to our feet and went over to Mark.
Watch the playback,
he instructed. After crossing his arms over his chest, Eli stared at the small screen. I stepped closer to him so I could see better. As I watched the tickle fight, I wasn't sure how they could possibly fit the footage in the video. But when we fell to the ground, I realized what Mark had been talking about. The way we looked at each other caused a flutter in my stomach. It was completely genuine. And that's when I saw it. The love, the trust, the ease in which we related. It was right there on screen. Now I knew what Daniel had meant about us not being able to see the chemistry between us that others could. When I dared to look at Eli, a soft smile played at his lips. One that clearly said he enjoyed watching the two of us share our moment. It was everything any woman would want to see reflected in a man's face. In spite of how hard I tried fighting it, something came undone within me. Mark brought me out of my head and into the moment.
I think we're good for now. Let's break for lunch, and then we'll come back for the waterfall and bonfire scenes. Want to grab lunch?
No, I desperately want to get away from you, so I can have a moment alone to process my feelings. But I didn't say that. Instead, I nodded enthusiastically, refusing to allow the facade to slip. Because there was something else I saw in those frames. Adoration. The type of adoration a woman wants in a man who loves her romantically. Is that what's happening? If it was the case, I would have to switch gears to play the part of the girl who wasn't falling for her best friend.
Chapter 12. Eli. I was in hell. Sure, it wasn't the biblical version with fire and brimstone. No, my hell came in the form of being on a tropical island where my best friend paraded around in front of me in a skimpy white bikini. Not only were her perfect curves plastered against me from time to time, but I was also expected to run my hands over her body while looking adoringly into her eyes. All the while this was happening, my mind was screaming at my dick to rein itself in. I'd been dying a slow death since the suggestion had been made for me and Emerson to do a romantic video together. It wasn't like things weren't bad enough, but now we had been thrown at each other as well. Even after everything that transpired on our goodwill date, Emerson and I went along as if nothing had changed, and everything was completely normal. Or, if I were being honest, a weird new form of normal. Basically, I worked overtime not to see Emerson in any other light than as my best friend, while at the same time acting like nothing had changed between us. But anyone who had been paying attention to us the last 5 months would have had to have been blind not to notice all the small changes occurring between us. When we hung out together on the bus, we no longer sat close to each other on the couch. Before, we were practically one giant person blob where you couldn't even have left the remote between us. Now there was a line drawn on the cushion by our phones or snacks. In the past, we had gone off together to explore the cities, but it was never just the two of us by ourselves anymore. We always dragged along someone else to make a trio or foursome. Most of the time we had Gabe and Ray with us, which if we'd actually stopped to think, it just made it seem like two couples out on the town. But everything came crashing down on me with the idea of the video. I'd wanted to tell Daniel where he could shove his idea of Emerson and I faking it on a private beach. Like an ultimate diva, I wanted to demand a new co-star. It wasn't too much to ask, right? But a small voice inside me warned that if I made a big deal out of it, my motives might seem suspect. Not to mention I might seem callous to Emerson by rejecting her. The last thing I would ever want was to hurt her. So against my better judgment, I kept my mouth shut and went along with the flow. On the whole flight down to Mexico, I'd cranked gangsta rap in my earphones while doing a pep talk that bordered on a meditation. I hoped rather than believed it would work. Of course, it got shot to hell the moment I saw Emerson striding toward me on the beach looking like an angelic vision in her white dress. I'd previously told her she'd be beautiful in a burlap sack, and that was the truth. Of course, the sexy cut of the dress wasn't angelic in the least bit. It made me wish I could drape a shawl over her shoulders. When the shoot got started, I was grateful that the director didn't ask anything too intimate from us. Walking along the beach or dancing with her in the water was easy to do. But then it took a turn I hadn't anticipated when the director asked Emerson to take off her rings. The fact she'd kept them on all these months was a subject I'd never broached. When she first came out on tour, it was a non-issue for me, something I never even thought about. They were a part of her just like the cross she often wore around her neck. Then as time went on, I noticed them on her hand. What I didn't expect was that my thoughts about Emerson could ever change, that I'd wish she'd give me any indication she thought more about me than just friends. When my feelings for her began to change, I came to slightly resent them, which I certainly wasn't proud of. For me, they were a glaring symbol she wasn't free, even though she obviously was. In spite of the way I felt about her rings, I fought like hell to let her keep them on today. When she was willing to take them off, it spurred a little hope in me that her mindset was shifting, and she was opening herself up to someone new. I was probably getting ahead of myself with that thought. After our ocean reshoots, we broke for a wardrobe change. When we returned, we moved further into the island where a small waterfall poured into a pond. At first, Mark had us harmlessly swimming around, splashing water at each other and being generally platonic. But that didn't last too long. Wading knee-deep into the water, Mark asked, "Eli, can I get you to sweep Emerson into your arms like you're going to carry her out of the water?" "Sure thing, boss," I called to him. Bending over, I slid one arm under Emerson's thigh while my other arm went around her waist. With a grunt, I hoisted Emerson up against my chest.
I bet you're wishing now I hadn't put the weight back on, Emerson joked as I momentarily struggled. I laughed. It's more the fact you're wet, which makes you incredibly slippery. There's something else about you I'd like to get wet and slippery. To glide my fingers inside you. To lap my tongue over you. I furiously shook my head from side to side like a dog to try to free me of the perverted thoughts running through my mind. Are you okay? Emerson asked. Yeah, there was a fly or something around my head. She gave me a funny look but didn't question me any further. Turning around in the water, I faced Mark. Now what? Look into each other's eyes for a few takes. You know the drill by now. Emerson, you could bring one of your hands to his face. Rub along his cheek. She nodded. Once Mark called action, I stared intently into Emerson's turquoise eyes. They became such a gorgeous color of blue in the sunlight. I fought the urge to tell her just how beautiful they were, but I was pretty sure a compliment like that would cross far too many lines. My focus shifted at the feel of her hand on my cheek. Turning my face into her palm, I would never get enough of her touch. You're getting a little scruffy, Emerson mused with a smile. I can't help I'm so manly I get a 5 o'clock shadow by noon. Emerson threw her head back and laughed. Oh, is that what it is? Damn straight. Peering thoughtfully at me, she said, I kinda like it. It's not too rough on your skin? I think I can take it, she replied. What about the inside of your thighs? Think they can handle the burn when I'm going down on you? I jumped out of my dirty thoughts at the sound of Mark's voice. Good. That was great, especially the laugh. Now, let's change things up a bit. Emerson, I want you to wrap your legs around Eli's waist and your arms around his neck. Fabulous. Let's put Emerson's bikini-clad pussy even closer to my dick. That sounds like the perfect recipe for disaster, considering the stroll I just took through Dirty Thoughts Town. Like the performing monkey I was, I did exactly what Mark asked. I shifted Emerson's body back away from me to give her room to wrap her legs around me. When she was firmly in place, Emerson brought her arms around my neck. Is that good? I asked. Yeah, it feels nice, Sonny replied with a smile. I grinned. Actually, I meant that for Mark. She blushed. Oh, whoops. It's all good. Yes, that's perfect, guys. Now, for a couple of shots, Emerson, I'd like you to rest your head against Eli's chest. Emerson's interpretation of Mark's request was to snuggle into the crook of my neck. Her warm breath fanned over my damp skin. I really meant it when I said it felt good, but this is even better. It is nice, I murmured. I think I could fall asleep like this. Oh no, if I have to be awake for this bullshit, you're staying awake too, I replied. She giggled. You know, you could be a real gentleman and take one for the team. Nope, not happening. I'm not going to be the only one with nightmares. Going against Mark's direction, Emerson leaned her head back to stare into my eyes. It's really not so bad, is it? What? Pretending to be in love with me? You know, romantically? Holy fucking shit. Had she actually just asked me that question? Talk about going for the jugular. Truthfully, I couldn't say I was too surprised. She'd been quiet at lunch, almost contemplative. At first, I'd chalked it up to what had happened with her rings. But now that I thought about it, she'd been fine about the rings before we'd shot the hammock scene. Something had changed after she'd seen the playback of the two of us. With a small smile, I said, No, it's not bad at all. Sonny returned my smile. I feel the same way. It could be a lot worse, huh? They could have you loving on Mike or Norm. She giggled. You're terrible. It's the truth, isn't it? Maybe. And cut. Of course, Mark would find a way to ruin the moment. When Emerson and I shifted our gazes over to him, he was grinning. You two are seriously the worst at taking direction. Sorry, Emerson apologized. Mark held up his hands. It's okay. Regardless of how far off you go from my direction, I still get an excellent performance out of you. We're glad to be of service, I said. Okay. A couple more shots and then I think we'll be ready for a break. Grinning, I said, Aye, aye, Captain. Mark laughed. Keeping your positions, Eli, I'd like you to kiss along Emerson's neck. Run your fingers through her hair. I eyed Emerson's soaked strands. Yeah, that should be easy enough. Emerson pinched the back of my neck. Ow! I exclaimed. Oh, please. I barely touched you. I'd beg to disagree. I'm pretty sure there are nail marks on the back of my neck. I was going to tell you to quit being a smartass, but I think I'll add whiner to that as well. I would watch it if I were you. And why is that? I'll toss you in the deep end of the water. You wouldn't dare. Gripping her hips, I replied, Is that a double dare? Do not bring that back from when we were kids, she warned. When I started walking toward the deeper end, Sunny shrieked before tightening her arms painfully around my neck. You're choking me, I grunted. Good. It's harder for you to throw me off. I chuckled. Surely you knew I wasn't really going to do that. With you, I never know. If I got you completely wet, you'd have to be sent back to hair and makeup, and that's too much of a pain in the ass. Aren't you sweet? She muttered. Mark cleared his throat behind us. While Sunny's face flushed with embarrassment, I turned to him with a smile. Sorry for fucking up another one of your shots. Thankfully, he laughed good-naturedly instead of telling us to get our act together. Somehow, I don't think you're truly repentant. Just getting you back for putting us out in that cold water. Ah, okay. I see how it goes. Now, if you two wouldn't mind focusing, we can wrap this up and then give you two a little break for this evening's scenes. Absolutely. Totally serious. I brought my hand dramatically in front of my face for good measure. Right. Starting on action with you kissing Emerson's neck. When Mark yelled action, I sobered up even further because I wanted to get the damn job done. And I wanted to get it done right. When I brought my mouth against Sunny's neck, she shivered slightly. Winding my hands through the strands of her hair, I kissed along the column of her throat. Once I reached the base of her neck, I waited for Mark's direction. When he didn't say anything, I decided it wouldn't hurt to do a little improvisation. As my lips feathered soft kisses across Emerson's collarbone, she sighed. Bolstered by her reaction, I tugged on the strands of her hair, easing her head back. I then kissed along the damp skin in the safety zone just before you enter no man's land at the tops of her breasts. While I might have kissed Sunny on the cheek or the head, it was a totally different ball game kissing her neck and collarbone. I was fucking thankful she couldn't feel how much it was turning me on. I am seriously kissing Sunny. I forced my head, and the lower one, to keep it together. We were acting, and there were others watching. Wait, did she just moan? Get a grip, Renard. It's just a scene. You know, acting, totally not real. Just when I thought I couldn't make out with Emerson's neck 1 minute more, Mark finally yelled the magic word of cut. Did we get it all? I asked. Yep, I think we did. But go ahead and come out of the water while I check the playback. I'm sure you guys are pruning by now. He worries about us having wrinkly skin, but not that we were freezing our asses off earlier, I muttered as I brought my hands to Emerson's waist. After easing her off of me, I then made sure she was standing okay before I took my hands away. Although she was upright, she still had her arms around my neck. Still afraid I'm going to throw you? She giggled. No, it was more like I was afraid of falling in the water of my own accord.
We sloshed our way out of the pond. When we reached the shore, 2 members of the crew rushed forward with towels for us. Once we dried off, another crew member offered us robes. "No, thanks. I think I'm good," I said. Sunny, on the other hand, was apparently feeling a little more modest, and she put the robe on. The very small caveman part of me was glad she did that. Even as just her best friend, I didn't like the thought of some of the male members of the crew oogling her curves. When we got to Mark, he nodded at us. "Yep, we got it." After glancing at his watch, he said, "Right now, we're waiting on the sun to set to shoot the bonfire scenes. While we set up, you two can go back to your trailers and take a break." Considering I didn't get much sleep the night before, I welcomed the idea of a nap, and I was pretty sure Emerson would too. We walked back through the trees toward the shoreline. Once I saw her to her trailer, I escaped over to mine. The moment I collapsed onto the couch, my mind began whirling out of control. I was gifted with my own version of video playback in my head. Groaning, I threw my arms over my eyes. "Would you just shut up for a minute and let me sleep?" I growled. Yes, I'd officially gone off the deep end because I was now bossing around my brain. Thankfully, the thoughts began to quiet and I found myself lulled into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I was out. I woke up to one of the older makeup artists, Sherry, shaking me. "Sorry, I must have gone into a coma." Sherry laughed. "It's okay. I just need to redo your hair and makeup." This is the first video I've shot where there's been such an emphasis on ensuring my hair and makeup stayed perfect. "Let me guess. It's your first shoot in a tropical climate?" "Yeah, actually it is." "Trust me. The heat makes all the difference in the world." "Doesn't it in everything from cooking to sex?" I mused. "Oh, it certainly makes all the difference in the bedroom," Sherry replied with a wink. "Don't I know it?" She held out her hand. "Come on, lazy bones. Let's get you pretty to finish up the shoot." Chapter 13. Eli. After Sherry made me pretty, I was taken to the wardrobe trailer where I was given an identical pair of shorts to the ones I'd had on. "I didn't know I'd been such a dirty boy," I joked before I slipped behind the curtain to change. When I came out, Emerson emerged from the bathroom also in a new suit. "This is so weird." "It's just all part of the video-making magic." "I'm pretty sure I would never make it in the movies. All the wardrobe changes and hair and makeup and shooting and reshooting scenes." She sighed. "It's exhausting." "Lucky for you that you have a rocking voice and smoking fiddle skills, so you don't have to worry about the movies." Emerson smiled. "Yeah, thank goodness." A crew member led us from the wardrobe trailer back down to the beach where the flames from a billowing bonfire stretched against the darkening sky. Why am I all of a sudden getting a Tom Hanks Castaway vibe? I joked. Mark laughed. "Don't worry. I'm not planning on having you dance around the fire. Basically, it's the same setup as before. First, we'll start off with Emerson leaned against you with her back against your chest. Then we'll move to where she's straddling you." I swallowed hard. "Yeah, okay. We can do that," I replied, sounding a lot surer of myself than I felt. We spent the next half hour working through the scene. Mark would add in different directions, like kiss the side of her neck or run your fingers up her arms. It was thrilling stuff. Of course, my resolve was yet again tested when Emerson moved from leaning against me to straddling me. I wished to be back in the water in case my dick thought now was a good time to rear his head. Just when it was safe to assume Mark wasn't going to ask us to do anything extreme, he went and pulled the rug out from under me. "Great. Now, Eli, can you loosen the ties of Emerson's bikini top?" A strangled cry came from Emerson's lips at his request, while I shook my head furiously back and forth. Snatching my arms away from Emerson, I jabbed my finger at Mark. Hell no. I'm sorry. What was that? I said, hell fucking no. This is a music video, not porn. Mark had the nerve to laugh. I'm well aware of that, Eli. If you're asking Emerson to take her clothes off, apparently you're not. I'm not going to shoot her topless. It'll just give the illusion that the two of you are naked. Her back will be to the camera the whole time. Dude, this is for CMT, not MTV, I countered. When Emerson giggled, I couldn't help staring open-mouthed at her. Excuse me, but did you just laugh? The absurdity of it all got to me. Not to mention, I couldn't help it when you alluded to CMT being a bunch of prudes. Thinking about it from that perspective, I laughed myself. You know it's true, though, I countered. Yes, there's a lot more denim than skin. I rest my case. Cocking my head at her, I asked, Are you seriously okay with this? Not exactly. Then you won't do it. I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I just said I wasn't entirely okay with it. I blinked at her. Seriously? As she chewed on her bottom lip, Emerson appeared to be waging a battle inside her mind. It's just a piece of fabric, right? She tentatively asked. From the tone of her voice, it seemed more like a rhetorical question than one I was supposed to answer. Listen to me. You don't have to do this. I know. Part of me realizes it isn't that big of a deal, while the other part is horrified I would even consider it. It's been a long day with a lot to process. Don't do anything you're going to regret. Without replying, Emerson glanced over her shoulder. I'll do it, but I want the area cleared to where it's only the three of us. Mark nodded. I can do that. And you'll only shoot my back, right? There's no chance of any side boob? Inwardly, I groaned at the mention of side boob. It conjured up too many images in my mind of that day I accidentally walked in on her in the shower. Holding up his hand, Mark replied, Scout's honor. To show my good faith, I'll allow you to see the playback when we finish so you can see for yourself I didn't get anything else. His promise seemed to bolster Emerson's confidence. Okay then, I'll do it. Don't I get a say in this? I blurted. With amusement twinkling in his eyes, Mark asked, What would that be, Eli? That I'm all kinds of worried about Emerson and I shooting this scene? I think it's way too much for our audiences. I stared pointedly at Emerson. Not to mention our parents. The corners of her lips quirked up as she reached a hand out to cup my cheek. You're really cute when you're being a Neanderthal. I am not. It's okay, Eli. I'm okay with shooting the scene. But there's one last thing I will ask. What's that? Will you promise to close your eyes and not look at my chest? I mean, I know we're kind of past all that after you saw me in the shower, but this is way different. Fuck. Why did she have to ask that question? Now all my eyes wanted to do was volunteer to be tribute to take in the boobapalooza that would be on display. Fine, I croaked. All right. Everyone, let's set this up and then you can scatter for the filming. Emerson and I watched in silence as the crew prepared the scene. Once everything was ready, they headed back up the beach to the trailers. I drew in a deep breath and tried to still the erratic beating of my heart. As an ache grew in my chest, I had to wonder if 30 was too young to have a stress-induced heart attack. When Emerson once again straddled my lap, the potential for cardiac arrest was immediately forgotten, and instead, I focused on fending off a potential boner. Even though the crackling fire warmed our skin, the heat between her legs was unmistakable. I immediately started up my meditation mantra in my head. Once we were alone with Mark, he nodded at us. Whenever you guys are ready. Staring into Emerson's eyes, I asked, Are you ready? As I'll ever be. When I opened my mouth, she shook her head at me. I'm not changing my mind, Eli. Fine, fine. Glancing past Emerson, I looked at Mark. Okay, we're ready. A few seconds passed, and then he said, Action. With my gaze firmly locked on Emerson's, my hands slid around her rib cage and up her back. When my fingers reached the ties of her bikini, I worked the strings loose. Emerson sucked in a breath when my hands trailed up her back to grip the top of the bikini. Before she could remind me of the deal we'd struck, I slammed my eyes shut. After I pulled the bikini top over her head, I let it drop from my hand onto the sand. Keeping my eyes shut, I flattened my hand against Emerson's lower back. Slowly, I slid my palm up her spine, dipping under the cascade of hair. When I reached the back of her neck, my fingers caressed the soft skin there, causing Emerson to shiver. At the arch of Emerson's back against my hand, I dipped my head and placed a kiss directly underneath her chin. I slid my tongue down her windpipe into the dip where her neck met her collarbone. She murmured, her hands leaving my shoulders to come to my hair. Although I'd promised not to look at her breasts, I couldn't help my eyes popping open at her reaction. When I met her gaze, a tiny smile played on her lips. As if she knew the thoughts running through my mind, she whispered, I know you're keeping your promise. My focus dipped from her eyes down to her full mouth. Cupping her cheeks, I bent my head. My lips grazed against hers, and I wanted so desperately to kiss her. We'd been two kids the first time we'd kissed, and I certainly hadn't done it for any romantic reasons. When she didn't try to move away from me, I inched my lips closer and closer until they met hers. Holding my breath, I waited for Emerson to jerk away, or maybe even smack me for getting too intimate. But she didn't. Instead, I felt the gentle swirl of her tongue against my lips. Immediately, I parted my mouth and welcomed her tongue. I couldn't bite back the groan that escaped me at the feel and taste of Emerson. It was a sexy mixture of sweetness and strength that sent a shudder through me. I knew if I didn't pull back, I was going to ravage her mouth. Maybe other parts of her. But before I had a chance, Emerson's fingers tugged harder through my hair as her tongue delved deeper into my mouth. It hit me in that moment that this wasn't acting. There was no way she could be kissing me like this if she wasn't feeling something for me. That revelation bolstered me, and I thrust my tongue against hers. One of my hands left her cheek and slid into her hair. I tangled my fingers through the silky strands. When I tugged her closer against me, she moaned, which caused my dick to twitch. Shifting her ass further down my thighs, I managed to cut off the heat that was scorching my crotch, and at the same time ward off any chance of her feeling an erection that happened to pop up. I then turned my attention back to worshiping her with my mouth. When one of my hands got twitchy, wanting to touch more of Emerson, like her breast, I dug my fingers harder into her shoulder. Anything I could do to keep our makeout session from leaving PG territory and entering rated R. I don't know how long we made out like that. In some ways it seemed like an instant, and in others, it felt like blissful hours. I finally pulled my mouth from Emerson's. Opening my eyes, I saw Emerson still had her eyes closed, a serene expression on her face. My heart tugged at how gorgeous she looked in the firelight. A quick crotch check showed somehow I'd mercifully managed not to get completely hard. When I glanced back up, Emerson had opened her eyes. As she looked at me, a flush entered her cheeks. I held my breath as I waited for regret to enter her face when she realized what had just transpired between us. But thankfully it didn't. Instead, we just remained staring at each other, both utterly gobsmacked about what had just taken place. It was unlike anything we had experienced before. Making out on the beach of a private island certainly made what happened at the Moose Lodge pale in comparison. The sound of Mark's voice shattered the moment. Wow. I don't have words, guys. Okay, maybe I do. He flashed us a grin. That was fucking intense. Yeah, it sure as hell was. I couldn't remember another time when I lost myself so deeply with just a kiss. Even though I'd wanted to touch more of Emerson, I would have been content just to stay lip-locked with her. Of course, I couldn't help wondering what her lips and mouth would feel like on other parts of my body. Everything about that was pure gold. I don't think I even need to bother shooting reaction shots from Emerson's perspective. When we still remained intertwined together by the fire, Mark closed the gap between us. Did you guys get that? Get what? I asked, not taking my eyes off of Emerson's. I said I got enough. We're done with the shoot. You can head back to your trailers. I'll have the boat come pick you up. Emerson's gaze slowly slid from mine over to Mark's. The moment she focused on him, a shudder went through her, like she'd been zapped with an electrical current. From the way the color drained from her face, I knew the realization had just hit her about what had happened between us. How something turned over in us, and we stopped acting and gave in to our feelings. Her somewhat horrified reaction caused my heart to shrivel a little in my chest. It also made me realize there was no way she was ready, or that she was receptive to seeing me as anything more than a friend. It seemed like we were going to forever be frozen in a miserable and painful limbo, and I wasn't sure I had the strength in me to keep being a part of it.
Chapter 14. Emerson. After fluffing my pillow for the 100th time, I finally admitted there was no way I was getting any sleep tonight. Grudgingly, I realized that at least not without any help. I hadn't taken one of my sleeping pills in months. I thought I'd moved past that, but apparently I hadn't. But tonight's insomnia wasn't brought on by grief. It was entirely Eli-induced. My mind whirled with a reel of images from today's shoot, causing an ache in my chest. I had so much to answer for when it came to my behavior. I'd gotten half naked with Eli. I'd made out with him with more lust and passion than half of my previous boyfriends. I'd tasted every inch of his mouth, and I'd welcomed his soft as suede lips on my own. I'd done all of this under the pretense of acting, but there was nothing about my behavior that had been an act. In that moment under the stars, with both the flames of the fire and Eli's touch heating my skin, I'd wanted to make out with him. If I were truly honest with myself, I'd wanted to do a lot more, and I had for a long time. But when the shoot was over, I fully grasped the concept of in the heat of the moment. Somehow I'd been seduced by the romantic scenery. Not only that, something had come alive in me when I'd taken off my wedding rings. Emotions that had remained dormant these last months had slowly become reborn. Holding my hand up in front of me, I stared at my naked finger in the moonlight pouring in from the window. When it was time to leave the island, I had taken my rings out of the safe, but I hadn't slid them on my finger. I'd come to realize I no longer needed to be identified as a married woman. It was time to move on, so I'd put them in the zipper part of my purse. After we'd boarded the boat to take us back to the mainland, Eli had been uncharacteristically quiet. Once we'd docked, it was almost 10. Although it was early in Mexican culture, it was late for us. We'd come back to the hotel. For my safety, Daniel had booked Eli and me into a suite that had a main living area and kitchen, and then bedrooms to the left and right. He'd argued that Mexico was a lot different than when we'd grown up there. When we got into our suite, I was exhausted, but I was also starving. After ordering room service, we ate in relative silence, except for the sound of the Office reruns we were watching. I knew we desperately needed to talk about what had just happened. From time to time, I'd look over at him and open my mouth, but nothing would come out. I'm not sure why it was so damn hard to string a few sentences together. I might have deeper feelings for you than just a friend. On the island, I felt something different, something intense when you put your hands and your mouth on my body. I think it was more than just acting between us. Let me rephrase that. I know it was more than acting from me. That was quite a makeout session, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure you don't kiss your best friend like that. Like, was it as good for you as it was for me? But the words never formed on my lips, and in turn, nothing came from Eli either. Part of me wondered if I was making it all up in my head. Maybe Eli wasn't talking about there being anything romantic between us, because there simply wasn't. Maybe he had just been acting on the beach and got carried away in the moment. He still only saw me as a friend, and his silence was based on him not wanting to say anything to hurt my feelings. Bottom line, I was just a crazy, heart-sick widow who was making up entire scenarios in her mind. With a frustrated grunt, I threw back the covers. After I walked around the side of the bed, I realized I'd left my purse with my medicine bag in the living room. I opened my bedroom door and padded out into the living room. When I picked up my purse off the far table, I noticed Eli's door was slightly ajar. The sound of a moan caused me to freeze. Thinking he was in pain, I leaned over and peeked through the crack. I opened my mouth to ask him if he needed anything, but then I snapped it shut. In the dim light, I could see he was on his side with his back to me. The sheet and comforter were bunched below his knees. Immediately, I flushed at the sight of his bare ass, but my embarrassment only grew as I watched his flexing hips and straining muscles. Oh my God! Was I actually watching my best friend pleasure himself? It was wrong on so many levels, starting with the fact it was a complete invasion of Eli's privacy. Turn away, Emerson. Go back to bed. You don't need to see this. Even though a part of me was horrified at the sight, I couldn't for the life of me stop watching. It was like a spark had been lit on the powder keg of sexual feeling that had been inactive in me the past 11 months. What had been frozen once again became animated as I listened to the sound of Eli's rushed breaths and pants of pleasure. I licked my lips that had suddenly run dry as my nipples tightened. As my hand gripped the door, I imagined being in bed with Eli, sliding my hand down the sweat-sheened muscles on his back. When my fingers reached the curve of his hip, I would then dip my arm down to take his cock in my hand. It would be me giving him pleasure and me making him come. That thought sent a slow burn to the growing ache between my thighs. Just as I started to brush my free hand over my abdomen to touch myself, Eli's words froze me.
Emerson, fuck,
he gasped. My hand flew to cover my mouth. Eli was fantasizing about me. He was using my image to get off. And I liked it. I liked it so much a warm rush flooded between my legs. His hips pumped furiously before he emitted another immensely pleasurable groan as he came. I spun around and sprinted across the living room. My heart beat so wildly, I was sure Eli could hear it even in the other bedroom. As I pulled the covers around me, I tried to still my erratic breathing. A mixture of icy cold fear and mortification cooled my inflamed body. There was so much wrong with what had just occurred for both me and Eli. My best friend had been fantasizing about having sex with me. He'd said my name just before he came. And now, because I knew it, nothing would ever be the same between us.
My mind zigzagged so furiously, I shuttered my eyes in pain.
I hadn't made it all up. Eli did have feelings for me, at least physically. I had to assume he had remained silent because of the same reasons I had. But that was almost a relief to me. Instead, I was more haunted by my own feelings. I'd enjoyed watching Eli. I'd gotten turned on for the first time since Jack died. And if Eli hadn't shocked me by saying my name, I would have tried to get myself off. 11 months was a long time to go without having sex. Besides the orgasms in my sleep, I hadn't even masturbated. I tried rationalizing seeing any sexy, naked man pleasuring himself would have gotten me wet. It was just fucking biology. Deep down, I knew that was a sham. Turning over in bed, I recalled the last time Jack and I had made love. It was the night before he'd left for his trip. I had been helping him pack when he came up behind me in the closet. He bent his head to kiss my neck as his hands swept around to cup my breast. While I might have enjoyed getting down and dirty on the floor of the closet, Jack was always a gentleman in the bedroom. He'd swept me up and carried me to bed. Afterwards, as we lay tangled in each other's arms, Jack acknowledged he was finally ready to start a family. Before, he never entertained the thought. He'd been focused on growing our musical careers. Even though I was desperate for a baby, I was young, and I thought we had all the time in the world. An agonized sob tore through my chest. I jerked the pillow from behind my head and brought it over my face to drown out the noise. A volatile mixture of guilt and grief overtook me. In both my growing feelings and my desire for Eli, I felt like I had been unfaithful to Jack. He had been too good of a husband and man for me to do that to him. Regardless of how much time had passed, I couldn't give myself over to my feelings for Eli. I needed to be the strong one for the two of us, the one who could set our friendship back on the right track. I couldn't bear to lose him if things didn't work out between us. Besides my parents and brothers, he was the person I loved most in the world. I couldn't allow my jangled emotions to sabotage that. For the first time in a long time, I cried myself to sleep.
Chapter 15. Eli. 1 month later. As I stood in front of the lighted mirror in the hotel bathroom, I gave my reflection a final check. In my black dress pants, button-down white shirt, and silver tie, my outward appearance looked good. After months of being on the road, it felt foreign being dressed so formally, but tonight called for it. Although the CMA Awards weren't as formal as, say, the Oscars, it was still a step up from the casual stuff we wore on tour. If you searched beneath my well-dressed facade, you'd find looks were incredibly deceiving. While I might have flawlessly gone through the motions of pretending everything was fine, nothing made sense anymore in my life since shooting the video with Emerson. With all the experience I had with women, I'd never been so epically clueless as I was with Sunny. Before, when I was interested in a woman, beyond a casual hookup, I consulted my symbolic playbook to woo them. Flowers with cards personally written by me, nights on the town with romantic dinners or sultry dances at the club, serenade them with their favorite love songs from the band. When it came to Emerson, I might as well have thrown my playbook out the window, maybe even burned it. There was nothing within it that could help me woo her. I'd never dated a woman who had been a close friend. The closest I'd ever come was a few years back when I was interested in Jake's younger sister, Allison. It didn't end up going anywhere because although she liked me, Allison's heart belonged to Jake's bandmate, Reese. The two of them were now happily married. Even if I had the answers of how to date Emerson, I wasn't sure I should. All I could think about was what would happen to us if it didn't work out. Yes, some relationships ended amicably with the couple staying friends, but I wasn't sure how that could work for two people with as much personal history as Emerson and I had. Not to mention how close our families were. I didn't want to imagine a future without Emerson in it, even if that meant I remained trapped in the friend zone. In the end, maybe it wasn't about all the things that could go wrong. Maybe I was just a chicken shit. How else could I explain someone as driven as I was wanting something but not going after it? After giving my appearance a final check in the lighted hotel mirror, I headed out of the bathroom. I grabbed the black suit jacket that was draped across the foot of the bed, and then shrugged it on. A glance at my phone showed it was time to head out to meet the others. I'd already received a text that our driver was downstairs waiting on us. Taking a deep breath, I realized it was time to slide the mask on. Time to be the funny, easygoing Eli who everyone expected. Ain't nobody got time for emo Eli, least of all myself. When I got out into the hallway, I bumped into Gabe and Ray, who were just leaving their room as well. While Gabe and I looked like matching bookends in our black suits, Ray appeared both beautiful and hot as hell in her fitted black cocktail dress. "Well, hello there, sexy," I complimented as I kissed her cheek. A pleased flush colored her face. It was easy to read how nervous she was. She was still getting used to dating a celebrity and being put in front of the harsh glare of the cameras. "Thank you, Eli. You look pretty handsome yourself." I glanced down at my suit. I do clean up pretty nicely, don't I? Gabe rolled his eyes while Ray laughed. "Yes, Mr. Ego, you do." "Since you're wearing the same thing, that means you clean up well too, Gabe," I teased. With a grunt, he said, "We seriously need to talk to Stella about putting us in the same color. We look like the old days when Mom insisted on dressing us in matching outfits." Ray and I laughed at his outrage. Our attention was then drawn to a commotion down the hall. Jake and Abby were in the process of giving goodbye hugs and kisses to Jax and Jules, who were not too happy about their parents leaving. "Why can't we go with you guys?" Jax asked, his lips drawn into a pout. "We've gone over this a million times, buddy. It's not a place for kids. It's just a boring thing for adults." Jake answered diplomatically. "I still want to go," Jax countered, which garnered a growl of frustration from Jake. Always the peacemaker, Abby wrapped her arm around Jax. "You're going to have lots of fun here with Nanny May. She's going to take you swimming, and then you can order in room service, even ice cream and cookies if you want." Normally the twins would have been stoked to do both of those things, but tonight they weren't having it. After they both shook their heads, Jules cried, "But I want to get dressed up and be beautiful like you, Mommy." Jules' summation was spot on. Abby was gorgeous in her silver sequin dress and cowboy boots, with her hair and makeup on point from being professionally done. "I'm sorry, sweetie, not tonight." Almost on cue, they both threw back their heads and started to howl. Sensing it was time for an intervention, I walked down the hallway to them. "Hey now, you're going to make Uncle E cry if you don't stop," I said. But we want to go to the show," Jules hiccuped. I knelt down in front of them. "I know you do, but you just can't. Mommy and Daddy aren't being mean. They just know it isn't any fun to go to the CMAs, so they don't want you to not have fun." The twins sniffled as they weighed my words. With a dramatic sigh and a downcast face, I said, "I sure wish I could stay here and go swimming with you guys. It would beat having to put on this suit and sit around all night. Not to mention we don't get any ice cream." "You don't?" Jax questioned. "Nope. There won't be any cookies either. Just lots of boring speeches." With his resolve wavering, Jax peeked over at Jules to gauge her reaction to this horrific news. Of the two of them, she was certainly the most hard-headed and stubborn, which she had inherited from both of her parents. Jax, on the other hand, reminded me so much of myself with how laid back he was. After rubbing the tears from her eyes, Jules proclaimed, "Okay, I guess I'll stay here." "Me too," Jax said. I leaned in to give Jules a kiss on the cheek. That's my good girl. When my kiss turned into tickling, she giggled and pushed me away. "Stop it, Uncle E." I obliged her by turning to give Jax a kiss. After rising up, I ruffled his hair. "Now go get your bathing suits on." "Okay, Uncle E." They chimed in unison. As they scurried back into the hotel room, I called, "And behave for Nanny May." Shaking his head, Jake grinned at me. "I'll be damned." Abby laughed. "I don't know why you doubt his efforts. He's always been a twin whisperer since the time the kids were born." "That is true," Jake replied. "Sometimes it just takes an outsider to diffuse a volatile situation." "It was still impressive," a voice said from behind me. I whirled around to see Emerson smiling at me. As I drank in her appearance, my heart leapt into my throat. "Wow," I murmured. Holy fuck was more like it. She was a living, breathing dream in her dress. The animal in me loved that it was strapless and showed off a good deal of her rack. At the same time, the billowing skirt made her look like a goddess. Emerson broke out in a nervous giggle. "Is that a good wow or a terrible wow?" "It's a holy shit, you look drop-dead gorgeous wow." Her chest rose and fell in harsh breaths, and it was a moment before she could speak. "Really?" "Stop fishing for compliments." An appreciative smile lit up her face. "Thank you, Eli." As she ran her hand over the fluffy part of her red dress, she said, "Seriously, though, I owe it all to Stella and Brandy. They're the ones who made me even remotely presentable." "Get real, Sonny. Like I said before that night at Goodwill, you'd be beautiful in a burlap bag," I argued. "Just like you would always find a way to make me feel beautiful in it. Just like you did that night, and how you always make me feel beautiful," she murmured. Electricity swirled in the air between us. It felt so strong I was tempted to reach my hand out to see if I got shocked. Considering how the hair on the back of my neck and arms were standing up, I'd already gotten zapped. No matter how hard I tried, I could no longer ignore how my feelings for Emerson had changed. When it hit me that the two of us might have an audience for our starefest, I threw a harried glance over my shoulder. Thankfully, Abby was straightening Jake's tie while Gabe and Ray were taking selfies. I quickly clapped my hands together. "Okay, guys, enough primping and preening. Let's get this show on the road." Gabe rolled his eyes. "This coming from the king of primping and preening?" he mused. "I'll be the first to admit it takes effort to look this good." Before I could fend him off, Gabe reached over and ruffled my perfect hair. "Bastard," I cried before jokingly shoving him away. I then glanced in the large gilded mirror hanging in the hallway. Smoothing my hair down, I replied, "I still look better than you." Gabe chuckled. "Keep telling yourself that." Shaking her head, Ray said, "You two are like two overgrown little boys." With a wink, Gabe said, "Maybe that means you should spank me to get me in line." "If you manage to behave yourself for the rest of the night, maybe I will." Holding up 3 fingers, Gabe replied, "Scout's honor." Ray grinned. "Come on, let's go." As I started down the hall, Gabe threw a wicked look at me over his shoulder. "Don't be jealous, bro. I'm sure you can find someone willing to spank you at the after parties. You usually do." Fuck me. I couldn't believe Gabe had just suggested me getting a spanking from some random chick. The moment he had said it, Emerson had stiffened at my side. When I cut my eyes over to her, she looked away from me. "Whatever, man," I grumbled as I started down the hallway. With the security detail and the others, the elevator was full when Emerson and I reached it. "We'll take the next one," I said as the next car dinged on our floor. "See you downstairs," Gabe said. I motioned for Emerson to get on. Once we were inside, an awkward silence pressed down on us. Finally, I cleared my throat. "Gabe's an idiot." Emerson's head spun around to stare at me. Shifting on my feet, I said, "You know, saying what he did. Like I'm going to go hook up with someone at the after parties. Least of all get a spanking." "You aren't?" "Hell no." Curiosity burned in her eyes. "But why not?" Wanting to gauge her reaction, I said, Because I'll be there with you. As the elevator shuddered to a stop, Emerson's mouth made a perfect O of surprise. You'll be with me? The doors opened and the others stood waiting for us. Yes, I'm always with you, especially on nights like tonight. When she blinked at me, I added, you know, because of the tribute for Jack. Her expression slowly darkened. Right. Of course. We stepped off the elevator and followed the others outside to the limo. The moment the car pulled away from the hotel, Emerson started to slightly come unhinged. She shifted in her seat, crossed and recrossed her legs, nervously tapped her red jeweled heels, and twisted a strand of her hair between her fingers. The years melted away, and she was the same scared, shitless 13-year-old about to take the stage at the Selena tribute. I thrust my glass of vodka at her. Here, take a sip or two to take the edge off. I'd love to, but I'm afraid if I have any alcohol it might throw my balance off, causing me to fall flat on my face in front of the cameras. When I chuckled at her response, she threw a death glare at me. It's not funny. You're right, it's not. I threw an arm around her shoulder and drew her close to me. But surely you know I'd never let you fall. She turned her head to gaze into my eyes. I know. Did you get nervous before when you were with... I don't know why, but I couldn't seem to bring myself to say Jack's name. My refusal to acknowledge his name seemed to be happening more frequently with my changing feelings. A ghost of a smile came on Emerson's face. Of course I did. You should know better than anyone how I'm not the best with crowds. Regardless of how nervous you might be, you wow and amaze our audiences each and every night. As tears swam in her blue eyes, she wagged a finger at me. You're killing me, Smalls. I laughed since her comment referenced one of the movies we watched as kids. By complimenting you? Yes. She swiped under her eyes. With the way I'm feeling, it's not going to take much to get the waterworks started tonight. You're nervous about the tribute? She nodded. I don't know how it's going to make me react. And I hate that whatever I'm feeling is going to be played out for the cameras and the crowd. I could always throw my suit jacket over your head so they couldn't see how you were reacting, I suggested. Emerson giggled. You know, that's not a bad idea. Just say the word and I'll do it. I'll tackle the camera guy to the ground if you want me to. Her hand came to cup my cheek. My knight in shining armor. Damn straight. Ready to slay paparazzi in a single bound. And I love you for it. As soon as the words left her lips, Emerson's eyes bulged. Her hand fell from my cheek and into her lap. Once again, we had tiptoed over the finely drawn line in the sand that defined our friends-only relationship. Now we faced the awkward dance of trying to forget whatever forbidden emotion was spoken. Always her protector, I knew I needed to give Emerson a reprieve. Just like I love you for letting me be here for you. Emerson opened her mouth to say something when the limo came to a stop. We're here! Abby cried. She was doing her usual excited bouncing up and down. Try to rein it in a little, Abster, I teased. Laughter bubbled from her lips. I can't help it. I love awards nights. Even if we weren't nominated, I would still want to come to see the performances. With a grin, Jake kissed Abby's cheek. There's a kiss for luck that you guys win. That's the best you can do for a good luck kiss? She teasingly asked. After placing both hands on Abby's cheeks, Jake leaned in and brought his lips to hers. As a brother, it was a seriously disgusting display. But at the same time, I couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy at what the two of them had. When I dared to throw a glance at Emerson, she had the same longing look in her eyes that I was sure I had. The limo driver chose that moment to open the door, and the waiting crowd went wild at the sight of Jake and Abby's lip lock. Even the roar of the fans didn't rush them apart. Instead, they broke the kiss when they were damn well ready, and on their own time. Of course,
My sister dissolved into a fit of giggles as Jake helped her out of the limo. Gabe and Ray went next, and then it was my turn. After I exited the limo, I turned back and held out my hand to Sunny. "It's party time, Cinderella." She smiled up at me. "Okay, I'm ready." The moment she emerged from the limo, the camera started going off all around us. Jake and Abby were old pros at walking the red carpet, and they started on down the aisle. Since this was also Ray's first award show, Gabe had his arm wrapped around her waist before they faced the barrage of reporters ready to pounce. By the time they reached the auditorium doors, they will have been browbeaten with questions about when they might be getting engaged. I certainly didn't envy Gabe. When one of the label's handlers steered us over to a reporter, I squeezed Emerson's hand for reassurance. I hoped for Emerson's sake that tonight's questions focused on Emerson's future with Jacob's ladder, and not on her past with Jack. Deep down, the epic bastard in me didn't want to share Emerson with Jack's memory tonight. A woman in a glittering black dress gave Emerson and me a toothy grin. "Good evening, Eli and Emerson. How are you two feeling?" Taking one for the team, I grinned. "We're feeling fantastic. How about you?" "Just over the moon to get to be hanging out with you and all these other amazing country stars." "It certainly is a wonderful night to celebrate the immense talent within this industry," I said. "I'd have to say a lot of that immense talent lies within your band. I mean, Jacob's Ladder is nominated for Vocal Group, Song, and Songwriter of the Year." "We couldn't be more honored that we've been recognized this year. It is truly a humbling experience just to be nominated." Yeah, I realized I sounded like an epic tool, but that's the kind of shit that you were supposed to say. We'd been groomed for years on how to handle the press, and there were bits and pieces of truth in there. It was a humbling experience to even be invited to the CMAs, least of all be nominated for awards. The woman appeared to have had enough of me because she turned her attention to Emerson. "You appear to have had a seamless transition with becoming part of Jacob's Ladder." Sonny gave her a genuine smile. "Yes, I have. But all the credit goes to Abby, Eli, and Gabe, along with the other members of the band and the crew. They've gone above and beyond to make me feel welcome and make it run smoothly." I shook my head. She's just being modest. When it came to adding someone to the band, we couldn't imagine anyone with so much talent who would be a better fit. "Eli, the video for Wrapped in You is getting a lot of attention. It just released last week and it's already become the most viewed video on the website." "Yeah, we're insanely proud of it," I responded while Emerson nodded enthusiastically. After glancing between Emerson and me, the reporter said, "Many people are citing yours and Emerson's off-the-charts chemistry in the video for its success." With her microphone-free hand, the reporter fanned herself. "It is scorching hot. I don't know how you two kept from ripping each other's clothes off." Fuck. While I'd anticipated having to field the occasional Jack comment or question, I hadn't contemplated how to answer the Eli and Emerson sitting in a tree type questions. Beads of sweat had begun to pop out on my forehead under the reporter's interrogation. The last thing I needed in my confused state was to be put on the spot about what the hell was going on between Emerson and me. After clearing my throat, I replied, "I'm not sure about any of that. For me, I think the success is more attributed to the fact we had a talented director who knew how to draw out the best performances from Emerson and myself, not to mention the gorgeous scenery where it was filmed." Narrowing her eyes, the reporter said, "I'm not sure anyone was paying attention to the scenery when it came to the two of you. It appeared you two were a couple very much in lust, if not love." A high-pitched giggle escaped Emerson's lips, one I usually heard when she was extremely nervous. "I can't believe people think Eli and I are anything but just friends. Any chemistry we have comes from our friendship. He's always been just like a brother to me." Well, damn. To say Emerson's comment had stung would be an understatement. It was more like it fucking wounded me. It told me everything I needed to know about how she felt about the two of us. After taking a moment to recover, I added, "Exactly. I mean, we're performers. And the video was just another form of performance."
If you say so, the reporter replied, a knowing look on her face. Words. They're just words. I'd wanted Emerson with every breath in my body that night, and nothing had changed in the time since then. He's like a brother to me. A brother. I didn't have any brotherly love toward Emerson, not anymore. But once again, I held all that in. We didn't have a chance to defend ourselves anymore because we were ushered down the red carpet to more reporters. But even though the reporter changed, the questions didn't. We continued to have to deny any romantic involvement between the two of us. By the time we entered the building, my emotions had been through the fucking ringer. Before we entered the auditorium, I made my way over to the bar. A glass of Jack, please. When I turned back to Emerson, I fully expected her to give me shit about drinking so early in the evening, but she surprised me instead. I'll take a vodka cranberry, she said to the bartender. Guess you decided to partake in some liquid courage after all, huh? I remarked. Staring straight ahead, she replied, Damn straight. Instead of taking our drinks with us, we quickly slammed them back at the bar. Although I could have gone for a second, I decided it was best to pace myself. Gabe and Abby would have my ass if we won an award and I was slurring my acceptance speech. Want another one? I asked. Yes, but I know better. I know what you mean. Ready to go in? When she nodded, I led her away from the bar and into the auditorium. Because of yesterday's rehearsals, we knew where our seats were. Since we were performing as well as being nominated, they were in the front row. As we made our way down the aisle, we stopped to talk to some of the other artists we knew. Thankfully, no one grilled Emerson and me on if we were a couple like the reporters had. I seriously don't think I could have taken it. By the time we finally reached our seats, the stage lights were flashing, signaling it was time for the show to start. I guess this is when I should say, break a leg, right? Emerson asked. Considering you're nominated along with us, I'd say it would be breaking multiple legs, I replied. She laughed. I shouldn't be any more recognized than Norm or Mike. I'm just a contributor on the road. It's not even me that you hear on the album. You, Gabe, and Abby are the heart and soul of Jacob's Ladder. I think you're forgetting you're the star of a hit video. That means something. Most of all, you mean something to this band. Emerson's expression grew serious. After turning toward me in her seat, she drew in a deep breath. I don't tell you nearly enough how grateful I am that you gave me a job. Being in Jacob's Ladder saved my life. I owe so much to you. And to Gabe and Abby. You don't need to tell me. I know how much you appreciate it. No, I really do need to say it. You're the best friend I've ever had, as well as my boss. I would never want to do anything to jeopardize that. As I stared into her blue eyes, I had to wonder if in some subtle way this was her way of addressing our changing relationship. That just like me, she wasn't willing to lose what we had as friends for the chance there might be more between us. You're the best friend I've ever had too, and I wouldn't do anything in the world to risk losing you. She slowly nodded her head. Right. She turned back in her seat to face forward. Glad we said that. From the tone of her voice, I had to wonder if she actually felt that way, or like me, she felt trapped.
Chapter 16. Emerson. As the lights dimmed, it plunged the auditorium into darkness. The twangy introductory music came on, signaling the start of the show. Closing my eyes, I desperately prayed for strength to make it through the night. Everything within me felt raw and ravaged. I would have given everything I had to be miles and miles away from here. It wasn't just about the agonizing anticipation of what Jack's tribute might be like. Something was weighing much heavier on my heart and my mind. It had been brought on by the incessant questions by the reporters about the status of Eli's and my relationship. After working overtime to set them straight, I had realized I needed to somehow do the same with Eli. Although I had tiptoed around coming out and actually saying there could never be anything more between us, I knew Eli realized what I was alluding to. The struggle and pain in his eyes had gutted me. But then it hadn't made me feel better when he agreed with me.
Exactly. I mean, we are performers, and the video was just another form of performance.
Just another performance. No, it hadn't been that for me. It had felt natural and right, and it was no wonder that's what fans saw as well. There was a ridiculous voice in my head that wanted Eli to fight for me. To argue that come hell or high water, we should give a romantic relationship a try. But he didn't. And now it felt like the walls were caving in around me. I didn't know how to deal with the swirling storm when I couldn't talk to Eli. Although I should have called my therapist or confided in someone on the road, I kept everything buried deep inside. In the end, the flicker of our changing relationship had turned into an inferno that threatened to engulf us, and after I feared we'd be consumed, I'd sacrificed my heart. But in spite of all the emotional turmoil I was experiencing, I wouldn't allow myself to fall apart. Not here, not now, not yet. I owed it to both the band and myself to keep it together. I shut out the clamoring negativity in my mind and focused on the show. It became easy to lose myself in the musical performances and awards. When Gabe's name was announced for Songwriter of the Year, I became a happy, blubbering mess when he broke down on stage, thanking Ray for being his ray of light. I couldn't have been happier for any two people than I was for them. In the euphoria for Jacob's Ladder's success, I'd almost forgotten Jack's tribute. But before the remaining 3 awards were announced, the president of the CMA came out on stage with a somber expression.
This year, the Academy lost one of its greatest songwriting talents. Jack Wallace penned more than 20 #1 hits for country's biggest stars. His songs were filled with the hardships of day-to-day life, as well as the highs and lows of love and marriage. Within even the most heartbreaking lyrics, one could find hope. Tonight we honor his memory.
The lights darkened in the auditorium, causing my breath to hitch. At the sight of Jack's smiling face on the enormous screen, a crack began in the emotional foundation I'd built since his death. When his voice filled my ears, the crack became a crevasse.
Songbird, spread your wings against the sky,
he sang. In spite of all the confusion between us, Eli found my hand in the dark. He took it in his and gave it a comforting squeeze. The simple gesture sent tears cascading down my cheeks. In that moment, I didn't know who I was weeping for, Jack or Eli. After the video ended and the lights began to come on, Eli turned in his seat and then draped his suit jacket over me like he had teasingly suggested before.
"Have some fucking decency, man,"
he snarled. I knew he was addressing the cameraman who had been sent to capture my reaction to the tribute. Thankfully, Eli had managed to block any access, and anyone watching at home would be stuck with an image of me shrouded by Eli's jacket. Another presenter came out, and thankfully my grief was forgotten. After Eli took his jacket away, he gave me a sheepish grin.
"I was starting to think I might be suffocating you."
I hiccuped a laugh. No, it was fine. With the tips of my fingers, I swiped the remaining tears away. Before I completely sat up, I turned my head toward him. Is my makeup everywhere? Eli peered at me.
"No, it looks fine."
You're sure I don't look like a crazed raccoon? He grinned.
"Maybe a beautiful raccoon, not a crazed one."
Seriously?
"No, you're fine. I promise."
After fluffing my hair out, I sat up in my seat. I didn't have to look around to know people were still staring at me. Their curious gazes burned through me, even though their attention should have been on the next award winner. Leaning over, Eli whispered,
"We're next."
"Time to get it together, Emerson." I conjured up all the strength I had left within me. When they announced Jacob's Ladder as the winner, I shot out of my seat and began wildly clapping. As soon as Gabe turned Eli loose from his bear hug, he grabbed me into his arms.
"We did it, Sonny!"
He shouted into my ear. Tears stung my eyes at his elation. I turned my head to kiss his cheek. "I knew you would," I cried.
"We would,"
he corrected. When he started to pull me along with them to accept the award, I furiously shook my head. "No, Eli. This is about you and your siblings, remember? Not me," I protested.
"Just go with it,"
he called back. In an almost dreamlike state, I trailed beside him up the stairs and onto the stage. When we got to the podium, Eli released my hand, and I slowly inched back a few steps. I didn't feel right being up here when Norm, Mike, and the others weren't. Abby began gratefully acknowledging everyone who helped Jacob's Ladder win the award. After thanking Jake and the twins and her parents, she stepped back to let Gabe and Eli have a chance. Gabe once again thanked Ray for being his ray of light, and then he thanked Eli and Abby for being his musical and blood family. When it came time for Eli, he thanked Abby and Gabe and his parents. He reiterated his thanks to the members of the crew and the rest of the band. Then he turned to smile at me.
"And thanks to Emerson for making Jacob's Ladder even better with her gorgeous vocals and ability to shred the fiddle. Most of all, thanks for showing me courage under fire and grace under pressure."
His words brought tears to my eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, I threw my arms around him. "I love you," I whispered into his ear.
"I love you too."
When I pulled away, I stared intently into his eyes. There was so much I wanted to say, but I couldn't. I wanted to tell him I thought I was falling for him, that I might love him in a different way than I ever thought possible. Everything that had come on so slowly between us seemed to converge at rapid speed in that moment. But then the music started up, signaling it was time for us to leave the stage. And when I looked at Eli again, the moment was broken. Instead of seeing Eli in front of me, I saw Jack's smiling face up on the screen. I pried myself out of his arms and hurried backstage. Although there was still the Entertainer of the Year award to be given, I couldn't stand going back into the auditorium. I desperately needed air and a moment to collect my thoughts. When I started for the exit, Eli grabbed my arm.
"Wait, where are you going?"
"I need a minute away from everyone."
"Why don't you go to the car? We won't be long."
I nodded. "Thanks." Taking my phone out of my tiny evening bag, I texted the driver to see where he had parked. Since the show was almost over, he informed me he was already lined up along the front of the arena. Once I reached the line of limos, he stepped out and waved to me. After sliding across the leather seat, I went right for the bar. Although I wasn't a fan of champagne, I popped open one of the mini bottles of Moët and started sucking down the bubbly. After I drained the champagne, I lay my head back on the seat. Closing my eyes, I tried reining in my out-of-control emotions. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, a knock came on the limo door. When I peered through the tinted window, Eli stared back at me. After opening the door for him, Eli dipped his head in the back seat.
"Hey, you.
"Hey."
Are you ready to celebrate being masters of the country music universe? I'm pretty sure everyone who is anyone is going to be at tonight's parties."
Earlier in the evening, I'd been so excited about attending all the label parties. I'd had a blast 2 years ago when Jack and I had made the rounds. But now, the last thing on my mind was partying. I shook my head. "I can't," I murmured.
"You can't what?"
"Do the parties." I shuttered my eyes in pain. "I'm sorry. but I can't handle the crowds or the comments about Jack.
It's okay, Sonny. I understand.
I open my eyes to stare into Eli's sympathetic face. I'm sorry to be such a party pooper,
Don't even go there.
he argued. It's the truth. I'm sure I'm going to catch hell from the label.
That won't happen.
How can you be so sure?
Because they'll have to go through me to get to you. And I just won't let it happen.
My heart fluttered in response to his kindness. With a weak smile, I replied, "Thank you."
I'll take you back to the hotel.
No, you go on with the others. I can get a cab to take me back.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Please, Eli, just go celebrate Jacob's Ladder's amazing night, I begged. And I was pleading. I didn't want him to be near me when I felt so vulnerable.
Listen to me. I couldn't possibly have a good time if I was worrying about something happening to you.
When I started to protest again, he held up a hand.
Let me get you to the hotel, and then I'll go party, okay?
Okay, I reluctantly murmured, and I was sure I knew exactly what he meant about going back to party. I heard Gabe's words that left no doubt where Eli would spend his night. But we're just friends, so I had to be good with that.
I'll be right back.
Eli closed the door behind him. I then heard muffled conversation between him and the limo driver. Within a few minutes, he was back.
I've got us a cab.
After he helped me out of the limo, Eli slid his arm around my waist and began guiding me through the maze of hired cars and people. Although I wanted to argue, I was fully capable of walking on my own. I decided against it. Instead, I stopped and let myself enjoy feeling protected by Eli. Once we got into the back seat of the cab, I started to put my head in my hands, but Eli drew me back against him. After draping his arm around my shoulders, I nestled my head on his chest. Eli knew me well enough to know if I wanted to talk, I would. Since the last thing I wanted to do was to rehash my breakdowns, I remained silent. Considering the degenerative state my mind was in, I'm not sure I could have even made conversation. A dark swarm of thoughts had taken over my brain. The barrage of emotional conflict consumed me to the point I was almost shaking. All I could focus on was how heartless I was to be broken up over Jack one minute and then over Eli in the next. Tonight's focus should have been on celebrating Jack's memory, but somehow I'd managed to pollute it with my growing feelings for Eli. Glancing down at my naked hand, I winced. I hadn't even bothered to put on my wedding rings. Curling my nose in disgust, I completely loathed myself and my actions. When we finally pulled up at the hotel, I exhaled a sigh of relief. After opening the door, I didn't expect Eli to get out with me. "What are you doing?"
Making sure you get to your room okay.
"You've already done enough for me tonight. I think I can make it the rest of the way on my own."
I'm sure you can. But I'm going with you.
Instead of feeling smothered or frustrated by his overprotectiveness, I fought the urge to wrap my arms around him. It would have been hard for any woman not to be touched by his kindness, especially not one who had been through emotional hell like me. Any woman would have fallen hard for his compassion, and I was one of them. After the elevator brought us to our floor, Eli followed me down the carpeted hallway to my room. I dug the key card out of my purse and then swiped it. Opening the door, I then trudged inside, and Eli followed me. "Okay, you got me to my room. Now get out of here and go party for the both of us," I instructed. Eli's expression appeared conflicted.
Are you going to be all right?
The remaining strands of my sanity splintered as a mirthless laugh tumbled from my lips. "After I broke down twice tonight, you're seriously asking me that question?"
Yeah, I am.
Fine, here's the truth. No, Eli, I'm not going to be all right. I'm pretty sure I'll never be all right again. As Eli's mouth gaped open, I stalked over to the minibar and threw it open. After snatching some Jack, I twisted the top open. I didn't bother with a glass. Instead, I brought the bottle to my lips and downed it in 3 long pulls. The alcohol seared my throat and sent stinging tears to my eyes. The events of the night rushed over me, and emotions I could no longer suppress exploded out of me. Pulling my arm back, I launched the bottle at the wall. As it shattered apart, I threw back my head. All the rage and anger and hurt coursed out of me in a guttural scream that shook my body. When I dared to look at Eli, he appeared visibly shaken, his complexion ashen.
Jesus, Sonny,
he murmured, as he brought his hand slowly over his face. Is my crazy scaring you?
No, maybe a little. But it's not because you're crazy.
Yeah, I am. Like, epically batshit crazy. I have feelings for you, but I also love my dead husband, but I can't have either one of you, and it's driving me over the edge.
You had a bad night. That doesn't mean you're crazy.
Don't you see? Tonight should have been wonderful for me. I'm part of a successful band who won a shit ton of awards. But the moment that video of Jack was played, all the joy and excitement of the night was stripped from me. And once again, I'm fucking haunted. Like the universe said, "Oh, you're enjoying life again? Nope, we can't have that. Time to make you miserable again."
We knew tonight was going to be hard with the tribute. I would have been surprised if it hadn't gutted you,
Eli said softly. I massaged my temples. That's just it. I'm tired of being gutted. I'm so fucking tired of carrying this burden around with me. Everyone says I have to live my life. But how am I supposed to do that when every single event is forever dampened because Jack is dead?
It won't always be that way.
It's been almost a year, Eli. When exactly is it supposed to get easier?
I don't know. I wish I did. More than anything, I wish I could take your pain away.
You should be careful what you wish for. Like lightning zigzagging across the sky, an idea hit me so hard I shuddered. I knew if I didn't immediately act on it, I would lose my nerve. Tapping Eli's hand in mine, I then brought it to my chest. The heat of his fingers singed my exposed skin. Do you feel my heart?
Yes,
Eli murmured. It keeps right on beating even though I feel so dead inside. Without taking my eyes from his, I slid Eli's hand down over my breast. Make me feel alive again. He jerked his hand back like he had been scalded.
Sonny, what the hell are you doing?
Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, and that's what is wigging the hell out of me.
What? Do you need me to say the words aloud before you'll believe me? When Eli continued staring at me in disbelief, I drew my shoulders back with steely determination before I pinned him with a hard look. I want you to have sex with me. Although he'd sworn he knew what I was talking about, the apparent shock at hearing the words come from my mouth was written all over Eli's face. His blue eyes bulged as he shook his head wildly back and forth.
You don't really mean that.
Yes, I do.
No, you've had a rough night, and you're not thinking straight.
I glared at him. Don't tell me what I'm feeling. I know what I want, and I want you. When he started to protest again, I brought my hand over his mouth. Don't act like you don't want this. I slid my thumb across his bottom lip. I watched you that night in the hotel room after we shot the video. I heard you say my name as you touched yourself. A mixture of embarrassment and lust swirled in Eli's eyes.
That was supposed to be private,
he countered. But I liked watching you pleasure yourself. I liked hearing you call out my name. I pressed myself closer against him. Do you want to know how much?
How much?
He croaked. I wanted to touch myself. I wanted to get off by watching you. Eli's nostrils flared at my words, and he appeared to be getting a mental picture off what I had said. But then he groaned as if he were in pain.
This isn't you, Emerson. The sexy talk or the coming on to me. It isn't you.
How do you know it isn't me? Last time I checked, this was uncharted territory for the two of us.
Trust me, I know. Just like I've known practically everything about you since we were kids.
I jabbed a finger into his chest. Yeah? Well, I call bullshit on you knowing everything. If you had, you would have known I was feeling something for you. A smug expression came over Eli's face.
And once again, you're wrong. I've known you felt something for me since the video shoot. You weren't acting when you made out with me.
Wrong again. Things started changing for me the night of our Goodwill date. Eli's blue eyes widened.
They did?
Yes, Mr. Smarty Pants, they did. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down.
That's when it really began to change for me, too.
It did?
Yeah.
I shook my head. So, see? You don't know everything there is to know about me. Lust burned in Eli's eyes.
You're right. There are some things I don't know. Like what it feels like to bury my dick deep inside you. What your face looks like when you come apart with pleasure. What sounds you make when I thrust my tongue deep into your pussy. And damn me to hell that I want to know, Sonny. I want to so fucking much.
My mouth ran dry at his words. When I licked my lips, Eli's eyes flared. Take the next step, and you can find all that out, I whispered. The next thing I knew, he was launching himself at me, sending me spiraling back against the wall.
Are you okay?
Eli asked. I'm fine. Now shut up and kiss me, I commanded. Eli's lips slammed against mine. I didn't have a moment to catch my breath before his tongue thrust into my mouth, dancing along with mine. Grabbing my arms, he lifted them above my head and against the wall. His fingers raked down the undersides of my arms, causing me to shiver. When he reached my shoulders, his hands dipped behind my back to unzip my dress. After he furiously pushed the top down to my waist, he freed my breasts from the bustier I was wearing. As he took my breasts in his hands, I frantically worked my fingers down the buttons on his shirt. Once they were all undone, I flattened my palms against his chest before running them down his perfect, tattooed abs. When I reached the button on his pants, I undid it and pushed down the zipper. My hand delved inside, and when I took his erection in my hand, Eli groaned. With a shake of his head, he released my breasts and eased me back against the wall.
You're first this time.
Before I could argue, Eli's hands had dipped under the hem of my dress. He bunched the fabric up to my waist. Holding it steady with one arm, he used his other to jerk my panties down to my knees. When one of his hands then came between my legs, I threw my head back and cried out with the pleasure. It had been so long since I'd felt a man's hands on my core. Eli dipped his head to where his mouth closed over one of my exposed nipples. I murmured. As I became overwhelmed at what his mouth and hand were doing, he thrust 2 fingers deep inside me. I gripped his shoulders and began to ride his fingers. Oh, God, Eli, I cried. His mouth on my breast was driving me wild. He alternated between tonguing my hardened nipple and then sucking it deep into his mouth. When he used his teeth to tease me, I moaned. I reached between us and took his exposed dick in my hand. With each pump of his fingers inside me, I worked him in my palm, causing him to grunt with pleasure. I want you inside me, please, I panted.
Not until you come,
he growled. The next thing I knew, Eli dropped down onto his knees before me. After widening my thighs apart, he brought his mouth between my legs. I shrieked with pleasure at the feel of his tongue sliding up and down along my clit. When he sucked it into his mouth, my knees buckled, and I almost slid down the wall. Without missing a beat, Eli's forearm came up to brace my abdomen so I wouldn't fall. Once I felt secure again, my eyes closed, and I rode along the waves of pleasure that Eli's mouth was bringing me. As he kept up his delicious assault on my clit, he continued pumping 2 fingers in and out of me, stopping sometimes to curl them inside me to hit my G-spot. It was so intense, I was tugging the strands of his hair and crying out his name. As I climbed higher and higher, I didn't know if I could stand anymore. And then a burst came from within me, followed by a locomotive charging through my abdomen. As I started falling back to the earth from my intense orgasm, I couldn't remember when I'd come so hard. I wasn't actually sure I ever had. When I came back to myself, I glanced down to see Eli staring up at me, his tongue still lapping at my center. Heat bloomed inside of me again, and I had to have him. I grabbed him by the shoulders and dragged him up my body. "Now, Eli."
My pleasure.
After sliding one arm around my waist, he brought the other behind my knees. Sweeping me up in his arms, he carried me over to the bed. After easing me down on the mattress, he shoved his pants over his hips and down his legs. He bent down and retrieved his wallet out of his pants. Once he retrieved the condom, he tossed his wallet back to the floor. As I watched him open the wrapper, I bunched the skirt of my dress up over my thighs. At the sight of my pussy, Eli's nostrils flared. He made quick work of rolling it down his length before he pounced on me. Considering how I was drenched for him, there was no need for any more foreplay. After positioning himself between my legs, Eli guided his cock to my center. As his gorgeous blue eyes locked on mine, he eased inside of me. The restraint was evident on his face. "I want all of you."
I know, babe, but it's been a while for you, and you're tight as hell.
He planted kisses on each of my temples before pulling back to look at me.
The last thing I would ever do was hurt you.
The tender gesture warmed my heart, especially since it was in the middle of our rather frenzied coupling. At the same time, I wasn't sure I wanted tender. It belonged with lovemaking, and that wasn't exactly what I had wanted tonight. I'd wanted to be fucked. Sliding my hand down his back, I slapped his ass. "I'm ready now. Give it to me hard and fast."
If you're sure.
"I am." Eli withdrew and then slammed back inside of me. I cried out with both pleasure and pain. He didn't check with me again. Instead, he began pounding in and out of me so furiously that I grabbed hold of his forearms to keep myself in place on the mattress. When he slid out again, I started to protest, but Eli shook his head.
I want to get as deep as I can in you.
After flipping me over, he gripped my hips and pulled me up onto my knees. He bunched the fabric of my dress over my waist, and I couldn't help wondering why the hell we hadn't gotten completely naked. I sure as hell wanted to ditch my dress, and Eli could have lost his shirt. I guess we were so much in the moment we hadn't wanted to stop. Eli's knees pushed my thighs further apart. When he slammed into me, we both groaned with pleasure. As the sound of our skin slapping together filled the room, my fingers gripped the sheet as I panted hard with pleasure. One of Eli's hands slid from my waist to come between my legs. As he began toying with my clit, alternating between stroking and pinching it, I buried my face in the mattress and shrieked with pleasure. It was the kind of sex women fantasized about. The kind I'd fantasized about, yet hadn't had. I might have felt dead before, but in the highly charged and extremely pleasurable moment, I'd never felt more alive in my life. I wanted the sex to go on and on until I couldn't move, and I ached where Eli had been. When Eli began pumping his hips faster and faster, my core began building for another orgasm. As I went over the edge, I cried out Eli's name. Even in my moment of pleasure, I felt him jerking inside of me with his own orgasm. After my walls stopped clenching around Eli, the sexual bliss I had experienced took a quick plummet from the stratosphere back into reality. All the enjoyment and pleasure evaporated with the last vibrations of my orgasm. When the realization of what had actually transpired hit me, the intensity of my feelings sent a shudder through my body. I was on all fours on the mattress, with my designer dress hiked up over my hips and the bodice pushed down to my waist. The heavy weight of the man's body against my back was my best friend. It was my Eli. It was my best friend who had made me lose my mind and come harder than I could ever remember. It was my best friend who had made me question everything about our relationship. It was my best friend who had made me feel reborn through silly dates and sweet acts of kindness and compassion. I'd vowed to keep things platonic between us, so that nothing jeopardized the friendship we had. But somehow tonight's events had destroyed all that. My past and our present had converged, and I'd ended up losing myself to my emotions. While I might never have felt more alive for a few glorious moments, I now felt even more hollowed inside, like I was just a husk of my former self. Maybe it was because I feared my actions had just cost me Eli's and my future. With an anguished groan, Eli slid out of me. He rocked back to sit on his knees beside me.
Oh, Jesus, Sonny.
When I remained motionless and quiet, he turned his head to look at me.
Say something, please.
I bit down on my lip that was swollen from his kisses. There's nothing to say.
That's what I was afraid of.
You don't have anything to regret. I'm the one who came on to you. Eli shook his head.
But I didn't stop it. I should have stopped it.
He scrubbed a hand over his face.
It shouldn't have been tonight. It shouldn't have been when we were both emotionally spooked. It should have been out of love, not lust.
Maybe it shouldn't have been at all. Not now and not ever. After an agonizing look flashed in his eyes, Eli opened his mouth. But a knock at the door interrupted him. After we exchanged horrified glances, Eli jumped off the bed and started fumbling with his pants.
Who is it?
He called.
Bro, you in there?
Came Gabe's muffled reply.
What the hell is he doing back here?
Eli questioned as he zipped up his pants. As I threw a panicked glance around the room, I whispered, "What should I do?"
Go hide in the bathroom. He can't see you like that.
I nodded. Okay, but you can't let him in this room. He'll take one look at the bed and know what happened. Eli grimaced.
Not to mention if he got one whiff.
He mumbled under his breath. I didn't respond. Instead, I hurried into the bathroom. One glance in the mirror, and I knew what Eli meant when he said Gabe couldn't see me. With my tangled hair and smeared lipstick, he would have known exactly what had been going on. Peeking through the crack, I watched Eli open the door. When Gabe started to come inside, Eli blocked him at the door.
Hey, Ray and I wanted to check on Emerson. She's in the bathroom. Still having a tough time, huh? Yeah.
Lowering his voice, Gabe said,
From the looks of it, she's put you through the ringer since you guys got back.
Oh, God. Of all the things he had to say. I held my breath for Eli's response.
What are you doing back here? Ray's feet were killing her, so she's back in our room getting on a more comfortable pair of shoes. We're going to head out again. You coming? Yeah. Just let me go tell Emerson I'm leaving. Okay.
At that moment, Ray arrived sporting a pair of cowboy boots, rather than the heels she'd had on earlier in the night. After Gabe joined her in the hallway, Eli closed the door. His shoulders sank before he turned around and started making his way across the room. When he reached the bathroom, I opened the door. It's okay, I heard.
Look, I don't want to leave things like this between us.
I shook my head. No, you need to go. The last thing we need is to make anyone suspicious.
But Sonny...
You don't have time to argue with me. You need to straighten your tie and fix your hair. After shuddering, I added, not to mention washing me off your face. Eli stared past me at his reflection in the mirror. We both knew how his hair had gotten that way. My fingers had clutched and grabbed the strands when he was going down on me. Silently, I watched him put his hair back into place before turning on the water. After soaping up his hands, he washed his mouth and his cheeks. I tried not to think about what that mouth had felt like on me. After he dried his face, he turned toward me.
Sonny, please.
Go, Eli, just go. With those words, I pushed him out of the bathroom and closed the door. The lock clicking in place caused Eli to sigh resignedly. I heard his footsteps as he walked over to the bedroom mirror. After a few seconds, I heard the door open and then close. Once I was alone, I went over and turned on the shower. After extricating myself from the dress, I slipped under the scalding stream of water. No matter how hard I scrubbed, I knew I'd never be able to wash away tonight's sins. Although they would have brought relief to the pain in my chest, the tears never came. Even as I recalled my hardened bitterness toward Jack, or how I'd used Eli to try to find some semblance of myself again, I didn't cry. Maybe I'd reached an emotional point of no return. Maybe it was time to leave Jacob's ladder. Chapter 17. Emerson. I stayed in the shower until the water ran cold, but I never cried. After I got out, I robotically went through the motions of drying my hair and putting on my pajamas. It almost felt like I was standing outside of myself and looking at me as if I were a stranger. Maybe because it was easier to judge a stranger than judge myself, although truthfully, I'd done a pretty good job of running myself down. After turning down the covers on the bed, I slipped inside. Although I was mentally and physically exhausted, sleep never came. I tossed and turned in the bed until I finally got up. I decided I desperately needed a drink. Since I didn't want to run the risk of seeing anyone in the hotel bar, I raided all the tiny bottles from the minibar. After setting them up in a straight line, I began drinking my way through them. When the alcohol was gone, I started in on the chocolate. My binge was rewarded with a heavy buzz and an epic case of heartburn. It was certainly the liquid courage that caused me to pick up my phone. Are you guys still partying? I didn't have to wait long for Ray to answer. Partied out, headed to hotel to crash. Need to talk to you. Kay, your room? Why? Don't tell Gabe. A long pause came before Ray responded, Kay. I could only imagine what was running through her mind after my request. I knew it was wrong of me to ask her to be dishonest to Gabe, but I couldn't have him knowing she was talking to me. I couldn't let that get back to Eli. While I waited to talk to Ray, I tried occupying my mind by flipping television channels. When that didn't work, I started organizing my suitcase. I just made another stop to the hotel minibar for more chocolate when a gentle knock came at the door. I sprinted over to throw open the door. Without a word, Ray ducked inside. After she took in the empty minibar liquor bottles and chocolate wrappers littering the room, she gave me a knowing look. Trying to drink and eat your troubles away? Something like that. I'm guessing it wasn't too successful based on the fact you wanted to talk to me at 3 in the morning. I'm sorry, Ray. I know you're probably exhausted, or that Gabe might have wanted... I flushed when I realized what I was alluding to. Ray snorted. Gabe staggered in the room and passed out on the bed in his suit and tie. He doesn't even know I'm gone. He must have done some serious celebrating tonight. He did. I couldn't bring myself to ask her if Eli was still doing some serious celebrating that involved members of the opposite sex. I motioned to the sofa. Want to sit down? Sure. I'd offer you a drink, but I'm pretty sure I wiped everything out. Ray laughed. After all the alcohol I've consumed over the course of this evening, the only thing I need to be drinking is water. Oh, okay. When I remained standing, Ray asked, "Aren't you going to sit down?" I hadn't even realized I hadn't taken a seat. After I flopped down beside her, Ray's expression turned sympathetic. "We missed you tonight at the parties." I know. I just couldn't do it. I can't imagine how hard it must have been watching the tribute to Jack. My throat tightened at the mention of his name. After swallowing hard, I said, "It was." Guilt filled me that I was playing off my grief at the moment, rather than what had actually happened. If you're worried about the guys being mad that you skipped out on the parties, I promise you they're not. While Gabe completely understood, Eli seemed beside himself with worry about you. An ache spread through my chest at the mention of Eli. He did? He had all these women throwing themselves at him, but all he could do was check his phone to see if you'd called or texted him. "Oh, God," I murmured. "I know. I hate thinking about how Gabe was such a man-whore before he got with me. I don't think he would have withstood the temptation tonight like Eli did." I shook my head. "I'm a horrible person, Ray." Her brows creased in confusion. "For getting upset over your husband's memorial?" "Jack isn't the reason I couldn't attend the parties tonight." I swallowed hard. "It was Eli." Ray frowned. "I don't understand." "Eli and I had sex tonight," I whispered. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "I had sex with Eli tonight." Her eyes bulged comically wide. "You did?" "It happened after we came back here." "Holy shit!" Ray scrambled off the couch and hurried across the room. Bending over, she threw open the door of the minibar. "What are you doing?" "Trying to find some alcohol. I need a drink for this conversation." "Fabulous," I muttered while putting my head in my hands. After rifling around for a few seconds, Ray exclaimed, "Aha!" which caused me to jump. Like I had earlier, she didn't bother with a glass. She just turned it up and sucked it down in one long gulp. Once she had some liquid fortification, she came back to sit beside me. "Okay, so exactly how did it happen?" "You mean like against the wall and then on the bed?" Ray smacked her hand over her eyes. "Oh my God! No, that's not what I meant." Mortification filled me at what I'd said. Damn all the alcohol I'd had. "What I meant was, how did it go from what I assume was Eli comforting you to you guys having sex?" "Make me forget Eli. Make me feel alive again." After the past months on the road, I'd finally started to feel like me again. Like I wasn't just the grieving widow. I was Emerson, singer and musician. But the moment I saw that video of Jack, I was destroyed. Turning away from Ray's intense gaze, I sighed. I just wanted to get back to feeling like I had before, and somehow in my mind that involved having sex. Thankfully, Eli was willing and able. I winced. Okay, so maybe not so thankfully. If it hadn't been Eli, were you just going to find some random guy to hook up with? No, of course not. A knowing look came over Ray's face. Exactly. What are you trying to say? You didn't just want to feel alive again through sex. You wanted to feel alive through sex with Eli. I opened my mouth to argue, but then I quickly closed it back when I realized there was no point. I couldn't lie to Ray when she already knew the truth. You're right. I didn't want any other man but Eli. Even though you might not want to answer, I have to know something. Was the sex bad? A reel of illicit images filled my mind, causing goosebumps to pop up along my arms. No, it wasn't bad. My hand came to my lips as I recalled the feel of Eli's desperate mouth moving against my own. It was really, really good. Tilting her head, Ray implored, "How good?" 2 orgasms good. Damn, she murmured. But do you know how utterly insane it feels to have your best friend give you great sex? Well, I consider Gabe my best friend, and he certainly gives me great sex with lots of orgasms. But it's not the same. You and Gabe haven't known each other since you were kids. That's true. Massaging my aching temples, I asked, "How are we ever going to move on from this?" Ray's dark brows creased. Wait a minute. Why do you need to move on? Because we've been friends since we were 10, and now we're bandmates. There's too much at stake for us to try out a romantic relationship. Haven't you ever stopped to wonder if maybe there was more between you and Eli? No. You're a horrible liar, Emerson, Ray quipped. Okay, fine, you're right. There is something between us. It's been growing for a while. Then why in the world would you want to move on? Don't you know how hard it is to find someone that you have both emotional and physical chemistry with? I do. In the past, I'd only ever experienced it with Jack. But now you're feeling it with Eli. Yes and no. I threw my hands up. I'm just so confused. I'm sure he's feeling the same way. You just need to talk to him. I'm not sure I can. You won't know until you try. Besides, as close quarters as the 2 of you are in with the band, you can't leave things like this between you. I know, I just don't know what to say. Don't try overthinking it. Just let your heart lead you. I groaned. I'm not sure that's such a great idea. I let my body lead me, and look where it got me. Letting your body lead you is a completely different thing, Ray countered. Tell me about it. Ray's phone dinged. When she looked at it, she snorted. Apparently Gabe has woken up and wants to know where I am. With a smile, I replied, It's okay. I'm good now. Go back to your man. Her fingers flew over the keys of her phone. I'm telling him I went downstairs to call my sister to tell her about the parties. He won't get suspicious about why your sister is up at 3 in the morning? Ray shook her head. Kennedy owns a bakery, so a couple days a week she goes into work early to bake bread. Oh, I see. We rose off the couch together. I seriously can't thank you enough for talking me down from the ledge. Smiling, Ray said, You don't owe me any thanks. We've all had our moments. Lord knows I had them with Gabe. Loving Renard men isn't easy. I'll second that one. Well, I guess I do. Ray pinned me with a hard stare. You do love him. Don't listen to this. She tapped my head. Listen to that. She pointed to my heart. I listened to the voices in my head for far too long, and it almost cost me Gabe. Unable to speak for a moment, I merely nodded my head. When I finally found my voice, I said, I will. I promise. When I opened the door for Ray, Eli stood before me. His gaze bobbed between the two of us before his eyebrows sloped angrily downward.
"What is she doing here?"
he demanded. The roughness of his tone took both Ray and me by surprise. I needed to talk to someone.
"You needed to talk to me."
I shook my head. I'm sorry, but I just couldn't. Appearing uncomfortable, Ray stepped past me. I better get back to my room. With a grateful look, I said, "Thank you for talking with me." Eli rolled his eyes, which Ray ignored. "You're welcome."
"Unbelievable,"
he muttered as Ray started down the hallway. Once she was back inside hers and Gabe's room, I asked, "Why are you so angry about me talking to Ray?"
"Why? Maybe because I spent all night worrying about you. I couldn't think of anyone or anything else. Guilt ate at me that I'd hurt you both emotionally and physically with the sex."
Eli's expression softened into one of regret.
"Jesus, Sonny. I should have been stronger and told you no. There are so many things that need to be said between us, and the last thing we needed to do was confuse that with sex."
"That's true," I said softly. "Oh God, he wishes he'd never touched me. He doesn't want me sexually now or ever."
When we got back to the hotel, I was so fucking strung out with worry that I couldn't sleep. I just kept pacing around my room. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore, and I had to know if you were all right.
A bitter smile twisted on his lips.
"And what do I find when I get here? You betraying me by spilling your guts to Ray."
"I wasn't betraying you. I just needed someone to talk to." When he started to protest, I held up my hand. "Okay, fine. I needed a woman's perspective."
"You never have before. You've never had an issue confiding your problems in me."
In that moment, I became both mentally and physically drained. It was like I didn't have the strength to stand and listen to Eli anymore. I just wanted to go to bed. I wanted to have a few hours of sleep before I tried discussing this with him. I desperately needed to reboot so I could be prepared to say and do the right thing when it came to us. Reaching my ultimate level of exasperation, I demanded, "Don't you get it? You are the problem." Eli's head jerked back like I'd slapped him.
"That's what I am to you? A problem?"
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just..." Hurt burned in his eyes.
"Jesus, Sonny. You sure knew how to wound someone."
As he turned to go, I reached out for him. "Wait, Eli." He shrugged me away before stalking down the hall. I jumped at the sound of his door slamming. Just when I thought the night couldn't get any worse, it had. As I stepped back into my room, I couldn't believe what I'd just said and did. In all our years together, I couldn't remember a time when I'd hurt Eli's feelings. I didn't blame him for walking away from me. I hated what I'd done too. Overall, I was completely and totally disgusted at the person I had become. I couldn't help thinking that maybe it would be better for him if he wasn't with me. I was certain he deserved better.
Chapter 18, Eli. The shrill sound of my phone ringing brought me out of a dead sleep. It felt like my head had just hit the pillow. Rolling over in bed, I groaned as my muscles screamed in agony while a brass band pounded out a jazzy New Orleans-style tune in my head. "Yeah?" I croaked. "Hey man, you up?" Gabe asked way too cheerfully. "Not exactly." "Well, get up, 'cause I'm starving." "Then go eat with Ray," I grumbled. "She's already downstairs. She left my lazy ass in bed a little while ago to go eat with Emerson." A shudder of both revulsion and hurt ran through me at the mention of her name. It became replaced with simmering anger. Of course Ray had gone downstairs with Emerson. I'm sure they had to hash out my behavior from last night. I don't know. I'm pretty tired. Come on. You need some food in your belly to soak up all the alcohol from last night. You must be thinking about yourself. I wasn't the one throwing them back like a lush out of rehab. Gabe chuckled. I did get kinda carried away, didn't I? If I remember correctly, you ended up getting carried away by me when you almost passed out at the RCA party. Since I obviously owe you, let me buy you breakfast. I snorted. Okay, big spender, if you put it that way. Just throw on something and I'll be at your door in 10 minutes. Fine. After I hung up, it took everything I had in me to roll out of bed. I felt like the one who had gone on a bender last night. In spite of desperately wanting to drink, I had limited myself to only one. I didn't want to be out of it in case Emerson called. Yeah, I was that stupid to have held out hope that she was going to need to talk to me. That maybe she was going to say she was sorry for pushing me away last night, and we desperately needed to talk. But she hadn't. So I'd been forced to spend the rest of the miserable night sober. To add insult to fucking injury, I'd not been able to sleep once I got home from the parties. Just like I'd told Emerson, I couldn't for the life of me get her off my mind. But nothing could have prepared me for the white-hot anger I experienced the moment I saw Emerson with Ray. While it might have seemed like I was overreacting to her confiding in Ray, it had truly wounded me. I was her best friend. I was the one she told her deepest, darkest secrets to. I was the one who had spent the last 11 months drying her tears and giving her a shoulder to lean on. I'd done everything I thought possible to help her, and she had paid me back by shutting me out. No, it was more like she'd fucking slammed and bolted the door. After I'd confronted Emerson, I'd stormed back to my room. Once again, I took up pacing. When it was apparent I wasn't getting to sleep anytime soon, I went downstairs to the indoor pool. With no one around, I started doing laps in my briefs. I sliced through the water over and over, trying to wear myself out. When I could barely catch my breath, I climbed out of the pool and started back to my room. Once I got back inside, I slipped into the shower. As I started scrubbing the chlorine off my body, I couldn't help remembering the feel of Emerson's fingers on my skin. Her frantic yet gentle touch. The way it had felt like home when I'd been buried deep inside her. In the moment, everything about it was so fucking good. It was an emotional and physical connection like I'd never experienced before. But the moment I came, the feel of her regret stripped all of that away. The last thing in the world I ever wanted was to hurt her emotionally or physically. Guilt plagued me that I hadn't been strong enough for both of us to stop anything physical from happening. Now, as we faced the greatest crisis of our relationship, I didn't know how to chip away the wall she'd erected between us. Especially not when my hurt and anger at her had helped construct that wall. After digging a clean pair of jeans and a t-shirt out of my suitcase, I went into the bathroom to change. A glance in the mirror had me recoiling slightly. Man, I looked like the hell that I felt. Averting my eyes, I brushed my teeth and then splashed cold water on my face. True to his word, Gabe knocked on my door barely 10 minutes later. When I answered it, he got the same expression on his face that I had when I'd seen my reflection. Jesus, man. Are you sure you didn't go on a binge last night? Positive. Come on. Let's see if getting some food and coffee in you doesn't help. If not, I'll see about getting you some booze. How generous of you. You know I always have your back, bro. His words caused a tug in my chest. Regardless of the torment I currently found myself in, I had to remember that I had a brother like Gabe. I appreciate it. As we stepped into the elevator, Gabe asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" Not really. Okay, fair enough. Just promise me if you won't talk about it to me, you'll at least talk to Emerson about it? I jerked my head over to glare at him. Why would you say that? I snapped. I wondered if we were finally getting down to it where Gabe gave me the goods about what Ray had talked with Emerson about. I just meant if you won't talk to me, at least talk to her. You two talk about everything, don't you? We did. But now we're like two bitter strangers who couldn't possibly confide in each other. Yeah, we do. Gabe nodded. I don't like seeing you this way. It's seriously unnerving. I mean, I'm supposed to be the broody twin, not you. Sorry to be infringing on your territory, I replied tersely. Try not to let it happen again. Gabe joked as we stepped off the elevator. As we turned the corner toward the hotel restaurant, my stomach nodded at the prospect of seeing Emerson. What the fuck is wrong with you? One fight with Emerson and all of a sudden you're acting like a pussy? Man up and get your ass in there. I swept through the dining room door with Gabe on my heels. After scanning the room, I found Ray and Emerson sitting at a far table. While Ray had her back to us, I had a perfect view of Emerson's face. The moment she looked up and saw me striding toward her, the laugh she'd been sharing with Ray cut off, and her expression darkened. If Gabe noticed, he didn't say anything. Considering how he had tunnel vision when it came to Ray, he probably hadn't been paying attention. After leaning in to bestow a kiss on Ray's cheek, Gabe said, "Hey babe, thanks for leaving me this morning." Ray smiled up at him. "I'm sorry. You just looked so peaceful that I hated to wake you." Since Emerson and Ray were sitting across from each other, Gabe flopped down in the chair beside Ray, leaving me to warily eye the chair next to Emerson. When she saw me looking at the chair, Emerson turned her head and stared out the window. Okay, fine. So that's how she was going to play this? Grudgingly, I sat down. Immediately, I went for one of the empty cups on the table. When I reached for the coffee carafe, my hand brushed against Emerson's. She jerked her hand away like she'd been scalded. Ducking her head, she buried her hands in her lap. As my fingers slid around the carafe's handle, I looked up to see Gabe peering at the two of us. His dark brows creased with confusion. Since she knew exactly what was going on, Ray appeared epically uncomfortable. After Emerson's reaction, it was inevitable that an awkward silence fell over the table. Normally, I would have cracked a joke to try to lighten things up, but I didn't have it in me today. Without looking at Emerson, I asked, "Can you pass the creamer?" At first, I thought she was going to ignore me because she remained frozen in her seat, but then she reached her hand out and slid it down the table. "Thank you," I mumbled. With the tension reaching new heights, Emerson cleared her throat. "Actually, I'm not as hungry as I thought. Excuse me." Her chair screeched along the floor as she tossed her napkin on the table. As she hurried away, Gabe cocked his head at me. "What the hell was that about?" "Don't tell me you don't know." I narrowed my eyes at Ray. "I would have thought your girlfriend would have spilled all the gossip by now." "That's not fair, Eli. I didn't ask for Emerson to confide in me," she protested. Turning toward Ray, Gabe asked, "What is he talking about?" Before she could respond, I snapped, "Emerson kindly unloaded her problems on Ray last night instead of talking to me." "Why is that an issue?" "Because I'm the one she should have been talking to. I'm the one who was going out of his fucking mind worrying about her." I scrubbed my hands over my face as I shook my head. "I'm the one who screwed everything up by having sex with her." Gabe sucked in a breath so fast he wheezed. "You did what?" With a roll of my eyes, I said, "You heard me loud and clear, brother dearest." "I was hoping I hadn't." He glanced from me over to Ray. "You knew about this?" She bobbed her head. "Emerson told me last night." "Holy shit," he muttered. "That pretty much sums it up," I muttered. The color slowly drained from Gabe's face. "What the hell did you do to her?" he demanded. "Whoa, wait a minute. I didn't do anything to her outside of having sex. She freaked out at your touch. Not to mention she won't look at you. She also was apparently so upset that she needed to talk to Ray last night. His blue eyes narrowed into angry slits. Seems to me like something terrible happened to her. And that automatically means that I'm the big bad wolf who took advantage of her? No, but it seems awfully suspicious to me. Not that it's any of your damn business, but she came on to me. She begged me to have sex with her to make her feel alive again. Regardless of the fact I've wanted her in that way for several weeks, I didn't think last night was the right time. But it was because of my feelings for her that I gave in. A knife twisted in my chest when Gabe looked to Ray for confirmation. Damn, bro, that's cold, I said. At the same time, Ray jabbed an angry finger at Gabe. How could you even suggest that? You know Eli is incapable of taking advantage of a woman, least of all Emerson. Thank you, Ray, I croaked. Gabe's shoulders sagged and he couldn't bring himself to look me in the eye. Damn, Eli. I don't know what to say. I think that you're really fucking sorry is a good start, Ray interrupted. If the situation hadn't been so dire, I would have laughed at Ray's feistiness. Gabe had certainly met his match in her. Gabe winced. Yes, I'm really fucking sorry. I know you would never, ever take advantage of anyone. I know you're Emerson's best friend, but she's my friend too. The love and concern I have for her momentarily blinded me. I hate seeing her so upset. So do I. Leaning forward in his seat, Gabe said, Tell me what happened. How many more blanks do you want me to fill in? Enough to understand what happened so I might be able to help the two of you? Fine. After having mind-blowing sex where she came twice. Too much freaking information, man, Gabe said with a grimace. At the same time, Ray didn't appear too shocked at my declaration, which led me to believe Emerson had told her that little tidbit. Whatever. When it was over, she freaked out on me. Before I could calm her down and let us talk about what happened, you two showed up at her hotel room. Even though I wanted to stay, she demanded I go with you guys. That's exactly what Emerson told me, Ray said softly. What else did she say? I demanded. Ray shook her head. I can't betray her confidence by telling you that. Oh, now you get a conscience when it comes to betraying people's confidences? How noble of you, I snapped. A growl came from Gabe's throat. Quit being a dick to Ray. None of this is her fault. Although I hated admitting he was right, I said, I'm sorry, Ray. Her expression softened. It's okay. I know you're hurting and confused. I will say that I told her she needed to talk to you. Looks like she really took the advice to heart. I don't know why she's still shutting you out. There's absolutely no reason why the two of you shouldn't sit down and talk things out. Maybe you should go upstairs and try to talk to her? Gabe suggested. Are you sure you don't want to come with me to act as a chaperone? I'd hate to get blamed for something else I didn't do. He groaned. Jesus, man. I said I was sorry. If you figure out what I can do to make it right, let me know and I'll do it. I'll keep it in mind. I rose out of my chair. And payback is going to be a bitch, bro. Gabe gave me a small smile. Fine. I can take it. As I started to leave, Ray reached out to grab my arm. Good luck, she said. Thanks. I have a feeling I'm going to need it. By the time I got upstairs to our floor, my heart felt like it was going to pound out of my chest. Stepping out of the elevator felt like the scene in The Shining when the hallway stretched out for miles. When I got to Emerson's room, I knocked on the door. Sonny, it's me. A few moments passed. Just when I began to wonder if she wasn't going to answer, the door swung open. Hey, she said softly. Hi. When she didn't offer, I asked, Can I come in? I guess so. She swung the door open and I dipped inside. At the sight of neatly folded clothes on the bed, I turned to her in surprise. You're packing? Emerson nodded. But we don't leave until tomorrow. I'm leaving today, she said softly. Excuse me? You heard me perfectly well. Fine, I'll bite. Why are you leaving today? I want to go home. You're going home in a week for the holidays. What's the rush now? The four of us had plans to fly down to Puerto Vallarta, where one of the members of Runaway Train, AJ, had a beach house for a little rest and relaxation before heading home to our families. It seemed like we'd made those plans a lifetime ago. She glanced up at me. You know the reason. Maybe I want to hear you say it. Throwing up her hands, she replied, You, me, us. That's the reason why I want to go home. I never pegged you for a runner. I'm not running away. It sure as hell looks like it. If you're not avoiding me, you're running away from me. I think that's what hurts the most about all of this. There's never been anything we couldn't tell each other. There's nothing we've ever held back or hidden. I closed the gap between us and placed my arms on her shoulders. Damn it, Emerson, talk to me. A forlorn expression came over her face. I wish I could, but I can't. No matter how hard I try, the words won't come. She shook her head. I just need some time. I snatched my arms away from her. Bullshit. You managed to spill your guts to Ray last night. If you truly weren't able to talk about it, you wouldn't have been able to talk to her. You would have kept it all buried deep inside. You know, like we once did with our feelings for each other. Please, Eli, can't you just give me a little time? Time to what? Talk yourself out of whatever feelings you have for me? Time to decide it was all a mistake? Time for a little clarity. My emotions are all jangled at the moment. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel if I don't take some time to try to put myself back together again, I can't stay in the band. Jesus. Now you're not only running from me, but you're thinking of running from the band too? They're one and the same, Eli. I can't have the band without having you as well. Just answer me this. What did I do that was so wrong? Sadness filled her eyes. Nothing. Then why are you doing this? Why are you leaving me? Emerson didn't respond. Instead, she stared down at the carpet. Reaching out, my fingers came to her chin. I tipped her head up to where she had to look at me. Why are you leaving me? Because I'm afraid. Is that all? Smacking my hand away, Emerson narrowed her eyes at me. It's a pretty huge fucking deal to me. That's not what I meant. You see, I get it. You know why? Because I'm scared as hell too. I have been for weeks now. But you know what? I'm done with being a chicken shit. So I'm willing to give it a chance. I wish it was that simple. I wish I could just throw caution to the wind and see where this took us. But the fear is too great. It doesn't have to be. I'm here for you, always. She swept her hands to her hips. Do you want to know what scares me the most? Yeah, enlighten me. What if you were just the rebound guy after Jack? You're the one who brings me out of my grief and gets me ready for my true love. An anguished look flashed in her eyes. I can't bear the thought of using you like that, Eli. Now we're getting down to what it's really all about, right? Everything is always going to be about Jack. He was my husband, she murmured. And he's dead, and you're still alive. It's not that simple. Trust me, I realize that. I've spent the last few weeks knowing I can't compete with a ghost. That's not fair. I know it isn't, but I can't help the way I feel. I'm mad as hell at a dead guy because he's always going to win. You'll always pick him over me. It's not picking him over you. It's trying to understand my feelings. With a shake of my head, I placed my hands on either side of her face. I tried so hard not to fall for you. When the feelings first started, I told myself it was just because I was horny and you were a beautiful, sexy woman. I thought if I could just get laid, I wouldn't think about you sexually. but 2 tries showed me I couldn't screw you out of my mind. More than anything, I realized my feelings went so much deeper than anything physical. It also transcended anything I'd ever felt for you as a friend. Shuddering, her eyes closed, Emerson muttered, "Oh, Eli." Then I started noticing the little things about you. The things a man notices about the woman he's attracted to emotionally. Like the sound of your laugh, the way your nose scrunches up when you're shredding the fiddle, and the way you experience a movie with a range of emotions rather than just idly watching it. A low groan came from deep within my chest as it felt like my heart was breaking. As time went on, I started imagining what it would be like to be the man who you loved with all your heart and soul, who you spent the rest of your life with. I dropped my hands from her face, but I guess I was just out of line. No, you weren't. I did the same with you. You did? She nodded. Any woman would fall in love with you, Eli. You're sweet, kind, and generous, not to mention ridiculously handsome and sexy. I don't care about any other women. I just care about you. I love you and I want you as my forever. Tears pooled in her eyes. And I care about you, Eli. I always will. I can't lose you. Her fist came up to smack against her chest. I just don't know what to do with all these feelings. Please, for now, just let me go. What the fuck? Not enough for me? What the hell did that mean? She was everything to me. Part of me wanted to stand there and fight until I bled, but the part of me that was already wounded and broken down didn't have the fight left. Taking an agonizing breath, I nodded. I hope you work everything out. Don't worry about the band. I'll make sure the label doesn't give you any shit if you decide you have to leave. And no matter what happens, I'll always be your ride or die Eli. For the first time since I'd known her, I didn't dry Emerson's tears. Instead, I strode over to the door. Bye, Sonny, I murmured. Then I walked out into the hallway, and potentially out of Emerson's life forever.
Chapter 19. Emerson. I'm not sure I'd ever hated myself as much as I did in the days following when Eli and I had sex. I didn't know I could possibly harbor so much callousness within me, but I did. As I continued hurting Eli day by day, it was like I became a stranger to myself, like I was standing outside myself and watching my behavior with horror. For 2 people with an unprecedented level of intimacy, we'd apparently finally found our kryptonite. I'd wanted to call him 1,000,000 times, but I'd never had the courage to pick up the phone. Because of my brother's schedules with their in-laws, I wouldn't be sitting down with my parents on Thanksgiving. Instead, we had a huge dinner planned on Saturday. Last year, I hadn't been emotionally up to seeing my brothers and their happy families. Instead, I'd stayed home and coasted along on a steady stream of Valium. Although it was probably one of the worst ideas I'd ever had, I accepted Jack's mom, Rachel's, invitation to eat Thanksgiving with them. With 2 homemade pecan pies in my arms, I rang the doorbell. Jack's brother, Ben, answered the door.
Hey there, stranger.
Hey, Ben,
Let me take those for you.
he offered as he reached for the pies. Thanks. I really wish your mom had let me bring more. With a shake of his head, he replied,
From the looks of the kitchen, we're going to have enough food to feed the Foreign Legion.
I laughed. Rachel and her sisters were known for their amazing cooking skills. I'd never left a meal with them without needing to unbutton my pants.
Come on in. Everyone's in the living room.
Ben said. Once I stepped inside the foyer, a rush of memories overcame me. While I expected tears to sting my eyes, they didn't. Instead, only a pang of sadness tugged my heart. I could hear the roar of conversation down the hall. When I entered the living room, Ben's daughters, Valerie and Alyssa, launched themselves at me. "Aunt Emerson!" they cried. I just started dating Jack when Valerie was born, and I got to be at the hospital 2 years later when Alyssa came along. "Hey, sweethearts, how are you?" "Good! We got a puppy!" Alyssa exclaimed. "You did?" Valerie nodded. "And we named her Jackie after Uncle Jack." My gaze bounced from the girls over to Ben. He gave me a sad smile. "I think that's a beautiful name for a puppy, and Uncle Jack would have loved that you named her for him." I spent the next few minutes wading through all of Jack's uncles and cousins. Just when I began to feel completely overwhelmed, Ben came up to me with a glass of wine.
"I thought you might want some refreshment."
"Thank you. I would love some." After taking several large sips of the wine, I headed to the kitchen to see if I could help. I found Rachel in the midst of her 2 sisters, and Ben's wife, Jess. When she looked up and saw me, both pain and happiness flashed in her eyes. "Emerson, I'm so glad you came to join us." "I'm so glad you asked me." As she pulled me into her embrace, tears pricked my eyes. I'd lost so much when I had lost Jack, but she had lost her child. He might have been a grown man, but he would always be her child. When she pulled away, she stared intently into my eyes. "You look good." "Thank you. I'll be honest. The last time I saw you, it worried me that you were going to waste away." She placed her hands on my cheeks. "Touring certainly agrees with you." "It has been very good for me." Her eyes narrowed at me for a moment. Then she stepped away from me and started untying her apron. "Would you mind running a quick errand with me?" "Sure, I'd be happy to." She nodded at her sisters. "You guys man the fort. The turkey should be ready in half an hour." "I hope so. The natives are getting restless," Jess quipped with a smile. I followed Rachel out the kitchen door and into the garage. "You don't mind driving, do you? My car is blocked in." "No, I don't." Once we got into the car and I'd cranked the ignition, I turned to Rachel. "Where to?" "The cemetery." I tightened my hands on the steering wheel. "You want to go to Jack's grave now?" "I won't have another chance today. By the time everyone leaves, it will be dark." Okay." During the 5-minute trip to the cemetery, Rachel and I made small talk about her grandchildren. She didn't ask me about my new life with Jacob's Ladder, and I didn't volunteer any information. I could only imagine how painful the topic of music was, considering how it was such a big part of Jack's life. Since I'd been out on tour, I hadn't been to the cemetery. As I eased the car up close to where Jack's grave was, I became overwhelmed with guilt. I should have found a way to visit more. I was a shitty widow. After we got out of the car, Rachel and I began a silent walk through the headstones. The closer we got to Jack's grave, the faster my heart began to beat. I drew in a few deep breaths and tried to calm myself. I didn't know why it was affecting me so much. Even in my darkest days of grief, I never felt this way when I'd come to the cemetery. When we reached Jack's grave, I found the flowers in his vase were askew, so I bent down and began to rearrange the flowers. "What are you doing here, Emerson?" Rachel asked. I threw a curious glance at her over my shoulder. Rachel was only in her 60s. I couldn't imagine she would be losing her mind this early. "Fixing Jack's flowers?" Rachel shook her head. "I meant, what are you doing here with us?" Of all the places you could be spending Thanksgiving, you're here with your dead husband's family. It's what Jack would have wanted. But what is it you want? A lump formed in my throat as an image of Eli's smiling face entered my mind. I don't know, I lied. Rachel tisked at me. We both know that's not true. Tears blurred my eyes, and I stepped back from Jack's headstone. I can't talk about this here. Honey, Jack isn't here, Rachel protested. I know that. Wincing, I added, it just seems so disrespectful to his memory to be talking about another man, she suggested. Yes. I thought that's what I saw in your eyes back at the house. Slipping her arm through mine, Rachel led us over to the marble bench that bore Jack's name. Sit down. Although it was the last thing I wanted to do, I followed Rachel's instructions. Once I was seated, Rachel sat down beside me. While I know it's hard to imagine what Jack would have felt, I know he would want you to be happy. He would want you living your life to the fullest, the way he always did. I want to believe that. What if the tables were turned? Wouldn't you have wanted Jack to be happy? Of course I would have. Wouldn't you have wanted him to find love again? Yes. I gave Rachel a weak smile. Not right away, but yes. She laughed. I've told John if I go first, he better wait 6 months before he even looks at another woman, or I'm going to find a way to come back to haunt him. A giggle escaped my lips. It was a truly foreign concept to be laughing in a cemetery, but at the same time, it felt remarkably freeing. I bet he waits. You and me both. Rachel took my hand in hers. It's been a year, sweetheart. We all feel it's been long enough. But I didn't wait a year before I had feelings for someone else. And that's okay. We're not in the Victorian times where we would have expected you to wear black for 2 years. Believe me when I say that John and I want you to find someone to love. I shook my head. In some ways, it still feels like I'm cheating on him. Not to mention tarnishing his memory. But Emerson, you have to remember that you honored Jack when it mattered most, during his life. I mulled over her words. Was Rachel right? Had I been a good wife and honored Jack both in life and in death? Even if I allowed myself to truly move on, I knew I would never completely get over Jack. I would mourn in small ways for the rest of my life. You couldn't love someone so completely and not continue to grieve their loss. Not even when you had someone as wonderful as Eli wanting to be in your life. Deep down, I know you're right. More than anything in the world, I want to open my heart and let love in. With a groan, I added, why does this have to be so hard? Because it's life, and there's nothing about life that's easy, especially death. She tilted her head at me. Do you want to tell me about him? I hiccuped a laugh. Once again, I'm feeling all sorts of wrong talking to my former mother-in-law about a new man in the middle of the cemetery. We can always go for coffee, she suggested. But they're going to be expecting us back home soon. I'm pretty sure my sisters can get the meal on the table without me. That's okay. I can talk about it here. I swallowed hard. It's Eli Renard. A knowing smile came over Rachel's face. I thought as much. I gasped. But how? She smiled. Just a mother's intuition, she winked. And I saw the video of you two. Groaning, I replied, damn that video. You looked so beautiful together. and so in love. I don't know about being in love, but he does care about me more than a friend. And what about you? Do you feel the same? Yes, I do. But for some reason, I just shut myself off. I couldn't bring myself to tell him no matter how hard I tried. Was it because of Jack that you couldn't tell him? Yes and no. There's a part of me that was afraid he might just be a rebound after Jack. I don't think someone who you share such intimacy with could be considered a rebound. You've known him for 20 years, Emerson. He knows you. You know him. That's not the only intimacy we shared. Instantly, I regretted letting that slip. What do you mean? Burying my head in my hands, I cried, God, I can't say it in front of you. Oh, I see. When I peeked at her through my fingers, Rachel was grinning at me. I might be an old woman, but I still enjoy that myself. Good thing we're in a cemetery, because I think I'm about to die of embarrassment right now. Rachel laughed. It's okay, Emerson. I'm a grown woman. I think I can handle you talking about sex. But I was married to your son. It's just all types of wrong. Yes, it is. But for the moment, I can suspend the lack of decorum out of my love and concern for you. I guess if you put it that way. Rachel nodded. You and Eli had sex and finally broke down the last door of intimacy between the two of you. Yes, it was wonderful and wrong at the same time. I shuttered my eyes closed with pain. Whatever pleasure I experienced was quickly replaced by overwhelming guilt. Because it was the first time you'd had sex since Jack. I opened my eyes. Yes. I then filled her in on everything else that had happened between Eli and me. When I was done, tears flowed down my cheeks. He's been my rock and guardian angel this last year. He's worked overtime to make me forget my sorrow and to laugh. He's everything any woman would ever want in a man. But is he what you want? Yes, he is, I replied without a moment of hesitation. Rachel smiled. Then I think you have your answer there. But what if it doesn't work out between us? What if it does? Could you live with the regret of never knowing? I mulled over her words for a moment. After heaving a sigh, I replied, No, I couldn't. When I close my eyes, I see myself with him. So, it's time to be with him. And that was why I loved Rachel with all my heart. She had welcomed me into her family with grace and unending love. I had missed them in my life this past year, and I hoped I didn't have to completely cut myself off from their family when I embraced Eli's, if he would have me. Swiping one of my remaining tears away, I said, I just hope by running away I haven't ruined things between us. It sounds like you need a grand gesture. Like something over the top to show him how I feel about him? Rachel nodded. You know you need to make things right, so go to him. Go the distance and ease his pain, I murmured. I don't think I understand what you mean. I glanced up at her. Nothing. It's just a silly reference to Field of Dreams. One of the hundreds of silly references that only Eli and I understand. But more than that, it's one that ties Eli's and my past and future together. Do you know where he is? With a nod, I replied, His whole family is at his sister's house in Georgia for the holidays. After rising off the bench, Rachel turned back to me. We better get home. You're right. I really hope I haven't made you miss lunch. She smiled. We need to get back so you can get to the airport. You have a flight to Georgia to catch.
Chapter 20. Eli. As I flicked on my blinker to turn into Jake and Abby's driveway, I had the overwhelming urge to just keep driving. I couldn't remember a time that I hadn't wanted to hang out at Jake's, but the thought of being around all the happy couples and their children completely turned my stomach. It was Thanksgiving, and I should have been grateful for all the blessings of the year. Instead, I felt like holing up at my condo and drinking myself into a stupor. Deep down, though, I knew I had to do the obligatory family dinner. Otherwise, it would have alerted Abby and my parents that something was wrong between me and Emerson. I knew Gabe and Ray had my back and wouldn't say anything about what had happened back in Nashville. After I parked my car, I glanced at my phone. Of course, there were no missed calls or texts from Emerson. She'd made it pretty clear the other day that she had nothing else to say to me. Maybe you should be a man and pick up the phone yourself. I didn't know why I couldn't do something so easy. I guess I felt that when I was finally able to talk to Emerson, it should be in person. At least, that was what I told myself. Just as I opened my car door, the dark skies opened up and a deluge of rain began to fall. That's just fucking great, I muttered as the cold drops pelted against me. I hustled up the walk and onto the porch. After I opened the front door, I was overtaken by Micah's 4 kids, who ranged from 7 to 2. Considering I didn't get to see them much in person, I felt guilty that I wasn't feeling like my old self for them. Plastering on my best smile, I played the part of doting Uncle Eli. While the rest of the men argued over the football games on television, and the women worked on the growing feast, I kept my mind occupied being the Pied Piper for all the kids. In the end, it felt good to detach for a bit and get my mind off of Emerson. It had been fucking exhausting thinking about her 24/7 for the last few days. Dad ordered everyone into the dining room. As the adults gathered around the antique table that had been in Jake's family for years, the kids sat at an adjoining table. Once we were all assembled, Dad's gaze fell on me. Eli, would you give the blessing? Inwardly, I groaned. The last thing on earth I wanted to do was say grace. In our family, it wasn't about reciting the usual appreciation for the food. No, we always searched out individual things throughout the year to give thanks for. With a broken fucking heart and a growing bitterness inside me, I didn't think it was possible. As I debated pulling a, "Let this cup pass from me," Gabe cleared his throat across the table. "If it would be all right, I'd really like to do it." He turned to smile at Ray. "I have a lot to be thankful for this year." "Sure, son. I was just going by whose turn it was," Dad replied. When everyone started bowing their heads, I mouthed, "Thank you," to Gabe. He nodded before beginning his blessing. Playing with the lacy edges of the tablecloth, I didn't pay much attention to what he was saying. That was until I heard the name Emerson. "Thank you for bringing her into the band and back into a closer place in all our lives. Help her to find peace and the strength she needs to move on from her grief and embrace the happiness waiting for her." Tears stung my eyes at Gabe's request. No one but Ray, him, and myself knew the true depth of his words. I knew at this point it was worth asking for the big man to intercede, since it didn't seem that anything else was going to help. After a chorus of amens rang around the table, Dad stood up and began carving the turkey, and the moms went about fixing plates for the children. I debated ducking into the kitchen to see if I couldn't score some alcohol. I sure as hell didn't want anything to eat, which was completely out of character for me. At the sound of a doorbell, we glanced around the table. "Who in the world could that be?" Mom asked. She turned to Jake. "Are you expecting anyone else?" Before Jake could reply, Abby popped out of her chair. "I'll get it." She then hustled out of the dining room. A few moments passed before she reappeared with her face lit up as bright as the giant 12-foot Christmas tree in the living room. "Who was it?" Mom asked. "Someone who wants to see Eli," Abby replied. When she stepped aside, my heart shuddered to a stop, and I fought hard to breathe. It was Emerson.
I vaulted out of my chair so fast it clattered onto the floor. Then I hustled around the table to join her in the doorway. When I was finally in front of her, I fought the urge to reach out to touch her to see if she was real. It seemed almost too hard to believe she was really here. "Hi, Eli," she said softly. My eloquent response was to exclaim, "You're soaked." "Yeah, I kind of realized that. But don't worry, I won't melt," Emerson teasingly replied. "I'm aware of that, but you've got to be freezing your ass off." I glanced past her. "Did you bring a suitcase?" "It's in the rental car." "I'm going to get it." When I started to go to the door, she grabbed my arm. "No, stay with me. I can get it later." "I need to get you out of those wet clothes." "How ungentlemanly of you." "Excuse me?" Tilting her head at me, she asked, "Shouldn't you offer me a drink first before trying to get me naked?" I'll be damned. This certainly wasn't the way I expected our conversation to go. "Are you flirting with me?" "Maybe. Would you mind?" "Hell no. I'm wondering why you flew thousands of miles just to flirt with me." With a shake of her head, Emerson replied, "I came thousands of miles because it was my turn to do a grand gesture." "What do you mean?" "You dropped everything to come to my side when you found out Jack had been killed. You gave me a job in music that I desperately needed. Over the last few months, you've gone above and beyond to ensure both my physical and emotional healing. Then when things got tough between us, I ran." "I shouldn't have accused you of that. You needed space." She shook her head. "No, I was running." "I still understand. Would you stop being the incredibly kind and decent person you are for 1 minute and let me take the fall for being a bitch?" Sunny demanded. I blinked at her. Yeah, okay." "I've been miserable each and every day since we've been apart. I realized that there was no way I could quit the band or music. But more than that, I knew there was no way I could quit you. Because of the unimaginable asshole I was, I knew if you were ever to forgive me, I needed to do a grand gesture." When sniffling came from the dining room, I sighed. "You do realize we have an audience, don't you?" She grinned. "I'm not ashamed for them to know how wrong I've been. But if you would prefer I said what I came to say in private, I will." With my heart threatening to explode out of my chest, I shook my head. "I'm not sure I can wait." "I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of worrying if things will or won't work out between us. Most of all, I'm sick of letting fear drive my decisions." I sucked in a ragged breath. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" After closing the space between us, Emerson's hands came up to cup my cheeks. "I love you, Eli. I've loved you as a best friend since I was 10 years old, and now I love you as deeply and completely as a woman can love a man." A murmur rippled through the occupants of the dining room, but I kept my eyes firmly and intently on Emerson. "You once said you didn't have a way with words. I disagreed then, and I disagree now." I brought one of my hands up to take Emerson's. I swept it over to bring it to my lips, where I bestowed a tender kiss on her soft skin. "And I've loved you as a best friend since I was 10 years old, and now I love you as deeply and completely as a man can love a woman." I searched her eyes for the answer I was looking for. When I read it loud and clear, I happily dipped my head and brought my lips to hers. Cheering and applause rang out behind us, causing Emerson to jump. "Maybe we should have done this in private," she mused, her breath fanning against my cheek. "Don't worry. We'll do it again the moment I get you alone." Tilting my head at her, I asked, "Speaking of, can we get you out of these wet clothes now?" She grinned. "Yes, please." I turned around to face my family. "We need to get Emerson changed. We'll be back in a bit." Gabe snorted. "What's this we stuff? She's fully capable of dressing herself." If my parents and small children hadn't been present,
I would have told Gabe to mind his own fucking business. But from the amusement dancing in his eyes, he was just giving me a hard time. I winked at him. I haven't seen her in 4 days. I think we have a lot to catch up on. Well, don't be too long or you'll miss dessert, Mom said. Once again, I bit my tongue. The last thing I needed to do was horrify my mother by replying that I hoped I would have enough alone time with Emerson to have my favorite kind of dessert. Instead, I bobbed my head before heading for the door. While I went out to the car to get the bag, Abby sent Emerson upstairs to one of the guest rooms. When I slipped inside, I found Emerson warming herself in front of the fire. She ditched her clothes and was sporting one of Abby's silk robes. Ordinarily, I might have found the robe sexy, but the very fact it belonged to my sister totally killed it for me. Now you're soaked, Emerson lamented. Don't worry, I won't melt, I replied. She smiled. I'm glad to hear that. Waving her hand, she motioned me over. Come here and dry out by the fire. Dropping the suitcase, I stalked over to her. My intentions were to use Emerson and not the fire to warm up. Emerson squeaked when I jerked her against me. Eli, wait. I silenced her by crushing my mouth against hers. Thrusting my tongue inside her mouth, I deepened the kiss. My hand slid around her waist and drew her body flush against mine. The more I tasted her, the more I wanted her. I wanted my dick buried inside her instead of my tongue in her mouth. Placing her palms on my chest, Emerson eased me away. Eli, we need to talk. I feathered kisses along her jawline and then onto her neck. We said we loved each other. What else is there to say? I questioned against her skin. A breathy sigh escaped her lips. I need to get changed, and we need to get back downstairs. I slipped my hand into her robe to cup her breast. I want you so bad. As her nipple hardened under my fingers, Emerson protested. But your entire family is downstairs. I don't care. She shoved me away. Well, I do. They're like my family too. I groaned. You're killing me, Smalls. Emerson laughed. Another great movie quote from our past. I'm serious. Even if your family wasn't downstairs, don't you think we need to slow things down a little? Absolutely not. Eli, she giggled. The only reason people put on the brakes on the physical side is because they need to get to know each other better. Hello? We know everything there is to know about each other. The only thing left to discover is what position makes you come the fastest, or how long it takes me going down on you to make you come. A shudder went through Emerson at my words. I do appreciate your concern for my pleasure. I'll always put you first. I don't come until you do. Ever. That sounds like a motto for a business. I grinned. Eli's orgasms? Yes. She laughed. Inching closer to her, I said, why don't you patronize my business? You're impossible. Impossibly hard. Emerson jerked her thumb at the door. Go take a walk in the rain to cool off. Growling, I pulled away. I don't think I've had to work this hard to get a woman in my bed since I was a teenager. Anything worth having is hard work, Emerson teased. Yeah, this is so not the time to quote my dad. The truth is we don't know everything about each other. Name one thing. Emerson appeared thoughtful. How many children do you want? I used to want a house full, but after seeing everyone else with their kids, I think 3 would be good. She smiled. I'd like 3 too. You do realize that in order to have children, one has to have sex. You don't say. Yep, it's the truth. Good thing we're not married and starting a family right now. There is a minister in the house. We could get married after dessert and start our honeymoon tonight. Rolling her eyes, Emerson said, You'd really marry me tonight just to have sex?
No. I'd marry you tonight because I love you, and you're the only woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. Emerson's expression softened. Really? Yes, really. Oh, Eli, I love you too, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. When a sad look flickered in her eyes, I frowned. What's wrong? I was just thinking how everything will be a first for you. First time getting engaged, and first time getting married. She shook her head. I can't give you any firsts. None of that matters to me. I know, but it does to me. I've had the proposal and said yes to the dress. I've walked down the aisle and honeymooned. Even if it sounds crazy, it feels like I'm not completely whole for you. Yep, that's completely crazy. Eli, she warned. Look, just because they aren't your firsts, it doesn't mean it will take away anything from me. Reaching into our past, I smiled at her. Besides, you did give me a first. My first kiss. Emerson blinked at me in confusion. That day at the Selena tribute? But you said you'd already kissed a girl at the fair. I lied to make myself look like a 13-year-old pimp, I acknowledged. Why am I not surprised? She mused. You'll be the first woman I ever kissed as well as the last. I think that's a pretty fucking impressive first, don't you? Bobbing her head enthusiastically, she replied, Oh yeah, I do. I guess there is something else I don't know about you. What's that? What happened to change your mind about us? Rachel helped me see the light. My eyes widened. Jack's mother? Emerson nodded. We had a really good talk. I'd have to agree, considering you flew in from Tennessee on Thanksgiving Day, I mused. I had to go the distance and ease his pain. I shook my head. No, it was you, I murmured, echoing the line from the movie. With a smile, Emerson said, We've come full circle. We have. An idea hit me then with such a force I shuddered. When we do get married, I want us to go back to Taxco, the place where we first met. Emerson's eyes widened. I love that. Want to go tomorrow? Clapping her hands over her face, Emerson shook her head. No, not tomorrow. Have you lost your mind? Isn't the definition of a man in love one who is crazy? She playfully smacked my arm. Just when I think you couldn't be more romantic, you have to go and say something like that. The truth hurts. Whatever. Okay, if not tomorrow, how about next weekend? No, we're not rushing into this, Eli. Just because I've already had some of the experiences, I'm not going to deny you having them. I snorted. Babe, I'm not a chick who dreams of walking down the aisle. I would be just as happy having my dad marry us next to the leftovers as I would to get married in some big-ass cathedral somewhere. Not happening. Why do you have to be so damn stubborn? I growled. I believe I could throw that question right back at you. I crossed my arms over my chest. Okay, fine. I'll concede on getting married right away. But I'm going to need you to do something. And what is that? Have sex with me right now. She jabbed a finger at me. This is exactly what I was talking about before with us not knowing everything about each other. How did I not know you were such an unbearable horn dog? I'm not a horn dog. When she pinned me with a pointed look, I replied, If I was such a horn dog, I would have been banging women every night after the shows. But I didn't. And why do you think that was? Maybe subconsciously I only wanted to get in your pants, but I just didn't realize it at the time. Emerson laughed. I'm sure there was something endearing in that statement, but it got lost along the way.
Taking a step back from me, she asked, "Do you want to know the real reason why I don't want us to have sex right now?" "Because you don't want my parents and siblings to hear us?" "Well, that's certainly a big part of it. That's not the complete reason." "Fine. I'm listening." "The last time we were together, it wasn't entirely for the right reasons." I winced. "We were both trying to fuck Jack out of your head." She nodded. "I want it to be about no one but us." She ran her hand down my arm to take my hand in hers. "I want you to make love to me. And I want nothing more than to do that." "Good. Let me get dressed, and then we'll go have dessert with your family." "Okay. Sounds good. You change in the bathroom. You know, for your privacy and all." "That's very thoughtful of you." "It's more about the fact that seeing you naked would be just too hard." She giggled. "If you say so." "For your sake, I'll go ahead and go back downstairs so we don't give my family any ideas." "I'll hurry." When she started to go to the bathroom, I reached out to pull her against me. "Say it again." "I'll hurry?" she teasingly replied. With a growl, I reached down to bring my palm over one of the perfect round globes of her ass. Her gasp of both surprise and pleasure caused my dick to twitch. "Don't be coy. You know what I want you to say." "You should know by now I'm a modern woman who doesn't take commands." She had the audacity to bat her eyelashes at me. "Maybe if you asked me nicely, I might say it." "Sonny, will you please make me the happiest man alive by saying those 3 little words again?" She smiled adoringly at me. "I love you." I slid my thumb across her bottom lip. "I don't think I'll ever get tired of hearing that come out of your mouth." "I love saying it. Most of all, I love how it means something entirely different now between us." She brought her lips to mine. After a few breathless moments of lip lock, she eased herself out of my embrace. "Now get out of here." "Fine," I grumbled. As I turned to walk away, she smacked my ass. Hard. "Sorry, I couldn't resist." I shook my head at her. "After all these years together, how did I not know how cruel you could be?" "See? We have a lot to learn about each other," she teased. "Forgive me if I only want to know about the sweet parts of you." "I'm about to take off this robe, so if you really don't want to see my sweet parts, then get out. Now." "Just when I think you couldn't get any worse," I replied, but I smiled in spite of myself. I was looking forward to spending the rest of my life sparring with her. When I got out into the hallway, I saw Abby pacing on the landing of the stairs. At the sight of me walking toward her, she jumped and then blushed. "Oh, hi. I just wanted to make sure Emerson didn't need anything else." I crossed my arms over my chest. "Did Mom and Dad send you up here to make sure we weren't having sex?" She laughed. "No, I came of my own nosy volition. But I do think they were glad when I said I'd check on you guys." Unbelievable. I'm 30 years old and my parents are still trying to ensure I don't have premarital sex. While they're fully aware that ship has sailed, I think they're more concerned about it happening under the same roof as they are. You can take the pastor out of the church, but you can't take the church out of the pastor, I mused. Exactly. And since we're on the subject, I'm pretty sure if Emerson stays the night, she'll be bunking with Ray and Link in the guest house. Since I knew Emerson and I probably wouldn't be having sex tonight, I couldn't help laughing at how pissed Gabe must be. Of course, he hadn't just been through a sex drought and away from the only woman in the world he wanted to sleep with. Not my ideal scenario, but I guess I can live with it for one night. Then I'll whisk her back to the city with me tomorrow. Abby laughed. "Whatever you have to do, brother dear." If you're not up here spying on me like when you were a kid, what are you doing? While I might not have been spying for Mom and Dad, I did have my own reasons for being nosy. Such as? Emerson called me this afternoon to make sure you would be here tonight. I lifted my brows. She did? To ensure she arrived to see you. I pulled a few strings. My baby sister had rendered me speechless. I don't know what to say. I mean, yeah, I know I should thank you for going to all that trouble for us. It wasn't any trouble. Bullshit. Travel is hell at Thanksgiving, Abby. She laughed. Okay, maybe it wasn't easy, but it wasn't any trouble. What was it she said that made you want to help? Actually, it wasn't just her I was thinking about. Frowning, I asked, I don't know what you mean. I wanted you to be happy. And just by what she said, you thought seeing her again would make me happy? No. I went by what I'd witnessed when I was with the two of you. Abby's lips twisted into a knowing smile. The others might have been blind to your feelings, but I wasn't. I sucked in a harsh breath. How long have you known? Since I saw the Instagram picture of your Goodwill date, the way the two of you looked at each other, her expression melted. There wasn't a doubt in my mind then. But I didn't even know then. Well, not entirely. Oh, it was there. You just didn't want to admit it. I saw the same thing happen with Reese and Allison when they were trying to deny what they felt for each other. She placed her hand on my chest. Words can lie, but the heart never will. With every beat, it brings in love and gives it out. That's why it's the strongest muscle in the body. A lump of emotion formed in my throat. After swallowing hard, I asked, how did I get such a wise little sister? Just luck, I guess, she replied with a wink. I wrapped her in my arms and kissed the top of her head. You blondes are going to kill me. You know that, right? Abby laughed. It's a good death, though. True. Emerson emerged from the bedroom. I thought I heard you up here. What happened to putting your parents at ease? He got sidetracked by me, Abby admitted. And you can't be mad at her, considering all she did to get you here. As Abby smacked my arm, Emerson grinned. I'm not mad. I'm also very grateful for what Abby did for me. For us, I corrected. Yes, for us. You guys seriously don't need to thank me. I'm just glad it all worked out. And now you two get to spend the holiday together. All 4 hours that's left of it, I quipped. I'll take it, Emerson replied. Winking, she added, especially some turkey. I'm starving. Come on, let's get you some food. As we started downstairs, Emerson asked, is that the room where we'll be sleeping tonight? At Abby's snicker of laughter, I rolled my eyes. Your evil wish came true. We won't be sharing a room tonight with my parents here. Leaning over, Emerson whispered, surely you snuck out of the house when you were a teenager. I'm sure you'll find a way for us to be together. Wait, I thought you wanted to slow things down. I did. At that moment. I never said anything about tonight. My jaw dropped open. Well, fuck me, I muttered. With an alluring smile, Emerson said, no, it's making love, remember? Yeah, she didn't have anything to worry about there. And just as soon as everyone was asleep, I would finally get to make love to Emerson. And then for the rest of my life. Thank fuck.
Chapter 21. Emerson. After Eli and I joined the others downstairs, we sat around the table talking and laughing through several pots of coffee and plates of leftovers, as well as bedtime for the small kids. Since I hadn't had much of an appetite lately, I happily gorged myself on the delicious food and desserts. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 10 times when we finally made it from the dining room into the family room. I loved everything about the colonial farmhouse Jake and Abby lived in. Well, considering the upgrades he'd made, it was more of a colonial mansion than a farmhouse. I couldn't help wishing for something similar for Eli and me. I snuggled next to Eli on one of the couches in front of a roaring fire. After going without sleep for a while, along with a full belly, it didn't take too long before I was lulled into a deep, contented slumber. The next thing I knew, Eli was lying me down on the guest bed. Staring at him through my hooded eyes, I asked, "What are you doing?"
Putting you to bed. My mother insisted when you started sawing logs and drooling.
Suddenly, I was wide awake. Slapping a hand over my eyes, I moaned in mortification. "Oh, God, I snored and drooled in front of your parents?" Eli chuckled.
They don't give a shit about that, Sonny. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the first time they saw you sleeping.
My horror was replaced at the sweet memory of falling asleep at Eli's parents' house when we were kids. Of course, it was still embarrassing that I had been unconscious in front of everyone else.
Do you still want me to sneak back up here?
Don't you want to? Eli rolled his eyes.
I can't believe you even have to ask that question. Of course I do.
Then why did you bother checking with me?
I was just afraid you might be too tired.
I brought my hand up to cup his cheek. How admirable of you. He grinned.
I try.
Where are you sleeping?
In a twin bed in one of the downstairs bedrooms.
Don't tell me you and Gabe are sharing a room.
Sadly, yes. Micah and his brood have the guest house. Ray is in the room next to yours, and Link is across the hall from her. Mom and Dad have the nice suite down the hall from Gabe and me.
Glancing around the room, I said, I was kind of hoping, as old as this house was, you were going to use some secret passage to get into my room. Eli snickered.
Sadly, secret passages aren't part of my plan.
You have a plan? He nodded.
I'll sneak upstairs and hang out in the kitchen for a little bit. That way, if anyone sees me, I can pretend to be raiding the fridge.
Good idea.
Then when the coast is clear, I'll come up here.
I'll make sure to leave the door unlocked.
You better, especially if you fall back asleep.
I don't think that will happen. I'm pretty awake. Famous last words, considering 5 seconds after Eli left, I was dead to the world. I don't know how long I was out. The downstairs clock chiming midnight woke me up. Glancing around the room, I was disappointed to find it empty. Rising out of the bed, I went to the bathroom and cleaned up my makeup. Standing in front of the mirror, I debated whether I should go ahead and get undressed. But then I reasoned Eli might want to strip me himself, so I left my clothes on. When I came out of the bathroom, I jumped at the sight of Eli standing by the fireplace, stoking the dying fire. My hand flew to my chest. You scared me, I hissed in a loud whisper.
I'm sorry. I thought you heard me come in.
No, I didn't. I crossed the room to stand in front of him. I see your evil plan worked, and you made it back. He laughed.
Like a charm. Thankfully, Mom and Dad were wiped out with traveling and cooking. They were out pretty quick.
Glancing past him, I saw where he'd lit the candles on the mantel. With the flickering candle and firelight, I couldn't imagine a more romantic scenario. As we stood there, staring at each other, a thought popped into my mind, which caused a giggle to bubble from my lips. Eli cocked his head at me.
What?
I just realized after all our time together, I've never seen you fully naked.
You've seen the most important parts,
he teased. Tilting my head in thought, I said, now that I think about it, I really didn't see much of your dick that night in Nashville.
Well, we need to remedy that ASAP.
Eli made quick work of removing his shirt. After our time together on tour, as well as on the island, I had every inch of his chest memorized, from the colorful tattoos to the six-pack abs. Once he tossed his shirt to the floor, his fingers came to the button on his pants. After unbuttoning and unzipping them, he pushed them down over his hips and legs. He certainly had the art of the striptease down because he'd left his briefs in place. Of course, I could see the outline of his erection straining beneath the fabric. But I didn't have to wait long to see all of him. Bending at the waist, he stripped the briefs off his waist and down his legs. After he stepped out of them, he swept his hands to his hips and stood in front of me in all his glorious manhood. Very nice, I murmured. His dark brows creased.
Nice? That's the adjective you choose to describe the utter magnificence that is my dick?
I bit down on my lip to keep from laughing. I'm sorry if I offended you. To me, nice is a really good description of it.
I think your descriptive skills could use some work. What if I described your pussy as just nice?
I wouldn't mind.
Oh, really? What if I described it as an exquisitely moist and tasty apple pie that I wanted to swirl my tongue around and plunge my magnificent dick into?
My mouth suddenly ran dry at his descriptions. After I swallowed hard, I said, I like that description much better.
I rest my case.
Fine, your dick is not just nice. It's truly an impressive specimen that is not only easy on the eyes, but one you know how to wield for the utmost pleasure. I raised my brows at him. Was that better? Eli grinned.
Hell yeah.
With a laugh, I replied, I cannot believe you're standing naked before me, and we're having a Mad Libs type argument over what your dick looks like.
It doesn't surprise me at all. This is just us being real. I've never been more comfortable being myself around any other woman.
Neither have I with any other man. And that was the truth. I wasn't just stroking his ego. The level of intimacy I had with Eli transcended anything I had ever experienced. Cocking his head, Eli said,
I believe it's your turn now.
Bringing my hands behind my back, I unzipped my dress. I bent over and grabbed the hem before pulling it over my head. Thankfully, I'd had the presence of mind to slip into a nice bra and panty set after I'd frantically packed. The material was plum-colored that incidentally matched my dress. I slipped down both straps of my bra before I reached behind me to undo the clasp. Once I did, I didn't hesitate before I let the bra fall from my body. With a smile, Eli said,
Those are somewhat familiar to me.
I would think so, and not just from Nashville.
You're never going to let me live it down that I walked in on you in the shower, are you?
Probably not, I laughed. After hooking my fingers in the lacy band of my thong, I shimmied it down my thighs and legs. Eli closed the gap between us.
The full picture of your nakedness is just as beautiful as in my dreams.
And just like that, you take my breath away by saying something so serious and kind. When I reached between us to take his cock in my hands, Eli's ribs expanded as he sucked in a breath. Last time, you made it all about me. I want to do the same for you today, I whispered as I stroked his length.
I'd argue we compromise and both take a little extra time on each other.
I can live with that. I slid down his body until I was on my knees before him. Dipping my head, I flicked my tongue against Eli's shaft, causing him to moan. I then alternated between licking him like a popsicle and pumping him in my hand. At his satisfied grunts, I knew I was on the right track. After suctioning the head of his cock, I took him all the way inside my mouth. I'd never been one to overly enjoy blowjobs, but I was starting to really enjoy it with Eli. Maybe it was because he was so vocal. With every groan, curse, and rush of breath, he gave me a play-by-play of how much he was enjoying it. When I glanced up at him, Eli stared down at me, his eyes glittering with lust.
"Fuck, Sonny,"
he muttered, his hips beginning to work his cock in and out of my mouth. I welcomed him deeper and deeper, wanting to give him as much pleasure as he had me. Cupping his balls, I gave them a squeeze. I was rewarded with both a groan and Eli gently nudging his hand against my head.
"You gotta stop, Sonny, or I'm going to come right now."
Sliding him out of my mouth, I said, "I don't mind." He shook his head.
"Tonight is about making love, so I want to come inside you."
"If you insist," I replied. Smiling, Eli knelt down beside me. Placing his hands on my shoulders, he eased me down until my back touched the rug. He grabbed my thighs and pushed them wide apart.
"There's my apple pie,"
he teased. A laugh bubbled from deep within me. Sitting up on his knees, Eli bent over to where his head and shoulders were between my legs. His arms snaked around my legs to where his palms rested flat against my stomach. A shiver went through me when he licked his lips. Dipping his head, he planted slow kisses along my rib cage and over my stomach. The next thing I knew, his lips were on the top of my pussy where the cleft began, alternating between kissing and nipping the flesh. When his tongue swirled around my swollen clit, I could no longer be quiet. "Oh, Eli!" I cried. Unwrapping one of his arms, he brought his hand to my pussy. Spreading me apart with his fingers, his tongue and lips worked their way through my sensitive crevices. As he buried his face even deeper in my pussy, his nose and chin gave extra friction as he licked long streaks up my center. Pinching my eyes shut from the intense pleasure, I began to rock my hips against his face. After curling 2 fingers deep inside me, Eli's tongue flicked over and over on my clit. He sucked it inside his mouth as his fingers pumped inside me. "Yes, Eli! Oh God, yes!" I cried as my orgasm charged through my lower half. When I came back to myself, Eli had gone to retrieve a condom from his wallet. In the flickering firelight, I watched him slide it onto his dick. Kneeling back down, he joined me on the rug. I opened my legs invitingly for him, and he slipped between them. I loved the feel of this position with him. My breasts pressed against his hard chest, while the rest of us fit perfectly together. After taking his cock in his hands, Eli slid it up and down my slit, pressing it against my clit. Raising my hips, I rubbed against him, desperate for even more friction. As I slid my arms around his neck, I said, "Please, Eli." With pure love and adoration radiating in his eyes, Eli slid inside me. He remained buried to the hilt before pulling out and thrusting fully back inside me. I loved the delicious burn deep inside as he stretched me. His hips then set up a lazy pace while he rained kisses on the tops of my eyelids and nose. I'd asked him to make love to me, and I could feel his love with each pump of his hips and every tender kiss he gave me. After he flipped us over, I slipped my hands into his. Our fingers entwined as I rode him in a slow, steady pace. As much as I enjoyed holding his hand, I missed the feel of his fingers on the rest of my body. "Touch me," I instructed. He cupped my face in his hands, one of his thumbs running over my bottom lip. He then slid them down the column of my throat. They trailed over my sternum before sliding over my breasts. When he circled my hard, aching nipples, I bit down on my lip to keep from crying out in frustration. Illustrating my need, I sped up my pace, swiveling my hips harder and faster. As if on cue, Eli's fingers pinched at my nipples, causing me to moan. When he twisted and teased them, I threw my head back. Now all I wanted was the warmth of his mouth on them. As if he could read my mind, Eli rose up into a sitting position. After sliding his arms around me, one of his hands intertwined through my hair, tugging the strands. I arched my back, while Eli's mouth closed over my nipple. Wetness spread between my thighs at the feel of his warm mouth tugging on my hardened peak. He took his time with each nipple, licking, sucking, and grazing it with his teeth. All the while my fingers mimicked on the strands of his hair what his mouth was doing to my breasts. When Eli's hand dipped between us to stroke my clit, I shrieked and clawed at his hair. He slowly circled the swollen nub with his thumb, which drove me absolutely wild. As my walls started to tense, Eli let my nipple fall free from his mouth. He brought his head up to meet my gaze.
I want to watch you come apart.
Okay, I panted. Since I desperately wanted the same, I tightened my walls around his dick, causing him to groan. Let's come apart together, okay? With one hand still stroking me, Eli brought the other up to cup my cheek. When he pinched my clit, I went over the edge. The strength of my orgasm set him off. Although my eyes naturally wanted to close, I kept them open and locked on Eli's. As we rode out our orgasms, we focused on each other. It was the most erotic and romantic thing I'd ever experienced during sex. It was also the best sexual experience I'd ever had. Was it the fact Eli and I knew each other so intimately? Because we were soulmates for 20 years? I wasn't sure what it was, but I couldn't feel guilty. We feel so right together, as if this is where I've always belonged. The moment felt like a gift. Eli was a gift, and I would treasure him always. But even more so, I felt so treasured by him. When the moment was over, Eli nudged me over to lie on my back. After he slipped off the condom, he tossed it into the fireplace, which caused me to gasp in horror.
What?
He asked. I'm hoping that burns all the way down. I don't want any evidence of what happened between us. Eli snorted.
You think Abby's cleaning lady will rat us out to our parents, and we won't get to go out on Friday night?
He teased. Smartass. I know we're not in high school worrying about being grounded.
I'm pretty sure my swimmers and the rubber are already ash, babe.
I shook my head with a laugh. You have such a way with words.
I try.
He slid the quilt off the rocking chair and then curled in beside me, throwing the quilt over us. Rolling over, I hitched one of my thighs over his while putting one of my arms around his waist. I love you, I murmured.
I love you too, babe,
Eli replied, a lazy, satiated smile curving on his lips. As I lay my head against Eli's chest, I listened to the strong beat of his heart. Propping up on one elbow, I stared intently at him. There is one more thing I wanted to talk to you about.
What's that?
Jack. Eli's face tensed a little.
Okay.
Back in Nashville, you told me you could never compete with him, and I would always choose him.
That was a douche thing to say.
I shook my head. No, it wasn't. You were being honest, and I always want you to be honest with me.
While that might be true, I'm not sure I like what it says about me as a person. I mean, no one who knew him ever had a bad thing to say about Jack. I'm not sure the same thing could be said about me.
In spite of what you might think, Jack wasn't perfect. I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I also don't want you to think you're up against some larger-than-life figure. I swallowed hard. I was about to unburden myself of secrets I'd buried deep within me. It had taken months of therapy for them to remotely resurface. Jack was always so focused on his career. Even after the two of us got together, I felt like I came second. Eli stared at me in surprise.
Really? I always thought he worshipped you.
He did, to an extent. What I said next was so painful that my voice rose barely above a whisper as I said it. Sometimes I wondered if he really loved me, or if he loved the idea of me, the idea of us.
Oh, Sonny,
Eli murmured. I didn't think that at first. I was too much in love to question his motives. But as the years went by, the idea appeared in my mind.
But why?
Jack shut me down about having children for years because it would have hurt our careers. But if he'd really loved me, he should have been willing to compromise, right? My chin trembled, and I fought hard not to cry. Eli brushed my hair behind my ear.
I can't speak for him, Sonny. From the many years I observed the relationships and marriages around me, I've seen how important communication is. Right now, if you told me you wanted to wait a couple of years for kids, I wouldn't like it, but we'd find a compromise.
Closing my eyes, I leaned into the warmth of his hand. That's one of the many things I love about you. You always put others ahead of yourself. My eyes popped open, and I shook my head sadly. But Jack wasn't like that. At least not in his relationship with me.
Hasn't it been said you don't truly know a person until you live with them? Only then do you see them for who they truly are, the good and the bad.
Yes, that's true. You know, the night before he got killed, Jack finally relented for us to try for a child. That was after 2 years of me begging and pleading for us to start a family.
What horrible timing,
Eli said softly. Yes, it was. I brought my hand to cup his cheek. The point of me telling you that story wasn't to discredit Jack, but to show you he had his faults just like anyone else. For a long time after he died, I could only focus on the wonderful parts of him, which kept me mired down in grief. But it's easier to live with the truth.
And you've forgiven him?
I nodded. Of course. True healing only comes with repentance and acceptance. In turn, I hope he would forgive me for resenting him holding out on the baby issue.
I'm sure he would.
Staring intently into his eyes, I said, You're only marrying me, Eli. Don't worry about the ghosts of the past. They've been put to rest. Eli shook his head.
I don't want you to think you can't love Jack anymore, just because you love me. You don't stop loving someone just because they died.
I know.
And I want to believe I have room enough in my heart for the both of you.
You do. I know you do. I moved my hand from Eli's cheek to his chest. You have the most giving heart of anyone I've ever met. But I also want you to never worry about the depth of my feelings for you. I share a level of intimacy with you that I never did with Jack.
The same can be said for me. I've never even remotely experienced with any other woman what I have with you.
A smile curved his lips.
It's so fucking intense it takes my breath away.
I know just what you mean. I bent my head to kiss him. Once again, I had to give thanks that this day had turned out the way that it had. I owed so much to Rachel for giving me the strength to see the answer staring me in the face and embrace my fears. Stay with me tonight.
Not even my parents' wrath could drive me away.
I smiled. I'm glad to hear it. After I lay my head back down on Eli's chest, I drifted off to sleep to the rhythmic beating of his heart, the very one that belonged completely to me, and it felt like home.
Chapter 22. Eli. From the time I told Emerson I wanted to marry her,
It was like her spidey proposal senses went into overdrive for the formal proposal. Every time we got dressed up or went somewhere halfway decent to dinner, she became on high alert for a ring to make an appearance. By the end of the night, when I hadn't popped the question and flashed a ring, she would sigh disappointedly. Of course, since she had the misfortune of dating someone like me, I made it my mission in life to throw her off my trail. Channeling one of my favorite TV characters, Jim Halpert from The Office, I decided I would tease her a little with a few fake proposals. Yeah, I know, I'm an evil bastard. The first came one day after rehearsals. With the two of us alone on stage and under a perfect beam from one of the stage lights, I dropped down onto one knee before her. She let out a shriek and her hands flew to cover her mouth. Without taking my eyes from hers, I began tying one of my tennis shoes. Can't be tripping over my own feet, I mused. Her eyes narrowed on me.
You did not just prank propose to me like Jim did to Pam.
I threw back my head and roared with laughter. I'd forgotten we often watched reruns together. Yeah, I believe I just did. Jabbing a finger at me, she replied, Just for that, you and your hand can sleep in your own roost tonight. Wait, I thought withholding sex didn't happen until we were married, I countered with a grin. With a growl, she whirled around and stomped away from me. For the record, I didn't sleep alone that night. To make up for my assholery, I gave her 2 orgasms and sat through 3 episodes of The Real Housewives of L.A. After that, I'd laid low for the next week. I mean, there was an art to this. The next time I put my evil plan to work was last night, when we were at an upscale restaurant in Georgetown. Jacob's Ladder had flown into D.C. 2 days ago because we were headlining the black tie and boots inaugural ball for the newly elected President Callahan. We'd been asked to play because of the ties we had to Addison, the girlfriend of the president's son, Barrett. Her family had been in the same missionary program as ours, and we'd spent time together in Mexico before Emerson's family came. Once our salads arrived at our candlelit dinner, I'd reached across the table and taken her hand. Emerson, would you do me the honor? Emerson's eyes had bulged, and she'd sucked in a breath of anticipation. Of passing me the salt? If looks could have killed, I would have been writhing on the floor. Gritting her teeth, Emerson said, Eli, if you fake propose to me one more time, I swear I'm going to have your balls. You can have my balls anytime you want, babe. You know what I mean. She furiously shook her head. I don't know why you're doing this. When I opened my mouth, she wagged a finger at me. And do not say, because Jim did. But that's the exact reason why I'm doing it. I would stab you with my fork right now if we weren't in public, she growled. With a smile, I said, You told me at Thanksgiving you were worried about not being able to give me any firsts. In the same way, I'm worried about making this proposal as special as I can. Because you already know I want to marry you. That makes it extremely difficult. Emerson's death glare slowly evaporated from her face. Is that really the reason you've tortured me with these fake proposals? Yes, it is. Oh, Eli, you really are too good to me. Wrinkling her nose, she added, Well, except when you're driving me crazy thinking you're about to propose. I laughed. Okay, Scout's honor. I won't pull any more fake proposal crap on you. How about a kiss to seal the deal? I'm down for that. Rising up in her chair, Emerson leaned across the table. After mirroring her actions, our lips met for a quick kiss. I would have stayed lip-locked even longer, but Emerson startled me by shrieking slightly and jumping back. Apparently the candle decided to be a cock blocker by singeing some of the strands of Emerson's hair. Man, our love is smoking hot, isn't it? I joked. Emerson rolled her eyes as she examined the piece of scorched hair. Oh yeah, you're a hunk of burning love, she mused. In my best Elvis voice I said,
Why, thank you, darling. Thank you very much. While Emerson thought I was being kind to stop the fake proposals, it really was more about the fact I had the perfect scenario planned for the inaugural ball. All along I'd been searching for something different. Not only from what she'd had with Jack, but something completely different from what other couples did. And then the perfect scenario presented itself 6 weeks ago. Now I had the place, it was down to figuring out how to do it. From the very beginning, I wanted the proposal to have something to do with music. I'd toyed with the idea of proposing on stage, but I felt that was too impersonal. There was also the unoriginality factor in my circle, since that's how Jake had proposed to Abby. I racked my brain the entire plane ride into DC. It wasn't until I watched our luggage, specifically our musical equipment, being unloaded from the private plane that the light bulb flashed neon bright in my head. It was because of a fiddle that Emerson had been asked to join Jacob's Ladder. It was the first instrument she'd learned to play, and it was a fiddle that was going to hold the engagement ring I'd gotten her. Even though it was black tie, Stella, unfortunately, had pulled out all the stops for our outfits to be a patriotic palooza. Gabe and I were both in shimmery navy blue suits. We would have been matching bookends if it hadn't been for the red tie I was wearing and the white one he had on. Abby had been given a short red dress to wear, which was covered in sparkly things. Emerson's dress was identical, except it was blue. We'd spent most of the day at the hotel, lounging around and watching the coverage of the inauguration. Around 7, the hair and makeup crews had descended upon our suites to get us ready to perform at 10. At 8, I'd escorted Sunny downstairs on the pretense of checking out the stage. The band had planned on a sound check around 9 to make sure we didn't fuck up in front of the President of the United States. After we'd taken a look at where our stage placements were, I took Emerson behind the stage to make sure all our equipment had arrived from the airport. What she didn't know was, while she was getting beautified, I'd slipped downstairs and tied the ring to the peg box with some ribbon. I'd considered tying it to the strings, but you didn't mess with a violinist's violin, so I assumed the same could be said for a fiddler's fiddle. It was the 11th commandment, I was sure. I patted one of the cases. Okay, here's my guitar. Emerson pointed to a pink case across from mine. There's Abby's. With a snort, I replied, considering it looks like a giant bottle of Pepto-Bismol, it's never hard to find. A sparkly bottle at that, Emerson mused. I'm pretty sure that big pile over there is Gabe's drum set. I wonder where Mike's bass is, or Norm's keyboard. Oh, God, Emerson muttered, the color draining from her face. What's the matter? My fiddle case. It isn't here. Wringing her hands, Emerson's panicked gaze bounced around the remaining stacked equipment. No, this can't be happening. She furiously shook her head. Not tonight. Babe, take a breath. We'll find it. Wrapping a comforting arm around her waist, I started guiding her around the room, trying not to look like I knew exactly where it was. There it is. I pointed to a table across from us. A relieved breath wheezed out of her. After she wriggled out of my grasp, she rushed over to the table. Grabbing the case, she clutched it to her chest. Thank God, she muttered. You should probably open the case and check your fiddle. You know, make sure it wasn't damaged or something, since it wasn't with the other equipment. Once again, panic danced in Emerson's eyes. She placed the case back on the table and opened it up. Wrapping her fingers around the neck, she pulled the shiny instrument from the case. My breath hitched as she examined it. It looks okay. Fuck me. She hadn't noticed the ring. It was becoming apparent I was being punished for my fake proposals. Maybe you should check the sound? Oh, good point. She brought the body up, and just before she could slide the chin rest into place, she gasped as the ring clinked against the top of the neck. Emerson's gaze spun from the diamond over to me. That's a ring. Yeah, babe, it is. Is it real, or did it come from a machine with a claw? Oh yeah, I was being punished. It only came from a claw if Tiffany's added a game room into its Fifth Avenue store. She sucked in a breath. Oh, God. It's real. Yeah, babe, it really is. I reached out and took the fiddle from Emerson's hands. After gently plucking the diamond from the peg box, I then put the fiddle back into its case. Whenever I tried thinking of the perfect proposal, my mind always focused on music. Our past and our present are so inextricably bound to it. Our first kiss occurred on the stage of a music festival. Our first passionate makeout session happened on the set of a music video. When I thought I'd lost you to your sorrow and grief, you came back to life through music. Now our future is in music. While there were already tears in Emerson's eyes, she began to sob openly when I dropped down onto one knee before her. Taking her hand in mine, I stared adoringly up into her face. Emerson, will you do me the honor of being my wife? Yes. Oh God, yes, Eli. She cried before launching herself at me. As she smothered my face with kisses, I wrapped my arms around her, burying my face in the silky strands of her hair. There was no greater feeling than having her in my arms. The fact she was now my fiancée made it even better. When Emerson pulled back, I stared into her eyes. Do you like the ring? How could I not? It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She grinned, not to mention the biggest. Inwardly, I did a fist bump. When I'd asked the jeweler to design the ring, I didn't have a lot in mind. I knew I wanted it to be platinum, rather than gold, and the reason wasn't romantic or even honorable for that matter. Emerson's rings from Jack were gold. By choosing a different metal, I hoped she wouldn't be thinking of her other rings, and in turn, her love for Jack. As for the size, I was an even bigger bastard because I wanted her to have a huge rock. At the same time, I wasn't totally trying to one-up what Jack had given her, but it was also about her having the equivalent of what Gabe had gotten Ray. I'm glad you like it. I love it. Running her fingers through my hair, she jerked my head closer to hers. Let me show you just how much. After pressing her lips against mine, her tongue swept into my mouth, seeking mine. Her hand that sparkled with the diamond I'd just given her delved into my hair, her fingers jerking through the strands. As I deepened the kiss, one of my hands slid up her ribcage to cup her breast. At her gasp of pleasure, my dick began to grow. Tearing my lips from hers, I panted. If you don't stop kissing me like that, I'm going to be walking really funny during our sound check. Emerson giggled before running her hand down my chest and over my waist to cup my erection. I sucked in a harsh breath as my cock jumped beneath her fingers. Maybe I need to kiss you somewhere else. I groaned at the mental image her suggestion brought. Normally, I would welcome your exquisite mouth on my cock. But at the moment, I want nothing more than to be buried deep inside you. Emerson's eyes flared before her gaze bounced around the equipment room. Here? Someone could walk in. That's part of the thrill, babe. It's past time I initiated you in the rush that's public sex. Only until it's a member of the Secret Service doing a sweep and they arrest us, she replied with a grin. Good point. I crossed the room to one of the doors. After jiggling the handle, it opened to a closet the size of a small tomb. I crooked my finger at Emerson. She glanced left and right before she hurried over to me. I stepped into the darkness of the closet before jerking her inside. You think this is safe? Maybe. Maybe not. My tongue licked up her neck as my hand came between her legs. But that's part of the fun. Her chest rose and fell in harsh pants. At least lock the door. You really don't get the whole adrenaline thing of sex in public, do you? She laughed. I have 2 words for you. Secret Service. Fine, I muttered as I backed away from her. The moment I clicked the lock on the door, Emerson pounced on me. Who knew a simple gesture would get her so hot? Just when I thought it couldn't get any better, she dropped to her knees in front of me. Her hands came to unbutton and unzip my pants. Her hand dipped inside my pants and briefs to unleash my throbbing cock. After licking her lips, she sucked me deep inside her warm mouth. My head fell back against the wall as she bobbed up and down on my dick, her hand adding delicious friction. I didn't need any foreplay, babe. It's you who should be getting the oral attention, I said in a gravelly voice. Letting my dick fall free of her mouth, Emerson tilted her head at me. Is that a remark or an invitation? Oh, it's an invitation, all right. I grabbed her underneath her arms and hoisted her back up onto her feet. After turning us around, I placed her hands on the wall with her facing away from me. I then knelt down on the floor in front of her glorious ass. I couldn't help being grateful that her dress was considerably shorter and less poofy than the one she'd worn to the CMAs. That one had been a pain in my ass to deal with when I was trying to touch her. As I slid the material up, my tongue flicked up the back of one of her thighs, causing her to suck in a breath. When I reached the curve of her buttocks, I stopped and then slid my tongue down her other leg. After pulling her panties off, I spread her legs wide and dug my fingers into the gorgeous globes of her ass. Dipping my head, I dragged my tongue over her pussy. I grunted with pleasure when I found her already wet. I loved the idea of her getting off on sucking my dick. I lapped at her center like a cat drinking milk, sucking down the arousal already pooling between her thighs. Emerson swiveled her hips in time with my tongue, pressing her ass against my face. When I felt her building to come, I pushed 2 fingers inside her, curving them toward the G-spot. Eli! She cried as her walls convulsed around my fingers. As she started to come down, I shoved my pants and briefs down over my hips. Grabbing her by the waist, I spun her around to face me. After slipping my hands under the backs of her thighs, I hoisted Sunny up to wrap her legs around me. I immediately had a flashback of our video when we were in the pond on the island. Thankfully, this time, I was going to get to bury myself inside her. After guiding my erection to her core, I thrust to the hilt inside of her, causing both of us to groan with pleasure. Well, I was a little louder than her. Emerson's hand covered my mouth. Shh, not so loud. Ignoring her, I pulled out and then slammed back inside her. This time it was Emerson who was louder. There was no way in hell I was going to chide her for it. I wanted to hear every sexual sound she made, big and small. I set a punishing rhythm of driving my dick harder and harder into her slick-as-hell walls. The sounds of our frantic breaths and frenzied movements filled the room. While one arm was wrapped around Emerson's back, my other came around to the front where I cupped one of her breasts. I wanted nothing more than to have my lips on the hardening nipple. But I didn't dare do anything to rip her dress. I knew she would kill me, not to mention Stella. Abandoning her breast, I brought my hand to Sunny's waist. I slid my other hand down to grip her hips. I then began raising her up and off my dick. Each time I plunged back inside her. Emerson shrieked with pleasure. I'm close. Oh, God, I'm close. She moaned, her fingers jerking through my hair. I am too, babe. A few pumps of my hips later, and Emerson's walls clenched around me. With a grunt, I began to spill myself inside of her. Fuck yeah, Emerson, I cried out. When I came back to myself, a panicked look had replaced the previously satiated one in Emerson's eyes. What? Did you hear someone outside? I whispered. She shook her head. You're not wearing a condom. Motherfucking hell. In the frenzied moment of passion, I'd forgotten to suit up. It was a necessity for us since Emerson hadn't renewed her birth control after Jack's death. Shit, I muttered. Slowly, I eased myself out of her, trying hard not to get any of myself on the underside of her dress. The last thing I needed was to explain to Stella, or the rest of the band, why there was a cum stain on Emerson's inaugural attire. Once I was free of her, I held up my hands. Okay, Don't move. I'll go grab some paper towels. Just where do you plan on finding those? I shrugged before turning for the door. There's bound to be a bathroom around here. Do you plan to pull your pants up or waddle out there like a penguin? She teased. Smart ass. I mumbled as I shimmied my briefs and pants up my legs. Once my dick was put away and my shirt tucked back in, I unlocked the door and poked my head outside. Thankfully, there was no one out there. I hurried across the storeroom and back into the hallway. 2 doors down, I saw a restroom. After grabbing a shit ton of paper towels and wetting some of them, I headed back to Emerson. When I got to the storeroom door, a voice called, "Stop! What are you doing?" I whirled around to see the dreaded Secret Service Emerson and I had been worried about. "I'm just going to check on my band's equipment." "Do you have identification on you?" one tall guy asked as he approached me. With my hands full of paper towels, it was going to be a little difficult to fish my wallet out of my pants. Come to think of it, I hadn't grabbed my wallet. In my mind, I could still see it sitting on the table in the hotel suite. I'd been too wrapped up in my proposal plans to get it. "I do. Up in suite 639. You're welcome to check with the front desk and see that it belongs to me, Eli Renard." The shorter, more ripped agent sized me up. "Wait, aren't you the lead singer of the band that's playing tonight?" One of the many times it was nice getting recognized. "Yeah, I am. I'd come down here to check on our equipment before our sound check, and then I glanced at the paper towels. I needed to do some cleaning up." The agent nodded at his partner. "Okay, you're good. We're just tightening everything up since the president will be arriving in the next hour." "I totally get it. I'm glad you guys are keeping him safe, as well as the rest of us." When I started in the door, the taller agent tapped me on the shoulder. With a teasing grin, he said, "Make sure you use some paper towels on your face. The lipstick you're wearing really isn't your shade." Fuck. Apparently I'd been marked by Sonny's lipstick. Yeah, I'll do that." I slipped inside the equipment room and hustled over to the closet. When I opened the door, Emerson demanded, "Where were you?" Thrusting the paper towels at her, I replied, "Being interrogated by the Secret Service." Even in the dim light, I could see her eyes bulging. Oh my God. I started working one of the paper towels over my face. "They got a big kick out of me wearing your lipstick." She snickered. "Oops." After swiping several times between her legs, Emerson wadded up the paper towels as best she could. "How much longer do we have until the sound check?" Glancing at my phone, I said, 20 minutes. "Okay, I'm going back upstairs to freshen up my hair and makeup." With a wry smile, she added, "Among other things." "I'll come with you." "I can make it just fine." I flashed a grin at her. "I know, but I want to see the looks on everyone's faces when they see the ring for the first time." Emerson laughed. "Considering our bedraggled appearances, I'm not sure they'll notice the ring." "Then you need to flash it at them." "I think I can do that." After she tossed the paper towels, I slid my arm around her waist and led her out into the hallway. When we ran into my friends, aka the Secret Service agents, I smiled and held out Emerson's arm. "We just got engaged." "Congrats," they said in unison. "Ah, that's what was up with the lipstick all over your face," Agent Shorty remarked. At the allusion to our sexing it up in the closet, a blood-red flush entered Sunny's face, and she quickly dipped her head to avoid looking at the agents. "Well, it was nice seeing you guys again. Hope you enjoy the show," I said. As I pulled Emerson up the hallway to the elevators, she groaned. "I cannot believe he said that about the lipstick." At least he only mentioned kissing. He could have said, "So, you two were enjoying a post-engagement fuck, eh?" Emerson groaned again. That would have been even more mortifying. Stepping onto the elevator, she cut her eyes over to me. "We can't be reckless like that again." At what must have been the confused look on my face, Emerson said, "The unprotected sex." Oh, right. You don't think... She shook her head. It's almost time for my period, so the chances are very low. Okay, I replied. The truth was, I would have been over the moon to have potentially knocked Emerson up. Besides her as my wife, there was nothing else I wanted more than a child. Before I could vocalize that sentiment, the elevator doors opened on our floor, revealing Abby, Gabe, and Ray. Where have you two been? Abby asked. Working each other over from the looks of it, Gabe snickered, which earned him a smack from Ray. At Sunny's shriek of embarrassment, I grabbed her hand and thrust it at the others. We're engaged. Just as I'd hoped, my siblings went positively apeshit at the sight of Emerson's ring. There was a round of congratulatory hugs and tears from the girls. When are you telling Mom and Dad? Gabe asked. We'll FaceTime them after the show. Thankfully, we can kill two birds with one stone, since Sunny's parents were going over to their house to watch the show. My parents and Emerson's were planning on watching a live feed of our performance, since they hadn't been able to score any tickets. Gabe laughed. I would love to be a fly on the wall to see their reactions. Oh, I'm sure they'll wake the neighbors up. Abby's expression melted. Just when I thought this night couldn't get any better, I hear this news. Speaking of tonight, you two better hurry up if you're going to get to the sound check, Gabe said. Give us 10 minutes and we'll be there. Abby nodded. See you downstairs. As the others headed down the elevator, I turned to Emerson. See you in 10, my fiancé. She grinned. Same to you, my fiancé. Damn, I liked the sound of that coming from her mouth. Almost as much as I loved the taste of her on my mouth.
Chapter 23. Emerson. Staring at my reflection in the triple mirrors, I blinked back the tears clouding my vision. A year and a half after becoming a widow, I stood bedecked in a designer wedding gown. The gorgeous dress that made me feel like royalty was the creation of Jake's younger sister, Allison. In the last 3 years, she had become a sought-out children's clothes designer under her label Allie Beans. But from time to time, she also designed dresses for special occasions for family and friends. Not only was Allison part of Jake and Abby's family, but she was also part of the Runaway Train/Jacob's Ladder family, since she had married Runaway Train's bassist, Reese McGowan. She had recently designed Ray's wedding gown, and when I saw how beautiful it was, I couldn't wait to work with her. When I caught Allison's anxious expression in the mirror, I gave her a beaming smile. It's breathtaking. It's everything I could have ever hoped for in a dress. Relief flashed on Allison's face before she exhaled a ragged breath. Thank God. I'm not sure the last time I felt so much overwhelming pressure to design a wedding gown. Tilting her head in thought, she replied, It was probably mine, since I feared I was too close to the project to get it right. Why did you feel pressure? Don't tell me I'm a diva, and I don't even realize it, I joked. She waved a dismissive hand at me. No, it's nothing like that. I think it has to do with how deserving you are of the most beautiful dress I could imagine. You know, after everything you have been through, and as long as Eli has waited to get married. An ache burned through my chest at the references to Jack and Eli. I knew, regardless of how much time passed, I would always love Jack. Thankfully, I found a man who had a big enough heart to accept the both of us. Allison's hands gripped my waist. How does it feel? Good. It's not too tight or anything. Absently tapping a finger on her chin, Allison said, I'm not liking the fit in the waist. I think it's a little too loose, even if you go up a few pounds with wedding stress eating. I smiled. I don't think stress eating will be an issue. It's not my first time at the rodeo. Not to mention you know Eli backwards and forwards, so there's no need to worry about any weirdness sprouting out of him. Oh, he has his weird moments, trust me. Turning from side to side, I examined the dress in the mirror. I do think it could be taken in a little. Unfortunately, I think I've lost a little since you took measurements. The last 2 weeks of rich European food didn't always agree with me, and I threw up a lot. I shuddered at the memory of the last leg of the European tour for Jacob's Ladder. Although the scenery had been beautiful, and I loved traveling through Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, I could have done without the stomach ailments. It's not easy playing the fiddle when you're dealing with nausea. I had that happen to me when Rhys and I were on our honeymoon in Scotland. She laughed. Of course, I think the fact he was eating haggis in front of me had something to do with it. Yeah, Eli and Gabe tried to get me to eat that at the beginning of the tour. I said hell no. Holding up a finger, Allison said, "Give me 1 sec." She then headed over to her desk. She grabbed up a case of pins and then came back over to me. "I promise by the next fitting, it'll be perfect." "It's damn near perfect right now." "Why, thank you." As Allison began inserting pins into my dress, I couldn't help thinking about just how much we had in common, and that wasn't just with music. You know, some people might think it was weird that the woman designing my wedding dress made out with my future husband, I mused. Allison's hands froze on my waist. "I didn't know you knew about that." "It's okay. Eli told me it was years ago, before you and Rhys were dating, least of all married." She glanced up at me. "I hope he told you, in spite of us making out, there never really was anything serious between us." I smiled at her. "Yes, he did. Don't worry, I know you were in love with Rhys, and Eli was helping you to try to make him jealous. Yes, that's pretty much what happened. At the same time, I wasn't blind to how good-looking he was, or how much fun he was to be around. Oh yeah, that's Eli all right." A dreamy look came over her face. "The truth is, it wasn't meant to be. Rhys was meant for me, and Eli was meant for you. Yes, you're right. I will say he was an amazing kisser." When she waggled her brows, I shrieked and covered my eyes. "Okay, yeah, I'm totally regretting bringing this up now." A gentle knock came at the door. "Come in," Allison called. Abby came rushing in with Jules. They were also getting their first fittings for their bridesmaid and flower girl dresses. "Sorry we're late," she panted. "You're fine. I'm just finishing up with Emerson," Allison replied. Exhaling a breath, Abby shook her head. "You would think after having twins that adding 1 more child to your household wouldn't make that much difference. Trust me, it does." "And how is Annabelle?" I asked. Abby's face lit up. "She's absolutely wonderful, even when she only sleeps 3 hours at a time." Considering the issue she'd had getting pregnant, Eli and I had been surprised when Abby announced her pregnancy last year. But no one was more surprised than the 2 expectant parents. Jake had shaken his head at us.
Word to the wise. Just because a doctor tells you that you can't have any more kids, that doesn't mean it can't happen.
"Maybe that means we can have even more, babe," Abby had replied with a grin.
"Maybe that means I should have a vasectomy,"
he countered back, which earned him a playful smack from Abby. Thankfully, Annabelle had arrived safe and sound 2 months ago. Every time we were around them, Eli made a beeline over to her, which caused my heart to melt. I knew he was going to make the most amazing father. He'd certainly been dreaming of it for a long time. I hoped it was sooner, not later, that I was able to give him that gift. Suddenly, the room became impossibly warm, causing my stomach to lurch. I slapped a hand over my mouth. "Oh my God, I think I'm going to be sick." Moving at lightning speed, Allison snatched up the small wastebasket she was standing beside. Since she wasn't close enough, she chucked it over to Abby, who was standing next to me. After shoving it in front of my face, I leaned over and threw up, repeatedly. When I finished, Abby took the trash can from me and immediately hurried out of the room to get rid of it. After swiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I groaned. Ugh, I can't believe I almost puked on my beautiful wedding dress. Allison grinned. Don't worry, I could get it out. Seriously? I have some pretty amazing secrets of the trade. That's good to know. Rubbing my stomach, I blew out a frustrated breath. I thought I had gotten over this once we got back home. As Abby came out of the bathroom, her brow furrowed. You think it's still the food? I don't know. I felt a little nauseous for the last couple of days. Abby and Allison exchanged a look. After clearing her throat, Abby said, I'm not sure how to ask this delicately. Do you think you could be pregnant? Allison blurted. I gasped. What? No, that can't be it. I waved my hand dismissively at her. I mean, I get why you would think that with Ray being pregnant and Abby just having a baby. But nope, there's no way I could be pregnant. Abby crossed her arms over her chest. Are you having sex with Eli? A flush of embarrassment warmed my cheeks. Yeah, well, yes, of course I am, I fumbled. Then you absolutely could be pregnant? Oh God, she was right. Women who had sex got pregnant. And since Eli and I had become a couple, we had a lot of sex. But we always used protection. I'd gone off birth control after Jack died. So when things got physical between Eli and me, we went with condoms. I wasn't even supposed to meet with my gynecologist until next month to get on birth control before the wedding. And then it hit me. A hurried and frantic coupling when we had gone without the protection of a condom. When my hand flew to my mouth, Abby's wild gaze spun around for something else for me to throw up in. I held up my free hand. No, it's okay. I'm horrified, not about to puke. It doesn't hurt to be prepared. I usually did 5-minute throwing up jags when I was pregnant with Annabelle, Abby informed me. I can get you a plastic bag, Allison offered. Really, I'm fine. Pinching my eyes shut, I exhaled a ragged breath. Let me rephrase that. Physically, I'm fine. Emotionally, I'm a wreck. Well, you're not going to be better emotionally until you know if you are or you aren't pregnant, Abby said. Any chance you have a pregnancy test in your purse? I asked. Sorry, I'm all out, she teasingly replied. Hold on. Allison took her phone out of her back pocket. Monica, can you do me a huge favor? Run down to the CVS on the corner and get me 2 to 3 different types of pregnancy tests. When Monica said something, Allison busted out laughing. God, no, they're not for me. Sam is barely walking. Allison and Reese had unexpectedly become parents a year ago, when the daughter of one of Runaway Train's roadies gave up a baby boy for adoption. She specifically asked Allison and Reese to adopt him. From the way Eli told it, they hadn't been married long and weren't entirely ready to start a family. But the moment they met Sam, they knew they couldn't say no. After hanging up the phone, Allison smiled at me. Okay, my assistant just left to get some tests. While we wait on that, let me finish pinning you, and then you can get out of the dress. When I glanced at my reflection in the mirror, I burst into tears. If I'm pregnant, I won't be able to wear this dress by the time the wedding rolls around. Once again, Abby and Allison exchanged looks. Have you noticed you've been overly emotional lately? Yeah, but I just thought it was because my period was late. The minute the words left my lips, I gasped. Seriously? How clueless can I be? My period is late, and I didn't once stop to question if I might be pregnant. Cycles can be weird, Allison countered. Abby nodded. Not to mention, your body has been under a lot of stress with the European leg of the tour. I guess they had a point. The band had been stretched pretty thin when we'd added 8 European cities to our North American tour. But after another peek at my reflection, I sighed. Just get me out of the dress, okay? Emerson, even if you're pregnant, I can let the dress out. We can make it work, Allison reassured me. Really? I asked, my chin trembling slightly. Yes, I swear. I smiled. Thank you for being so good to me. You're more than welcome. After jerking a hand through my hair, I sighed. Until I see a positive line on a test, I'm chalking all this unnecessary worry up to the baby free-for-all that's transpired lately, with Annabelle's birth and Ray being pregnant. Pointing at Allison, I added, I guess that means there's something in the water. You better not drink any of it. Jules, who had been playing with some toys in the corner, peered curiously at her mother. Is that how Annabelle got in your tummy? Because you drank water? Abby's eyes bulged. No, sweetheart, it's not. Digging in her purse, she pulled out a tablet. Why don't you go watch a movie? After Jules skipped off with Frozen blaring, I gave Abby an apologetic look. I'm so sorry. I've got to work on my mouth now that I'm around small children. It's okay. Believe me, she's heard so much worse being around the men of Runaway Train and Jacob's Ladder. She winked at me. And her mother has somewhat of a potty mouth, too. Good to know. Allison jerked her chin to the fitting room. Okay, I need to work on Abby and Jules. I'll get you unbuttoned, and then you can get dressed. And drink a lot of water to help you pee for your test, Abby suggested. I snorted. I think I'll be fine. After Allison unbuttoned me, I slipped back into the fitting room and slid the curtain back in place. I quickly went to work getting out of the dress, just in case I got sick again. Once it was free from my body, I hung it back up. As I reached to put on my shirt, I glanced at my reflection in the mirror. I stared into my eyes for a moment before my gaze dropped below my waist. Holding my shirt in one hand, I reached over to run my hand slowly over my abdomen. Was there a baby in there? A baby that had been conceived in a moment of passion on the night its parents had become engaged? Even though the timing wasn't perfect, I knew I wanted this baby. I'd wanted to be a mother for so very long. More than my desire for motherhood, I wanted Eli to be a father. You okay in there, Emerson? Allison asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I quickly pulled my shirt over my head and hopped into my jeans. After jerking the curtain back, both Abby and Allison were waiting on me. What? We were just checking on you, Abby said. Seriously, guys, we don't even know if I'm pregnant yet. Can we save the overprotective vibe until we know for sure? We're not being overprotective, Allison argued. When I gave her a pointed look, she replied, You were just sick right in front of us. There's nothing wrong with being proactive and checking on you. Right. A knock came at the door. Come in, Allison instructed. Monica poked her dark head of hair inside the room. I'm back. Here's what you requested. Like it was some sort of covert operation, she thrust the bag inside the room. Allison took it from her. Thanks, girl. I appreciate it. You're welcome. Once Allison closed the door behind Monica, she closed the gap to Abby and me in 2 long strides. Okay, here they are. Tentatively, I reached out for the bag. After drawing in a deep breath, I threw back my shoulders and started across the floor. Once I closed myself in the bathroom, I realized it was my first time with a pregnancy test. I had no clue exactly what to do. I opened the door back up. Abby, could you give me a little help? Like hold the stick? She teasingly asked. Not exactly. It's your first time, huh? With pregnancy tests, yes. The other ship sailed when I was 20. She laughed. Here's what we'll do. I'll read off the directions for you to take one test at a time. That sounds good. I'm not sure any other women partook in a group effort when taking a pregnancy test. but I was extremely grateful to have Abby's help. I was pretty sure with my level of emotional chaos, I would have managed to mess up the tests. Once all the instructions had been read and I'd done my duty, we laid the tests on the bathroom counter. Allison set her Apple Watch for 2 minutes. As the three of us stood there staring at the tests, I sighed. Am I horrible not to be totally jumping for joy at potentially being pregnant? It feels like whiplash. Back in the dressing room, I was so excited and wanted nothing more than for the tests to be positive. Then, in the next minute, I freaked out at the idea. Before Abby or Allison could say anything, I continued rattling on. No one could possibly want a baby more than me. Well, I should rephrase that with no woman, because Eli wants a baby enough for the both of us. Abby placed a comforting hand on my arm. Of course you're not horrible. It's just not what you were expecting. You had blinders on for wedding planning. If you are pregnant, it's still okay to have your doubts. Carrying and giving birth to a child is a very scary prospect. You've also been through so much in the last 18 months. Your mind hasn't entirely caught up with your body when it comes to healing. I guess you're right. Abby nudged me with her shoulder. Of course I'm right. I'm always right. Just ask Jake. Just as I laughed, the timer on Allison's watch went off. My heart beat like it had hummingbird's wings. Drawing in a deep breath, I stepped forward.
Chapter 24. Eli. After dropping Sunny off for her dress fitting at Allison's design studio, I decided to stay in the neighborhood. I didn't know exactly how long a dress fitting took, but I did know from experience that when the women from Runaway Train and Jacob's Ladder got together, a lengthy chat fest ensued. So I'd found an Irish pub called O'Malley's that was on the corner of Allison's building. After slipping into a booth, I ordered a beer and some nachos. Kicking back, I watched the Braves game on one of the big screens. After months on the road and overseas, this was absolute heaven. It was during the 7th inning stretch that my phone dinged. Done. Where to meet you? Around the corner at O'Malley's. Want me to pick you up? Nope. I'll come to you. A few minutes later, Emerson appeared at my booth. Hey, babe, I said as I rose up to greet her. I gave her a quick kiss before she slid into her seat across from me. When she wrinkled her nose at my nachos, I said, We can get lunch somewhere else. But just so you know, they do have a 5-star Yelp rating for their steaks and ribs. No, it's okay, I'm not hungry. A waitress appeared. What can I get you to drink? Just water, Sunny replied. The waitress nodded and then headed off to get the drink. How did the dress fitting go? I asked. Emerson shifted her eyes from mine. Staring over at the salt and pepper shaker, she replied, Fine. It was fine. I drew my brows down. You don't sound excited like you were this morning. Didn't you like Allison's creation? As her gaze flipped back to mine, a beaming expression lit up her face. Of course, I loved it. It's the most beautiful dress I could have ever hoped for. I flashed her a smile. Good. I want you to have the dress of your dreams. Not only that, but I want you to have the ceremony of your dreams as well. Wagging my brows, I added, We already know the honeymoon will be out of your dreams and out of this world. Emerson laughed. You're never one to doubt your abilities, are you? Nope, not a chance. After drawing in a deep breath, Emerson stared intently at me. What would you think about moving the wedding up a few months? Seriously? When she bobbed her head, I chuckled. Can't wait to be married to me, huh? Something like that. Her words and expression caused a sudden fear to grow in my chest. I swallowed hard. Is something wrong with you? Like, do you want to move the date up because you're... Oh, God. I couldn't even bring myself to say the words.
My hand rubbed my chest where my heart felt like it was shattering into jagged pieces. Shuttering my eyes in pain, I finally whispered, "Are you dying?" A sharp crack of Emerson's laughter caused me to pop my eyelids open. As I searched her face, I couldn't help wondering if she'd been so overwhelmed by bad news that she'd become hysterical. "No, Eli, I'm not dying. Far from it." A relieved and thankful breath wheezed out of me. I reached across the table to squeeze her hand. "Thank God." "I'm so sorry for making you think that." "It's okay. You know I get a little paranoid when it comes to you." "You're going to have to work on that." "I know. It's just we both know how precarious life can be. I don't even want to fathom losing my soulmate when I've finally found her. Not to mention losing the best friend I've ever had." "Trust me. I understand." Her fingertip traced the rim of her water glass. "While I'm not dying, there is something wrong with me." My chest caved in yet again, and I squeezed her hand tighter. "What?" A faint smile played on her lips. "I'm pregnant." I blinked at her. It was like I saw her mouth moving and words coming out, but I just couldn't process them. When I just continued sitting there staring, Emerson reached out and tapped my cheek. "Eli?" My strange behavior must have really unnerved her, because instead of tapping my cheek again, she slapped me. A passing waitress gasped, her eyes widening in horror. An embarrassed flush filled Emerson's face. "I didn't do it out of anger. I'm worried because he's not responding to me." "Try throwing some ice water in his face," the waitress suggested. When Sonny picked up her water glass, I snapped out of it and held up my hands. "No, stop. I'm okay," I shouted. She quickly sat the water back down on the table. "Thank God. I was starting to think we were going to need a cattle prod or something." With a laugh, I replied, "Not quite." Once we were alone again, Emerson's eyes searched my own. "Does your reaction mean you're not on board with us having a baby yet?" "Hell no. That's not what it was about at all." I gave her a reassuring smile. "You just surprised me. One minute we're talking about wedding dresses, and the next you're telling me I'm going to be a father." At the word father, a shudder ran through me at how surreal the moment felt. Oh my God. I'm finally going to be a dad. Tears shimmered in Emerson's eyes. "I'm so glad you're happy. I know it's not what we'd planned." "Fuck the plans. This is better than any plans we could have ever made." "Really? Are you kidding me? We're going to have a baby." Without even stopping to think, I popped out of my seat. "Drinks on me. I'm going to be a father," I shouted. "Eli!" Emerson hissed as applause rang throughout the bar. "What?" I asked. "Don't you think it's a little premature to be telling other people about the baby? I mean, I haven't even been to the doctor yet." I winced. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. After shoving my baseball cap down over my eyes, I turned back to the crowd. "Okay, so still drinks on me, but we're not going to celebrate too much because it's still early," I said in a more muted tone. Laughter echoed around the room as I sat back down. But this time I slid in beside Emerson rather than across from her. "What are the odds that someone here recognizes us and alerts the media?" I questioned sheepishly. Emerson's eyes widened in horror. "Our parents will kill us if they find out through a tabloid." Fuck me. I might have been 31 years old, but I still hadn't overcome my impulse control. Truth is, our parents are going to kill us no matter what. I mean, one minister's kid knocking up another minister's kid is pretty bad. Wrinkling her nose, Sunny said, "That makes it sound so seedy." "Well, it's the truth. I knocked you up, got you with child, put a bun in your oven." She put her hand over my mouth. "That's enough." Okay.
A small smile curved on her lips. Actually, when you stop and think about it, it's very romantic how our child was conceived. In a moment of passion where I was overwhelming you with my lovemaking skills? She scowled at me. I was talking about the night we got engaged. I widened my eyes at her. That was the night? Pretty sure it was. I mean, if memory serves me, we didn't use anything. Running a hand over my face, I replied, Oh, that's right. My mind was instantly flooded with images from that night, especially the fact that we hadn't used a condom. Does that mean if it's a boy, we should name him James after President Callahan? Sunny laughed. No, I don't think that's necessary. After tilting her head in thought, she added, I mean, a middle name might be okay. Meh. Now that I think of it, I'd rather he had Elijah as a middle name. And what if it's a girl? Elijah and call her Ellie? Sunny laughed. Yeah, I'm not feeling it, Mr. Ego. We could name her Emerson and call her Emmy, I suggested. You know, we don't have to decide on this today. We have about 8 months left to worry about it. That's true, I smiled. I can't believe Gabe and I are going to have kids just a few months apart. Yeah, it's going to look like we couldn't let them outdo us in the baby department. With a chuckle, I replied, I can live with being a copycat. Right now, you need to be concerned with what we're going to do about our parents. Actually, I think I know how to handle that. Change our names and move to another country? Sunny suggested with a smile. Tempting, but I don't think it's necessary. Okay then, what's your suggestion? We elope. Tonight. Emerson shot straight up in her seat. You aren't serious. I shrugged. Why not? I think they'd take the news a lot better if we were married. But we've already booked the venue for the wedding and the reception. Everyone is getting fitted for tuxes and dresses. Her lips turned down in a pout. What about my dress? You tried it on today. Isn't it ready? She shook her head. It still needs to be taken in a little in the waist. Well, it did need to be taken in. By the time the wedding rolls around in 3 months, I'm sure it won't need it anymore. If anything, it'll need letting out. At her forlorn expression, I said, Remember, you're beautiful even in a burlap sack. Sunny smiled as she cupped my cheek. Thanks, babe. Especially since I'm being a shrew about a silly dress when I'm about to get something I've wanted for so very long. You know, we could elope tonight and still have the big wedding in August. She stared intently into my eyes. The only thing I care about is becoming your wife. I don't need a big wedding to do that. I never really cared about all the hoopla to start with. God, did I love this woman. I understood how Ray had become Gabe's muse. I understood how one person became another's world, because Sunny was mine, but I didn't want her missing out on her special day. My brows shot up. But I thought you wanted the dream dress and wedding. I wanted it for you. I didn't want you to think you were missing out on anything. And like I told you back at Thanksgiving, I couldn't give a shit less. You won't mind you didn't have the pictures of us all dressed up like Gabe does? I grinned. I think for once I can let Gabe outdo me. Sunny giggled. If you're sure. I'm positive. Then let's elope. She threw her arms around my neck and then kissed me passionately. Easy now. We don't want to start the honeymoon early. Fine. Do you want to go to the courthouse or fly to Vegas? With a shake of my head, I replied, I have something in mind, but it's going to take a few phone calls. Why don't I go to the bathroom and you can work your magic? Sounds like a plan. I slipped out of the booth to let her by. Once I was alone, I took out my phone. Hey, Daniel, it's Eli. I need a giant favor. Because, fuck, I'm going to be a father and Sunny will be my wife in less than 12 hours. It didn't get better than that.
Chapter 25. Emerson. 6 months ago, when I'd walked along the beach of the private island, I never could have imagined that one day soon I'd be getting married there. But here I was barefoot in a white chiffon dress with spaghetti straps. At my side was the man I loved with all my heart and soul. The man who I'd loved for most of my life. My Eli. The last few hours had been a whirlwind. When I came back to the table at the pub, Eli had gotten our manager, Daniel, to pull some strings to get us the island on short notice. I didn't even want to think about how much it cost him. Instead, I focused on the fact our private plane took off in just 3 hours, and I needed a wedding dress. I'd abandoned Eli to hit the nearest dress shop. I couldn't believe my luck when I came across the chiffon dress with a beaded bodice that didn't need any alterations. I also picked up a few sexy pieces of lingerie for our honeymoon. With 2 hours to go, I took an Uber back to Eli's condo, where I'd been living the last 2 months. Yeah, our parents didn't know that little tidbit either. My wonderful fiancé had started packing for us in my absence. Somehow we managed to get packed, showered, and dressed in the next hour and a half. When I came out of the bedroom, Eli whistled.
Man, you look out of this world.
I did a little twirl for him. Not exactly bridal.
I'm digging it, especially how your boobs are on display. What was it you called them? Tits?
With a roll of my eyes, I smacked his arms. Yes, but don't sexualize my wedding dress. It's sacred.
I'm a man. I can't help noticing how sexy you look.
Whatever. I glanced at the luggage overflowing the foyer. You think we have enough for a couple of days?
Hey, don't knock me for being an overpacker. You'll thank me when you have 10 bathing suits to choose from while we're on the island.
I laughed. I don't even own 10 bathing suits.
It seemed like it.
The doorbell rang, announcing our car had arrived to take us to the airport. As Eli helped the driver with the bags, I threw a sweater on over my dress before heading downstairs. Once the car was packed up, Eli slid onto the seat beside me.
Ready?
More than ready. As we started the drive to the airport, I snuggled into Eli's side. You know, if you would have told me this time yesterday that I'd be getting married today, I would have called you crazy, I marveled.
Tell me about it.
One of his hands came to rest against my abdomen.
Not to mention that I was going to be a father.
It's all happening at warp speed. Eli shook his head.
It's been a slow build for over 20 years, Sonny. I don't think it'll hurt to speed things up a bit.
Warmth spread through my chest at his words. You're right. A plane and a boat ride later, we pulled up to the pier. A justice of the peace, Murray, and a photographer, Lila, had joined us for the boat ride over to the island. Murray was an older man with a head full of white hair, while Lila was a tall, willowy blonde who was closer to Eli's and my age. Once the ceremony was over, Murray and Lila would take the boat back to the mainland, and Eli and I would begin our honeymoon. I couldn't imagine having an entire island to ourselves. I had the feeling we were going to christen every square inch of it with our lovemaking. Lanterns had been placed along the shore, bathing the sand in warm candlelight. Not only that, but an altar had been constructed on the beach with an awning made of flowers for us to stand underneath. 2 large candelabras stood at the top of the altar. We're going to need to send Daniel a bonus check for all of this, I remarked as I stepped onto the dock.
You can say that again.
He pointed past the altar.
There's even a buffet for us.
My stomach growled at the sight of a large table with a white tablecloth. Several silver serving pieces sat on top. I gasped at the sight of a small 2-tiered cake. He thought of everything.
Well, I made a few suggestions. I just wasn't sure he'd be able to get them done on such short notice.
You asked for a meal and cake?
And an altar.
I slowly shook my head at him. Sometimes you're so incredibly thoughtful and romantic, I have to wonder if you're really real. Like, I fight the urge to pinch myself. Or pinch you. Eli grinned.
Over the years, I've been to quite a few weddings. Not to mention the wedding planning we've already done.
Planting a smacking kiss on his cheek, I replied, "Don't try to be modest. You are amazing."
Stop, I'm blushing,
he teased. As I continued staring in wonder at him, Eli said,
Sonny, it wasn't hard.
"It wasn't?"
Knowing what you'd like. It wasn't because I'd been to lots of weddings over the years. It's because of you. Everything about you is so beautiful, surreal, and breathtaking. The only things needed here were things that reflected you. So if you like it, it's because I've watched and loved you for a very long time. And I want tonight to be all about what you have given me in becoming my wife.
I tried. I really did. But how could anyone not cry at those words? With tears falling, I threw my arms around Eli and thanked God for this incredible man. A gift he'd been preparing us both for over so many years. I love you, Eli Renard, so much. He kissed my forehead, letting his lips linger there as if he couldn't bear not to touch me with his lips.
And I love you, Emerson, soon-to-be Renard.
We then made our way down the dock and onto the beach. There I found a huge bouquet of island wildflowers for me to carry, along with a boutonniere for Eli, which he pinned to his shirt. Jerking his chin, Eli said,
Looks like you can walk down the aisle where the lanterns start.
Did you plan that part as well?
Maybe. As well as making sure I downloaded the bridal march on my phone.
I threw back my head with a laugh. You're joking. He shook his head.
Nope. I pulled out all the stops.
You sure did. While Murray and Eli stood at the altar, I walked down the beach where the lanterns started. Lila started snapping away. When Eli started playing the bridal march, I couldn't keep the goofy smile off my face as I started down the aisle. Even though it wasn't what I'd planned, I couldn't help appreciating this wedding so much more for its spontaneity and lightheartedness. In a way, it represented Eli's and my relationship. When I got to the top of the altar, I took my place next to Eli. Lila continued taking pictures of us, as well as being our legal witness to the marriage.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this man and this woman into the bonds of holy matrimony,
Murray began. I zoned out for a few moments, overwhelmed with the beauty and romance of the moment. But then I came back to myself when I heard Murray say my name.
Repeat after me. I, Emerson Elizabeth, take you, Matthew Elijah, to be my lawfully wedded husband.
In that moment, a memory of many years ago swirled in my mind. I stood in a wedding dress with a long train at the altar of a church. My blonde-haired groom had tears in his hazel eyes as he held my hand in his.
Emerson Elizabeth, do you take John Alexander to be your lawfully wedded husband?
I sucked in a pained breath. Please, no, not now. Don't let anything ruin this beautiful moment between Eli and me. But then the memory changed. Jack stood before me in the suit he'd been buried in. A bright light enveloped him.
I'm so happy for you, Emerson.
When I finally found my voice, I said, "Thank you. I love you." Jack merely smiled before the memory faded. When I came back to myself, Eli was grinning at me.
I love you too, babe. But what are you thanking me for?
For loving me?
You don't need to thank me for that. It's second nature. A part of me.
Murray cleared his throat.
Would you like to start over?
I nodded. Yes, please. I'm sorry. He smiled.
It's okay. I'm used to nerves during the ceremony.
Oh, I'm not nervous. I've never been more certain of anything in my life than I am about becoming Eli's wife, I protested. The last thing I wanted was for Eli to think I was having second thoughts because of the emotional flashback I'd just experienced. When Eli started to lean in to kiss me, Murray shook his head.
I'm sorry, but we haven't gotten to that part yet.
Eli winked.
It's okay. She's pregnant, so we're doing everything backwards.
Although I could have smacked him for his comment, I welcomed his arms around me. No matter how many times I felt his lips on mine, I never tired of the feeling. In fact, I craved more and more of him. Sometimes I wondered if I would ever get my fill. When we finally pulled away, Murray was grinning at us.
You guys ready now?
While embarrassment warmed my cheeks, Eli nodded.
Our apologies. I've done a lot of weddings on this island, but I'm pretty sure this is the most interesting one,
he mused. Eli chuckled.
We aim to please.
After fluffing out my dress and straightening my hair, I nodded at Murray. Okay, we're ready to continue.
Repeat after me,
Murray began again. I recited my vows with absolute certainty. Although it hadn't worked out exactly as planned, I was thrilled that finding out I was pregnant had sped up the process of me becoming Eli's wife. After all, there really wasn't any reason to wait. We probably should have let Andrew marry us on Thanksgiving night. But then again, if we had already been married, we wouldn't have had our engagement celebration, which resulted in the baby. Everything in our relationship could be traced back to the what-ifs. If Jack hadn't been killed, I would have never gone on tour with Jacob's Ladder. I would have never grown to see Eli in any other light than as my best friend. I wouldn't have known what it was like to experience such a deep physical and emotional intimacy as the one we had. In the end, happiness couldn't be wrapped up in perfect symmetry. You sometimes had to cut yourself on its jagged edges before you got to experience the life-altering wonder that lay within. Sorrow lasted for a night, but joy came with the morning. As Murray pronounced us husband and wife, my new day, my wonderful new future, with Eli was just dawning.
Epilogue. Eli. With Emerson's hand in mine, the two of us stood in a beautiful meadow filled with wildflowers. "What do you think?" I tentatively asked. Emerson turned to me with a smile. "I think it's gorgeous." I exhaled a relieved breath. "Really?" "I do." "You won't mind living this far out?" She laughed. "It's hardly the sticks, Eli. Besides, I think it's safe to say we've both lived in much more rural areas." "That's true. It's not like we're out here all alone. Abby and Jake live 2 miles away, and Gabe and Ray are just across the road." I'm not sure the close proximity of my family is the best selling point, I mused. "Considering how much we both love your family, it's definitely a plus," she countered. Every day I had to thank God I loved and married a woman who adored my family just as much as I did. Of course, the same could be said for the way I felt about her family. I knew our past had a lot to do with that. Coming back to the present, I eyed the thick woods behind us. It's not Atlanta. That's part of the allure, remember? We want to raise our children in wide, open spaces just like we were. Yes, that's right. I leaned over to place my palm against her barely pregnant belly. "Think this baby will like being a country bumpkin?" While Emerson found my remark funny, Jake, whose land we were standing on, called, "I heard that." "Sorry, bro," I replied with a grin. I was eternally grateful to Jake for offering to sell some of his family's land to me. He'd already sold off 5 acres to Gabe and Ray, and their house was almost finished being built. After getting married, Emerson and I had settled into my condo in Buckhead, but with a growing family, we both wanted to get out of the city. "Ethan seems to like it," Emerson said, jerking her chin to where our 2-year-old son was running through the high grass with Annabelle, while Jules and Jax chased them. His infectious giggle floated back to us, causing warmth to spread throughout my chest. The past 3 years with Emerson had been the best years of my life. Forget the awards I'd collected and the fame I'd experienced. Nothing compared to finally finding my other half, my soulmate, my wife and the mother of my long-awaited child. Whatever love I had for Emerson became magnified when I saw her with our son. Sometimes I could just sit for hours watching the two of them interact. The look of adoration she got when she cradled him against her chest, the way her eyes lit up whenever he came into the room, and the sweet sound of her voice as she sang him to sleep. To me, Emerson had never been more beautiful since becoming a mother. While I'd adored my nieces and nephews, it didn't prepare me for the all-consuming and world-altering love I felt for Ethan. I'd bawled my eyes out when I held him for the first time. As I'd stared into his tiny features, there had been so many of my own. He'd reminded me so much of Gabe and Ray's baby daughter, Charlotte, or Charlie as they called her. Apparently the Renard genes were epically strong. For Emerson's sake, I hoped this next child looked just like her. It had to be frustrating to endure 9 months of pregnancy and go through the agony of childbirth only to have the kid look like your schmuck of a husband. With Ethan's birth, I understood even more why Abby had wanted the twins with her while touring. I couldn't even begin to imagine the hell of not seeing Ethan every day. Of course, that would have meant leaving Emerson behind as well, and that sure as hell wasn't happening. She needed to continue being a part of music just as much as Abby had. Since our babies were just 5 months apart, Gabe and I hired a nanny to help Ray and Emerson out with Charlie and Ethan. We were just one big happy family crisscrossing the country in houses on wheels. As Jake came strolling up to us, Abby worked on wrangling the kids back up the hill. After adjusting his baseball cap, Jake tilted his head at us. "Besides the potential of raising little hicks, what do you guys think?" "We love it," Emerson replied before I had the chance to respond. Jake cocked his brows at me. "You do? When have I ever not enjoyed spending time at your farm?" I asked. He shrugged. "Never that I can remember. The fact we couldn't get rid of you guys was part of the allure of selling you some land." At his teasing wink, Emerson and I laughed. "Well, I think that should answer any doubt you might have about me moving up here." "Okay, then. I'll have our lawyer draw up the papers and get started on the deed." "Are you sure you're okay with giving up more of your land?" Emerson asked softly. Jake grinned. "I think I'll manage just fine with 90 acres. That's plenty to pass on to the twins and Annabelle one day." Emerson smiled. "As long as you're sure." "I am. Being an only child, I was never lonely because I had a bunch of cousins down the road from me. What could be better for my kids?" With a nod, I replied, "I couldn't agree with you more." "Jake, come get your twins. They're insisting I take them to the creek, and you know I don't do the creek," Abby shouted with Ethan on one hip and Annabelle on the other. With a laugh, Jake replied, "Coming, babe." Motioning him on, I said, "You're fine. We're going to keep looking around." Jake nodded before heading down the hillside. Ethan wriggled out of Abby's arms to run to him. With a laugh, Jake scooped him up in his arms. If I ever needed a moment to seal the deal for me about moving out here, there it was. When we were alone again, I turned to Emerson. "What kind of house are you thinking about building?" "One with a lot of bedrooms," she jokingly replied. I cocked my brows at her. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but so far I only see us needing 4. 1 for us, One for Ethan, one for the baby, and one for all our family who will come to stay with us. Then we'll make a studio in the basement. After she laughed, she cut her eyes over to me. One day, the twins might want a room of their own. My heart shuddered to a stop, and I fought hard to breathe. It seriously felt like I'd been punched in the gut, or maybe even the balls. I'm sorry. What did you say? The twins. You mean, we're having... I gulped. Twins? A beaming smile lit up her face as she bobbed her head. I just found out this morning. Wait, how? Today wasn't even your first ultrasound, I protested. Normally, I went to all of Emerson's doctor appointments, but today she'd insisted I go on with Abby and Gabe to do our monthly visit to Eggleston Children's Hospital before we all headed out of the city for the mountains. Now that I heard this news, I couldn't imagine being more pissed about doing something so good. I should have been there. Emerson's hand came to cup my cheek. I know, babe, but they thought they heard 2 heartbeats, so they did a quick ultrasound. She dropped her hand from my face to reach into the purse at her side. I sucked in a breath when she pulled out a picture. Here they are, she said as she handed it to me. Staring down at the grainy image, I easily made out the 2 babies. After Abby had such a hard time getting pregnant, she'd made sure everyone saw her ultrasound pictures at every step of the pregnancy. Jack's and Jules were more attributed to the fact Abby had taken fertility drugs, not the fact she had twin brothers. I glanced up to stare into her eyes. Holy shit. We're having twins. She laughed. Yep, we are. That's it, right? Like, there's not another one hiding in there somewhere? No, it's just the 2. Thank God, I murmured. I feel the same way, Emerson mused. I bent my head to give her a tender kiss. When I pulled away, I smiled. Then 5 bedrooms it is. 8 months later. As I started pacing for the 100th time, Emerson reached out for my hand. Would you please sit down? I can't. When she gave me a pointed look, I replied, No, I seriously can't. I've tried. Every time I do, I just pop right back up like a freaking jack-in-the-box or something. I can't believe you're so nervous. Why shouldn't I be? We have been down this road before. I shook my head. No. The last time this happened, Ethan came out the old-fashioned vagina way. This time they're cutting you in half to get the babies out. Emerson snorted. This isn't the circus, Eli. They're not cutting me in half. Whatever. They are cutting you. Since our twins were on the larger side, the doctors had decided that Emerson should have a C-section. After a completely normal and healthy pregnancy during which Emerson still performed with Jacob's ladder into her 8th month, I was good with whatever they needed to do to ensure the babies were delivered safe and strong. But now that the moment was here, I was more than a little concerned about what the procedure entailed for Emerson. A nurse popped into the room. Ready to head to the OR? Ready as we'll ever be, I grumbled, which caused Emerson to giggle. What? I asked. I just find it hilarious we've reversed our roles somehow, considering I'm over here all cool and collected, and you're a nervous wreck. How else am I supposed to feel about you having a hell of an intense surgery? Before Emerson could say anything, the nurse said, I can assure you we have one of the best surgical teams around. They've safely done this procedure thousands of times. I wished it had made me feel better, but it didn't. Okay, let's hurry up and get this over with, I instructed. Once again, it is me having to go through this? Emerson reminded me. I know, but you're the woman I love most in the world. You're the mother of my children and my musical partner. When tears stung my eyes, I angrily shook my head. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to you, even if it's nothing more than you being in pain. Emerson's hand came up to cup my cheek. I love you so much. I took her hand and kissed it. I love you more. After that moment, things began happening at a rapid pace. Emerson traded beds while I put on my scrubs. Then they wheeled her off to the OR with me hustling along next to her. Once we got inside the double doors, the nurses got down to business prepping for surgery. Emerson's obstetrician, Dr. Martinez, appeared at our side with his mask already on. After a quick hello and check on how Emerson was feeling, he got into position. As the laser began working across Emerson's abdomen, my stomach lurched at the smell of burning flesh. I decided then and there it was best to sit down and keep my attention on Emerson. I kissed the top of her head. I can't believe we're about to be parents again. Me either. Think we could just ask to keep them in a little longer? I laughed. No, I'm thinking it's all over when the doctors wash their hands. I guess so. She smiled. I'm really so excited to meet them. Me too. Although I have to admit, I'm a little intimidated about having two at one time. So the man who's traveled all over the world and performed in front of tens of thousands of people is going to be scared of two helpless babies? Damn straight, I replied with a nod of my head. Okay, here's baby number one, Dr. Martinez exclaimed. Without thinking of the potential bloodbath I might see, I shot out of my chair just in time to see my daughter born. Although she was slightly purple, she gave a hearty cry which had me sobbing like an overgrown idiot. Oh, God, babe, she's beautiful, I said as she was handed over to the nurse. When I glanced down, tears streamed down Emerson's cheeks. Since her arms were taped down, I swiped her tears away for her before I dipped my head to kiss her. Another cry alerted us that our second daughter had been born. Months ago, when we learned we were having girls, we chose the names Eva Elizabeth and Emma Grace. Now we would have to decide which name went with which girl. Go see them, Emerson instructed. Although there was nothing more in the world I wanted to do, I wasn't going to be a selfish asshole considering Emerson couldn't exactly get up off the operating table at the moment. No, I'm good here with you. She snorted. You're the worst liar, Eli. She jerked her chin. Go check on our girls. I leaned over and kissed her again. If you're sure. Get over there, she replied with a wink. God, I love you, woman, I said. Stepping away from Emerson, I walked over to where the nurses were taking care of the girls. Soon I took up my pacing again as I anxiously waited to hold them. Once the girls had been wiped off, swaddled tightly in the standard hospital-issue blankets, and a hat placed on each of their heads, I finally got my hands on them. As I held one in the crook of each of my arms, I became overwhelmed with emotion. It had been intense when Ethan was born, but there was something to be said for twice the love. Easing down on the stool again, I turned the twins to where Emerson could see them. Look right there, Emma and Eva. That's your mother. I glanced from the twins to Emerson. You're soon going to learn she's the most beautiful woman you'll ever see. She's also the sweetest, kindest, and most patient mother you'll ever find. You are both so very lucky you've been born to her. Oh, Eli, you've always said the sweetest things. Emerson hiccuped through her tears. And I'm never going to stop. You and our children are the greatest loves of my life. Everything is wonderful because of you. Now it was my turn to get